Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Great job technologically. We are now reconvening our Environment Committee public hearing. And before we call our next person, I just want to remind everyone that the ETA for sandwiches is about half an hour from now. So it'll be in 2600.
Paul Larson. Please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. Connecticut Farm Bureau is the leading agricultural organization in our state, and we certainly have concerns and support of many bills. We've submitted testimony on 7 other bills, in addition to the one I'm going to talk about this afternoon. We've submitted testimony on the evicting farmers off of state land, state property, the act concerning the harvesting of rabbits, the butcher shop bill, and then also the PFAS Senate bill, the climate change proposal there, the outdoor wood burning furnaces, and the purchase of certain lands at agricultural value. And would be happy to answer any questions you might have on those bills. I have with me today our Executive Director, Joe Nichols, as well. But the one that I'm going to speak directly to is Senate Bill 190, speaking in opposition of that bill. I just want to again say that Connecticut Farm Bureau acknowledges and fully appreciates the exemption of agricultural uses that is in this proposal. But our longstanding proposal has always been that the regulation of pesticides should remain within the currently established jurisdiction of the EPA on the federal level and the Connecticut DEP within Connecticut. These agencies have the scientific knowledge and expertise to provide the due diligence needed to both protect the environment, including pollinators, and also protect human health while considering the benefits these products can bring to control insect and pests through both production agriculture and non-agricultural uses. As you are likely aware, the neonicotinoid group of insecticide was classified as a restricted use pesticide back in 2018, and that change effectively took that product out of the hands of the average homeowner, and licensed applicators like myself are the only folks that are allowed to use that. One of the advantages of the neonicotinoids is that they were developed to replace some of the older classes of chemistry in the pesticide realm, the carbamates and the pyrethroids. Those products are still available, but we've gone away from them because the neonicotinoids are so much safer and better for the environment. As I stated earlier, I realize that if this bill becomes law, this important class of pest control products will continue to be available to farmers. But what I don't agree with is the process whereby the Connecticut legislature, with all due respect, would be making decisions contrary to the findings of the scientific researchers at EPA and the adoption of those findings by our Connecticut DEP, especially when that decision could result in the use of significantly more harmful alternatives. The neonicotinoid group of chemistry is also under a mandatory and regular review by our EPA, and the findings of that review are due out later this year. I hope the distinguished members of the Environment Committee will consider these points when voting on this bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Gresco.
Well, thank you for sticking out the day here with us. You were able to hear some of the testimony from other individuals, professionals, that basically is in contrary to what you're saying as far as the effects of neonicotinoids. So what do you say to that?
Well, unfortunately, I wasn't here to hear most of that. I came into the hearing room about half an hour ago or so, or maybe an hour ago. So I didn't hear all that testimony. I know there's a lot of information out there. The basis of our position is our federal EPA. When they're registering a product for use here in our country, they go through extensive, human testing, non-target species testing, environmental impacts, longevity in the soil, et cetera, worker safety, et cetera. So just because something is effective doesn't mean it get registered. And then further, those products, all products go under a mandatory, I think it's like 8 or 10-year cycle review of reviewing any updated scientific research that's available to them at that time. And as I mentioned, the neonicotinoid class is undergoing that process right now with the results expected out later this year.
So what do you anticipate? I mean, get your crystal ball out. What do you anticipate the EPA saying here that?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. They don't show their cards.
yeah,
I know
that's the
that
problem.
in our conversations with some of the chemical companies that produce these crop protection products, they are hard at work developing, just as the neonicotinoid class was developed in response to the need for safer products than the older chemicals that agricultural producers had been using. Those companies are in the process of working hard towards developing even newer chemistry that will have, even less impact on the environment. Obviously, it's got to be effective or it's not going anywhere. But they're constantly developing new products as well to address all those concerns.
Thank you. And then my last question,
Mhm.
Mr. On OPAV. So you know that the Department of Agriculture is not a big fan of the bill as written. They like the Vermont model, yada, yada. Would you be able to, after this public hearing, be willing to sit with DOAG to see what they have to say? I personally would like to see us do something this year. Whether or not it has any funding, well, most likely not funding, but at least create the structure of the process. So I'm asking, if you'd be willing to do that.
Yes, I think I can speak for our executive director here. We work very closely with Commissioner Herbert. We would be more than happy to sit down with him. The OPAV, proposal has a lot of good merits. I know there are some, the mechanics of it. There's some concerns about how that would work and all that, but I'll let my executive director, Joan, expand on that if she'd like.
Sure. Absolutely. We welcome sitting at the table and discussing the OPAV. I will tell you, I sit on the Farmland Preservation Advisory Board and, have been in all these meetings to discuss OPAV over the last couple of years. There is a sense of urgency that we look at as many tools as possible to protect our working farmland and those farmland that have easements on it. There is a growing concern that these protected farms, while the intent of the program does what it does, which is to protect our farmland soils, are starting to be purchased by non-farmers and at pretty high rates. And so we're concerned that's going to continue, that trend is not going to stop. And the sooner that we can put some tools in place to protect this land and make it available for our farmers, which was the intent in the first place, I think that the better off the state of Connecticut will be.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I seeing no other questions. I have one quick question, the same question asked Attorney Johnson from the Natural Resource Defense. Use of neonics, do you see it, has it been increasing? Is it decreasing? So, yeah, especially since we moved it to restricted use. But in the industry right now, are people using it more or less? And the follow-up question is obviously the use on things like golf courses, which many of us see as ornamental, and there's golf courses around the world that aren't using neonics. They seem to be surviving just fine. Please comment on that.
Sure. Well, certainly when it was available to the general public through consumer products, it was much more widely used. I mean, the number of pounds of active ingredient was off the charts compared to what it is today. With the current situation where it's limited to licensed applicators, whether that's a nursery or greenhouse, or as you mentioned, a lawn care professional or a turf manager, the total number of pounds of active ingredient, I can't.
If you don't know, you know.
I don't know that figure. It's got to be obviously a fraction of what it was prior to when that restriction was imposed. The cost of production and the efficacy of the product are the two of the factors, along with the safety for workers, the safety for the environment and so forth, are all those things that a producer would take into consideration. And that's why we're certainly looking forward to and open to the opportunity to, investigate the use of other products as they are developed. But right now, there are only so many products, and the presence of the insect, or, in this case, it's an insecticide, the presence of a pest doesn't change. It doesn't go away. And so if further restrictions are imposed, then, consumers will ask, in this case, their lawn care professional to use whatever it takes. So it's going to mean they're going to resort to other compounds that have more damaging effects on pollinators and water sources and so forth. So,
All right, thank you. Any questions? Rep. Dubitsky remotely.
Oops, hold on one second. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Farm Bureau folks, for coming in. I got a question for you about biosolids. Can you tell me what the how is it used in Connecticut? I know that it isn't really produced here, but my understanding is that it is still imported and still used. Do you have any information on how much it's used, where it's used, what it's used for?
well, I know certainly, Representative Dubisky, the municipal solid waste were being brought into Connecticut in fairly significant quantities back prior to the the revelation that PFAS was almost certainty a product, a component of that product. I don't know exactly now how many farmers are applying those that to their field. I think there was a real big strong. Everybody put the foot on the brake when it was realized that most of that municipal solid waste contained PFAS. And looking at the situations that developed up in Maine, down in Mexico and other states, I got to believe there's very little coming in. But I would defer to Joe Nichols to see if she has any insight in that.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, Representative Dubitsky, there's hardly any of it, if at all, coming into the state anymore. But we would have to get back to you if you wanted specific information and data.
Yeah, when we were all sort of in the dark on this, and it had no understanding that there was PFAS in there, it was being promoted by our Department of Agriculture. It was being promoted by a lot of folks as a useful soil amendment and also a productive way to ultimately get rid of that product.
Okay, I have been asked by at least one county farm bureau over the years to try to have biosolids, municipal sludge, removed from the list of acceptable soil amendments. What would your feeling be on that if I had put it in an amendment on the existing PFAS bill to add that provision?
I think Farm Bureau would support that. I mean, obviously, we'd like to see the final language of it, but in concept, I think that we would not have a problem with that. If down the roads that product can be certifiably cleaned up, and but I don't see that happening. But if that were to happen, and they could effectively either remove the PFAS that might be in there, or prevent it from getting in there in the first place, then we'd be looking at making a change to that. But right now, I think that would be an acceptable amendment.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. One other question on the butcher bill. Where do you see the bottleneck or the lack of availability with regard to animal slaughter? Is it the slaughter end or the cut and pack end?
Well,
Or both?
Yeah, we have it is a little bit of both. And it does, as was alluded to earlier in one of the speakers, it depends on where you're located.
Right.
It's only, practical to drive so far to have your animal processed or to go back again and pick up the meat after it's been processed. Again, Joan has been working on this issue. We have a livestock committee within our association of producers that are looking into this, along with some other professional help that they're bringing in as advisors. But Ms. Nichols has some information that I can let her share.
Sure. So,
Okay,
thank you, Representative Dubitsky. I've been with Farm Bureau for 14 years, and when I first walked into Farm Bureau, one of the things that they were talking about was the shortage and challenges of meat processing in our state and in our region. So if it was an easy problem to fix, I think we probably would have fixed it by now. It's a multi-pronged problem. There is just a shortage of processing facilities in our region in general. The other problem we have is that even if you were to build the facilities, we also have a shortage of individuals that want to go into the industry to be meat cutters. It's a skilled workforce that we need, and we're have an aging workforce in that area, so that's another problem. The other problem we have is that there's the seasonality of the demand on the processing facilities. A lot of animals, a lot of individuals want to get their animals in between, in the fall. And so what happens is it's not a steady supply of work for the processing facilities. And so therefore, that's another challenge, because there's times of the year when it's just the demand for the work drops off. And so it's a business model that's very difficult to work around. Our full-time livestock producers are actually looking at ways to change when they finish their animals off, so they're not bringing them in the fall when everybody else is. But we also have the challenge is that we have our full-time farmer livestock producers, but you also have a lot of people that'll raise 1 or 2 animals on their own. And so they're the ones that tend to flood the processing facilities in the fall. But our full-time producers have tried to pretty much work around that. So the short answer is it is not an easy solution, and the cost to build a USDA processing facility is somewhere in the $5 million range. So it is not a cheap investment. And then you also have the challenge of local zoning and trying to locate a new state-of-the-art processing facility in any town in the state of Connecticut could pose a zoning issue. So it's a very complicated issue.
okay, well, I appreciate that. We've been speaking a lot about USDA inspected facilities, and as I'm sure you know, there are also uninspected facilities that operate under a different set of rules. And quite a few farmers around the state use those facilities. I just want to make sure that when we are talking about ensuring that farmers have availability of processing, that we don't forget these other facilities that are around, and we may need to do something to make sure that they stay around, because without them, the demand on the inspected facilities would increase astronomically. Now, are you planning on being involved in, I believe there's a group or a task force or something that's going to be put together to talk about this stuff? I assume Farm Bureau would be interested in being part of that.
We would certainly want to be at the table and part of that discussion. Definitely. That's a big concern for many of our members. So yes, I'm not sure which group you're referring to, but yes, we would definitely want to be there and part of that.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Hey, one more question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, thanks for being here. Just a quick question. We heard some testimony before that there was a regulation with DPH that was causing some of the challenge around the cutters and the butchers. Are you familiar with the role DPH plays in that and licenses? Maybe I can talk to you later about that. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm not familiar of, obviously Department of Public Health is involved in that, Consumer Protection involved in the meat, you know, so it's a very complex issue with a lot of hands in the pot. But the specific issue that you're referring to, I'm not familiar with, but I'd be happy to have a discussion with you.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Before moving to the next person, you're all set.
Thank you.
Just got to remind everyone in the waiting room that you have to accept your invitation before you're in a position where we can let you speak. So just keep your eyes out when it's your time to speak. You'll probably get an invitation from the clerk so you can come in and speak. Anything else I'm supposed to say?
No, that's good.
All right. Alan Cavagnaro. Going once, Alan, twice. I don't see him. Walter Summers. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Gresco and Chairman Lopez. I'm Walter Summers. I'm a
Which one?
legislative. Oh, I'm sorry. The Connecticut Fire Marshal opposes House Bill 5230, excuse me, an act concerning smoke detectors in the solid waste stream as written. The proposed bill would make changes to the smoke alarm statutes for 1 and 2 family occupancies that have been worked on over the last 6 years with many stakeholders, including the Connecticut Realtors Association, the Connecticut Bar Association, and the Connecticut Home Builders Association. In particular, Section 1A and B goes against all this work. Our cooperative efforts, along with the Public Safety Committee, eliminated any dates and statutes for smoke alarms, which this bill includes. Both ionization and photoelectric smoke alarms are listed by Underwriters Laboratory and are perfectly acceptable early warning devices. The Connecticut Fire Marshal Association will not support the elimination of one type of smoke alarm choice for our residents until NFPA or UL make a change in their requirements. As discussed with members of this committee, a more progressive start would be to require only sealed 10-year battery-operated smoke alarms to be sold in Connecticut and transition away from 9-volt battery-operated smoke alarms. 15 states have already adopted this requirement. The advantage to this transition is to eliminate any annoying low battery chirping, removal of batteries by occupants, and lower cost over time to our residents. In reviewing smoke alarm laws, Vermont is the only state in the nation that require photoelectric smoke alarms exclusively. If the intent of the committee is to eliminate ionization smoke alarms, this process should be phased out over time and include the 10-year sealed smoke alarm requirement. The language should reflect this agreed time to stop the sale of ionization smoke alarms in Connecticut. The CFMA would like to continue to work with the committee, our industry partners, Connecticut Home Builders, the Bar Association, and the Realtors on language that can be supported in this session or next session. Thank you for my opportunity to testify and any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Gresco.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, no offense to anybody else, but this is the one I wanted to hear today. So
My 3 minutes up.
your 3 minutes are up, but we're still engaging. I did read your electronic testimony, and you kind of beat me to the punch there as far as sitting down and talking this out. But in no way do we want to undermine the work that you guys have done over the last few years. We just want to look for something more towards the end of life and management of the smoke detector, and not so much dictating which style or use. I don't have a problem doing that as long as everybody's on the same page while we do it.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I will expect a call from it. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much for waiting it
Thank
out. Armand Pereira. Followed by Katie D. Giantonio.
She's online.
Hello.
One last call for Armand, just in case. I don't see him, hear him. Katie, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Katie. I'm speaking to you today as a research scientist, a mother, an environmentalist, and I'm very happy to be here and provide testimony on a few bills. First, House Bill 5354 in support of that, support of Senate Bill 191, and most significantly, House Bill 5004. So for 5354, I would much rather feed a tree in my afterlife than a non-living gravestone. I don't think others' religious beliefs should be interfering with that. And my choice of bodily legacy. That's all I have to say about that. And then for Senate Bill 191, I have a lot of experience in diverting food waste. For 2 years, I was chair of Sustainable Essex, which is a committee in Essex, Connecticut, supported by Sustainable CT. And over those 2 years, we spent about 90% of our efforts promoting food waste prevention and diversion from the waste stream. We enacted food scrap collection by Blue Earth at the town transfer station, one restaurant in town, and most impactfully at all Region 4 schools in collaboration with Deep River and Chester. We funded our efforts based on the tax on small liquor bottles that was enacted a few years ago, a community fundraiser, and that fundraiser was matched with funds from Sustainable CT. And the reason that worked is because Essex is a very unique town with a very supportive municipal government that is willing to take that small liquor bottle tax and divert it to, reducing waste. And also we have extremely generous donors. However, I just moved to Killingworth, and replicating that town or that plan in this town is going to be a much different battle, mostly because we have a lack of liquor stores, which is insane. I'm not going to support adding more liquor stores just to divert food from the waste stream. So therefore, I'm very supportive of Bill 191, but ask that there be some funding mechanism for towns that have exhausted all options that are on the table for funding those programs. Finally, I wanted to add my support as an environmentalist to House Bill 5004. As I mentioned in my written testimony, I've worked with a lot of grassroots volunteers in Essex, Killingworth, and my place of work in New Haven at a biotech company. We've promoted climate-friendly practices, reuse and repair of household items, clothing, food waste diversion, like I said, sustainable lawn care. We're busy working on the ground, changing hearts and minds to get individuals to think twice about their footprint. However, there's only so much that individuals can do to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. Saving a lamp from the landfill and composting pumpkins is a drop in the bucket compared to the emissions of industries, towns, and the transportation sector. At work, I'm a research scientist at a small pharma company in New Haven.
Your 3 minutes have expired. Could you please summarize?
Yes, sorry. Anyway, we need jobs that are tech involved to promote the climate change mitigation. And I urge you to support this bill. It's an investment in our future, and I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Any questions? Representative Palm?
Not a question, Mr. Chair. Just a quick thank you, Katie, to the wonderful work that you and the sustainability people have been doing in Essex and Chester and Deep River. And I'm so proud of all that you've done. And I'm sorry you moved to Killingworth.
Lots of work to do there. Thanks.
Seeing no further questions, I think I'd like to be a tree too when I die. So tomatoes, just as good. Timothy O'Connor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Chairman and distinguished members of the Environment Committee, for allowing me to speak on behalf of Senate Bill 191. I'm Tim O'Connor, citizen of Bridgeport, Connecticut, certified master composter, and executive director of Park City Compost Initiative. We promote and train industry members or community members in aerobic composting to drive engagement, support, and local expertise. And we operate a pilot community composting operation in Bridgeport while working with the city and DEEP to secure and permit a site for a larger scale, more impactful operation. I want to endorse the important step forwards that 191 is taking on recovery, reclassifying food scraps as recyclable item, and mandating moving toward full diversion of food scraps from the solid waste stream. However, I would like to suggest a few points for your consideration. First, the reporting policy in section 22A-226D. It is critical to tracking scale and progress at getting food scraps out of the incinerator waste stream and where it causes noxious and asthmatic producing emissions, as well as increasing the operating costs for burning the food scraps and for pollution control for the incinerators. Therefore, it's important that all food scrap generators above the reporting threshold report recovered, recycled, and non-recycled food scraps where for some reason it isn't. Because we need to know what's slipping through for any reason and eventually lower that threshold from 1,000 pounds a week to any food scraps. Regarding section 22A-226E for edible food recovery, a consideration should be made in the policy to require relevant and visible posting like we have in almost every workplace around labor laws, to list the responsible individual at that location and the two recovery organizations with contact information and other relevant procedures. This would help ensure clarity of the process and ensure better compliance at the locations. For 22A-241B, section 2, for municipal programs to separate residential food scraps. Here. There needs also to be an earlier requirement for a plan to be submitted to DEEP for collaborative problem solving, planning, and best practice consultation. This will help force earlier recognition of the challenges and requirements being created, particularly any changes in operating procedures like pickup schedules, potentially impacting labor agreements. Next is missing from this bill is direction to DEEP to really proactively facilitate and enable development of low capital, low impact aerobic composting operations to handle the diverted food scraps. The advantage of an aerobic operation is it never has to go down. It doesn't have high capital costs. And it has very few, when done right, has very few negative.
Summarize.
Okay, negative impacts. There's also no mention of depackaging for the recycled commercial food scraps. And finally, missing is any recommendation that the legislature increase funding to DEEP to provide for the included changes as well as ensuring effective compliance with its intents. Any questions?
Thank you. Representative Gresco.
Tim, I don't see your testimony filed electronically. Can you?
I have the page open to do as soon as I'm done.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, just have to say thank you to Representative Veach for the special energy pills that she passed around, also known as cookies. All right, next we have on the list, Mike Noel.
Good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is now. Chairman Lopes, Chairman Gresco, members of the committee. Hi there, I'm Mike Noel. I am a director of public affairs at TOMRA. We are headquartered in Shelton, Connecticut. I'm a resident of Trumbull. And I'm here to testify here in opposition of SB 290, section 1 there, and in support of SB 191. So TOMRA, we provide a range of technology and services to power essentially the back end of Connecticut's container deposit return system or bottle bill. We actually operate in every major jurisdiction around the world that has such a collection and recycling program. So we have a good understanding of what works and what doesn't. I'm happy to share that the bottle bill modernization measures that this committee worked hard to pass a few years ago have started to take effect and make an impact. So the state has doubled the number of active return locations for the Connecticut public, just over 2 years, where people can redeem and recycle. Over 3,600 new products like juices and sports drinks are now eligible for a recycling refund. And most importantly, container recycling rates are starting to go up. Last year, at least 48 million more beverage cans and bottles were redeemed than the year prior. However, we're not out of the woods yet. We have merely stopped the decline and have climbed back to where we were just a few years ago. And unfortunately, SB 290 will not help. The bill would allow producers to simply label their containers with CTRV instead of CT 10 cents. So how many of us can honestly say, if they looked at the back of a can or bottle that they saw the letters CTRV, that they or their family members would know what that means? There we go. Us in this room have been hearing about it. It's important because Connecticut consumers spend literally millions of dollars each year on container deposits. And the state has a fiduciary responsibility to make sure it's easy for them to get that money back. Beyond that, for the program to have its intended effect on reducing litter and increasing recycling, we need to know what's eligible for a refund. It's the most basic requirement of a deposit program. The term CTRV comes from a deep order that was originally designed to help producers save money by not having to change their labels twice, once to say 5 cents, second to say 10 cents. But the deposit has already gone up. We are already beyond that point, and there needs to be a balance between the program's costs and consumer rights. The legislature recognizes the program comes with costs like these. That's why the legislature also gave producers such a large share of the unredeemed deposits last year. So we recommend phasing out the option to use CTRV over time once the current inventory has been sold out. And in my final seconds here, I just want to say we lend our support to SB 191. That's a bill that would confirm that unauthorized redemption is in fact illegal and subject to penalties. Something we wholeheartedly support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Tamra for establishing a state-of-the-art redemption center in my district. So yeah, very much appreciated. My question to you is, I'd like to keep the CTRV because, you know, maybe next year we can get the bottle bill redemption up to a quarter. Yeah. No, I'm only kidding. This is it for a while. This is it for a while, but your testimony is duly noted, and we appreciate you sticking it out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Palm, followed by Representative Hughes.
Thank you. That was great testimony. It was very clear. I just have one question, and it may not be possible to answer it. Is there any way to quantify how long it will take to run and deplete stores?
That's a good question for a retailer or a beverage producer, to be honest. That we were thinking sometime around like next May 2025 would be a more than reasonable time to run out the current inventory.
So they would still have a year.
Exactly.
Okay,
And,
thanks.
and that's flexible. We're just thinking about the long-term health of the program. Let's like set an end date.
Yep, appreciate it.
Representative Brennan Hughes, followed by Representative Michinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has to do with the redemption end. And in the event that someone in Connecticut, customer goes to a shop and purchases a bottle, can, whatever, that the retailer got from out of state, okay? And then they go to redeem this, but, perhaps they're just redeeming a bottle or a can. They're not there looking at what state it's from.
Mm-hmm.
Are they then the one that would be in violation of this and fined and whatever?
Who's they in that question?
The person who purchases.
Not in that instance, because I believe you said the consumer doesn't know that it was
Correct,
purchased out
yeah.
of state, right? So I think this language, which was put together, I believe, by the beer industry, which we're very grateful for the stakeholder dialogue that they created, so we could have an opportunity to weigh in. I believe the language says something like any person who redeems a container or has reason to know the container was purchased in another state is liable. So in that case, a normal consumer who goes into a store, buys a container that happened to be you're saying the retailer purchased it in another state?
Yes, the retailer is selling this item that they purchased perhaps in New York, okay, but the retailer resides in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And the person who is a customer has no idea. I mean, they're just buying a can of soda or a bottle of water.
Right.
They're not there, turning it over to see where it's from before they purchase it.
Right. Yeah, I understand. The consumer would not be liable in that instance because they had no reason to know that it was.
Okay.
bought
Thank
from
you.
another state.
Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, congratulations on your new plan in Gresco's district. I went down and visited it and it's really impressive.
Great, thank you.
I'm trying to get convinced, I'm not convinced that we have to keep doing this CTRV. Supposedly this was a temporary thing. We needed time to get the old inventory done. It's still hanging around and we have a penalty bill on the agenda to curb the overboarder issue. Why do we also have to do this, which is confusing to the public? The public clearly doesn't understand what this means and they throw the containers in the trash. They're not saving them for the 10-cent deposit. So why do we have to put up with this again?
We don't. So the bill could simply strike this paragraph in the bill which references CTRV. What that would do is it would revert it to the current situation, which is a deep order, which at least temporarily allows producers to label containers simply with CTRV, and then it would be up to deep when they want to voluntarily rescind that order. That's fine. You know, we leave it to deep to manage the program and look over it, but we do share your concerns that it's confusing for the public. In my written testimony, I provide pictures of a couple different labels and it is indeed confusing. And so you could either just simply strike the aspect in the bill and we could go back to the situation where deep is in control, or the legislature could provide some guidance and say CTRV is allowed as a label option until say May 2025 or some sunset date.
Why can't we do CTRV 10 cents?
CTRV 10 cents might work, but I would highly recommend a space between the T and the R in that situation, because you'll see some of the labels, they'll say CTRV and they're over on the 5-cent side of the container. So CTRV 10 cents doesn't work. CT space RV 10 cents, I suppose you could say that works. But isn't it just easier just to say CT 10 cents? Why do we need RV at all?
Of course. I don't even know why this bill is here, but well, it's a combination bill. Excuse me. There's several things in this one bill, so that's why it's here, but yeah, I'm trying to see if we really have a problem here or it's just somebody stalling. But thank you for your comments and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, thanks for being here. Thank you for your comments on Section 1 of Senate Bill 290. I'll leave it at that for now. Real quick, since this is your business, is it possible to manufacture a reverse vending machine that takes nip bottles?
I've asked the same question to our CEO and she says it should be possible. So I'm putting it up the flagpole, so to speak, to try and get us to do that. But as of now, there is no commercially available RVM that accepts nips.
But it's not impossible to do.
I mean, it's theoretically possible by us or someone else.
Okay. Since you mentioned the moon, we can put a man on the moon, but we can't do a nip bottle machine. I don't understand. I really don't.
It's also it doesn't need to be held up by, you know, a reverse vending machine. I mean, Maine, for example, if we're going down this road, Maine has included small liquor nip bottles in their bottle bill. They just accept them manually.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, we hear that one of the reasons for CTRV is to not let people from out of state come in and deposit here. And as Rep. Mushinski mentioned, we've got another bill on the agenda. If we don't have CTRV on there, just remind me what else could happen to keep folks from doing the cross line deposit. It's been a while since I was in the details on this.
I'm sorry, I haven't heard that argument before. What someone's saying that if there's a CTRV on a container, somehow that stops someone from redeeming it from out of state?
Is that that's what I've heard.
Okay, all right.
So without that, is there a way to know if it's an out-of-state bottle? right? If it doesn't say CTRV, then it's an out-of-state bottle. Is there a way to know otherwise? I
Well,
guess that's a question.
traditionally, the
Thank you.
label on deposit containers was designed to mostly for the consumer in the state where the deposit law is, where it's eligible for redemption. So it says, hey, at least a Connecticut consumer can redeem this. Distributors sell in multiple states, so they just stamp it on the states where they sell, and it's easier. The most effective way to prevent cross-border redemption is for distributors to use what's known as an add-on barcode, and then to provide that barcode to any RVM administrator and redemption provider in the state. An RVM will not accept a container that doesn't match the barcode that the producer gave to the RVM provider. So if they use an add-on barcode in Connecticut and they don't use it in Mass or Rhode Island or elsewhere, it will reject all of those out-of-state containers. That comes at a cost. We recognize that, but that is the most effective way to do it, and it's how it's handled in Europe and elsewhere.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Representative Dillon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and it's great to see you. I had the same question as Representative D'Amico about the NIPS because they're a pressing issue on many levels. I represent the city that has the largest number of NIPS sold in Connecticut, which of course is a point indicator of alcohol consumption. So I'll just leave that there. But I wonder, because your exchange with the representative was verbal, whether you could provide the committee with a one-pager on your understanding of the state of the NIPS or on what's going on in Maine.
Absolutely. Sure. I'd be happy to describe how Maine handles NIPS in their bottle bill.
Yeah, this is not going to go away. They're everywhere. But thank you very much, and it's great to see you.
Sure. Thank you.
I think you're off the hook, sir. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to announce at this point, there is food available in room 2600, which is over by the Appropriations Committee, opposite side of the building. And we're going to circle back to Alan Cavagnaro, who I believe is on. Alan? Oh, you're here.
Hi, thank you for having me. I had to step away earlier, so I apologize about that. Good evening to the distinguished members of the Joint Committee for Environment. My name is Alan Cavagnaro. I am a currently enrolled full-time student at the University of Connecticut, as well as a Planning and Zoning Commissioner from the town of South Windsor, which is a position I've held for almost 3 years now. Today, I'm representing myself as an individual and speaking in favor of House Bill 5004 with one slight adjustment. Despite what you may or may not have heard today, pseudoscience is not real science. Climate change is real and poses a real threat as it impacts all of us, including the next generation of families and students. This bill allows additional incentivized development of clean energy projects. It also sets new and improved standards for GHG emissions for state entities, which also includes the ambitious but possible goal of net zero emissions by 2050. I would like to address a specific area in the language that has a direct impact on the work I do at the municipal level and discuss its advantages. Section 18 mentions the aspect of requiring municipal plans of conservations, known as POCDs, to evaluate environmental sustainability and climate resiliency in their final plans. These are necessary first steps to ensure the preservation of protected open space, but it also allows the planning of future expected development and setting land use regulations that will let the commission zone for what they are anticipating in regard to their POCD and further preservation goals. I do have one small technical concern with that, with this section. Section 18, the set effective date is July 1st, 2024. It may be too soon for commissions to act upon. The planning process for a POCD ranges from 18 to 24 months, with a few months of public input included as well. Some municipalities currently may be in the process of finalizing their plan and may not have the proper time dedicated to follow through with including these climate resiliency plans in their final plans. I know in South Windsor, for example, we are anticipating voting on our POCD in just a few months, and our goal is July 1st to try to get it done. While I'm confident that the majority of the towns in Connecticut already include these ideals, it's possible that some of them don't, and I just wanted to mark this down for the record. I have called Connecticut home for all of my life. I love the Nutmeg State and what we stand for, and it is why I took time out of my day to testify for this proposal. We are drastically behind where we should be with environmental targets and encouraging the right kind of sustainable development for clean energy and net zero emissions. We are surrounded by neighboring states who have taken these concerns to heart and enacted state-of-the-art policy that actually institutes accountability and palatable standards for agencies and the private sector to hit. If we fail to address the nearing consequences of climate change soon, we run the risk of putting future generations in jeopardy for their future, for our future as well. Today, I ask for your support of House Bill 5004 so we can achieve well overdue common sense climate change reform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I lost you already.
Alan.
Alan Cavagnaro. All right. What year are you at UConn?
I'm a class of 25.
So next year. All right. So you're here testifying on a bill as a UConn student. And my two kids who are UConn seniors are up in Verlin roller skating at Roll. All right, Representative Paul, go ahead.
Alan, thank you so very much for being here. Your testimony was fantastic. Would you like to suggest a date? I think your point is well taken, and extending dates is something that's pretty easy to do, and we're trying to get as many good ideas blended into this bill as possible. So not to put you on the spot, but did you have a thought about when would be a realistic date for that POCD?
Yeah, of course. And I'll expand upon what I mean by that. I think a possible date would be October 1st, 2024, a couple of extra months. I come from the background of when we started this process almost 2 years ago, it was 3 months of trying to find the right consultant for the POCD. Then once we found the consultant, it was then almost a 2-year process of special meetings and then in preparation for public hearings. And so I'm taking it from the background of there's a chance that some consultants may just want to get this done, because I know that a lot of them work with multiple towns on POCDs rather than just one. And so with that, I would not want to see a bad faith effort of them trying to scramble in some language so they comply with this. Give them a couple months to actually have a couple additional special meetings so they not only comply with this, but they make a good faith effort to include these steps and plans into the POCD.
Great. I think that's very sensible. Thank you. And lace up those roller skates tight. Now it's time to.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much. Keep up the good work. Molly Connors.
Hi, I'm here online. Can you see me and hear me?
Yep.
All right. So thank you. I appreciate for the record, my name is Molly Connors. I represent the New England Power Generators Association, or NEPCA. We've submitted written testimony, so I would refer the committee to that. For background, NEPCA is the trade association that represents the majority of the competitive power generating companies throughout New England. In the region, our members employ more than 4,000 people and are responsible for the vast majority of the region's electric generating capabilities. Specific to Connecticut, our members employ more than 1,200 people and own and operate about 8,000 megawatts of generating capacity. That's about, and a quarter of that is carbon free. I'm here to testify specific to HB 5004. We support the goals of that bill. We support the state's efforts to address the challenges of climate change in a cost competitive and reliable manner. And it's worth noting that since 1990, New England's electric generation sector has led the region in carbon reductions. Since 1990, we've actually reduced carbon emissions from the electric generation sector by almost 60%. In that same time period, emissions related to transportation have increased, and those related to building heating and cooling have only modestly declined. And it's for that reason that we really applaud Connecticut's focus on the entire economy, especially transportation and building heating and cooling when it comes to carbon reductions. We want to note that there is one section of HB 5004 that we think will actually work at odds with the goals of the bill. As written, Section 7 would inadvertently undermine Connecticut's overall decarbonization goals because we believe it would incentivize the premature and inefficient retirement of power plants that the region relies on for the reliable operation of the grid. And while it might seem on its face at first that retiring any fossil fuel plant would be a good idea for emissions reductions, this actually has we think the inadvertent, retiring one early prematurely would have the effect of undermining the broader push for electrification, because that could have negative impacts in terms of cost and reliability. Put simply, if a needed or necessary, especially efficient fossil fuel unit retires before sufficient cleaner energy comes online, the people and businesses of Connecticut will find themselves paying more money for less reliability with no meaningful reductions in emissions. And we know that for economy-wide decarbonization, families and businesses need to have the confidence that they can rely on and afford their electricity. And this is a really important point that at NEPCO we worry gets lost in the conversation around the understandable push for clean energy. None of this is going to work without reliability. And simply put, retiring prematurely an efficient fossil fuel unit in Connecticut may mean inadvertently prolonging the life of a more expensive or higher polluting power plant in another state. And those are not good for the environment or for the economy. I also want to flag one thing, which is that in its written testimony, Connecticut Deep said it also has concerns regarding Section 7. And their suggestion is to resurrect language from a bill that was introduced last year. I want to flag now that we had significant concerns regarding that particular language as well. And
Just
we're happy
wrap
to
up, Molly,
follow.
because your
Yep.
time's gonna come and do.
Yep. And I'm happy to answer any questions for the committee. How's that?
Perfect. Any questions for Ms.
Molly?
If you had any wrap up, if you want to finish that last thing you were saying, go ahead.
Well, we do support it's very hard to do decarbonization, and we're sympathetic to that. We support a carbon price throughout the economy. We think that would be the most efficient and cost-effective way to go forward. We recognize that it is a politically very challenging thing to do.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, so we can move on to Peter Brown. It's listed as in person. I don't see him, so we can go to Will O'Mara. Mr. O'Mara, you need to accept the invitation. All right, we'll circle back to him if we can. Carrie Lynch. Who also needs to accept the invitation. I see Erica Schaefer.
She needs to accept. They were all in the waiting room.
Oh, I see a Carrie Lynch. One came through. Carrie, if you can start, go ahead.
Sorry, hello, good evening. Thank you, Co-Chair Senator Lopes and Representative Gresco, Vice Chairs, ranking members, and honorable members of the Environment Committee for this opportunity to testify today. I'm Carrie Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager for the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. Today, I would like to show our support for three bills: House Bill 5229, 5355, and Senate Bill 192. First, we support HB 5229. This bill would create a seagrass coordinator who would work with DEEP and the Department of Agriculture to implement multiple recommendations of the eelgrass working group. We applaud the efforts of this group and the report produced in February 2024. This bill is based on their legislative recommendations, and we support these actions. Prior to the report, the Long Island Sound study had established a goal of eelgrass extent in Long Island Sound of over 4,000 acres by 2035. Based on more recent surveys and reports, we need to more than double the current extent. Progress in achieving the 2035 goal is well behind schedule. So we support this bill and its efforts to get back on track in expanding eelgrass extent and providing numerous ecological and socioeconomic benefits. We support HB 5355. The effects of climate change on Connecticut's freshwater resources like the Upper Farmington River are many. Changing precipitation patterns, intense rainfall, extreme storms, higher temperatures. These all put people and natural systems at risk. The Nature Conservancy supports the efforts to study and improve long-term management in the Upper Farmington to ensure both human and ecological needs are met by balancing human uses, including recreation, irrigation, and other supply needs with public safety. We promote efforts to increase the ecological resilience of fish, wildlife, and biota that rely upon the availability of water to sustain healthy, natural, reliable, and adequate water supply. Our testimony speaks to the intent, not the content of the bill that's currently linked to 5355. And then finally, we support SB 192. The Nature Conservancy supports efforts to improve dam safety and river restoration for human and environmental health. This bill will enhance deep dam safety program to swiftly address concerns regarding dam owners that fail to inspect and repair dams by strengthening regulatory oversight, enhancing emergency response capabilities, and imposing penalties for non-compliance. This bill will help to prevent disasters, protect ecosystems, and safeguard the health and well-being of our communities. Also, as a logical solution to addressing dam safety concerns, we believe that language should be added to this bill to promote dam removal and potential river restoration where appropriate. TNC believes that restoring free-flowing rivers builds community resilience, provides a clear and unobstructed path for fish, especially during important migratory periods, allows native flora and fauna to thrive, improves local ecosystems, and much more. To that end, we support the suggested amended language given by the Long Island Sound River Restoration Network letter. And with that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today in support of these bills.
Perfect timing, Ms. Lynch, perfect timing. Any questions? I am not seeing any. Thank you very much. I think, I know I see Erica Schaefer, but is Peter Brown on? Or if you hear us, supposedly there's an invitation you need to accept. And I see Will O'Mara. Will O'Mara followed by Erica Schaefer.
Thank you, and sorry for the technical difficulty a moment ago. Co-Chair Senator Lopes and Representative Gresco and esteemed members of the Environment Committee, thanks so much for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of HB 5228, an act concerning the purchase of certain lands at agricultural value. My name is Will O'Meara, and along with my fiance Jill, I own and operate Hungry Reaper Farm in Morris, Connecticut, where we cultivate 8 acres of vegetables and manage an additional 106 acres on 2 leased parcels. I've been farming in Connecticut since 2011 and started our farm in 2020. Though we've been successful by many measures, the biggest challenge we've faced in our career to date has been having secure access to land to farm and grow our business. In our first 3 years, we moved the farm 3 times due to insecure leases, the COVID real estate boom, and inadequate land and infrastructure to expand. In the end, we turned to a private farmland investment firm to purchase land on our behalf and execute a long-term lease with a purchase option. We're currently working with them to place the land in an agricultural conservation easement to help make the purchase of the farm more affordable. We believe that land ownership by farmers is a crucial factor in having the collateral needed to finance improvements and make environmentally sound decisions regarding land management and climate-smart agricultural practices. This bill would enable the use of OPAV, a farmland preservation tool that is a voluntary agreement which gives farmer landowners an incentive to sell their farm to the next generation of farmers while strengthening existing conservation easements by restricting the sale to qualified farmers and family members. Although we have one of the oldest farmland protection programs in the country and have made some great strides in that area, the program as it's currently structured lacks the teeth to keep land in active agricultural production as these properties are sold to non-farmers. OPAVs have been successfully used by our neighbors in the region and significantly improve the return on investment of state funds by ensuring that not only the current generation of farmers benefits from farmland preservation, but also every successive generation of farmers to come. The top challenge that young farmers face nationally and in the state of Connecticut is affordable farmland, and we have some of the most expensive land in the country at an average of $14,200 per acre. I do think it's important to note that this isn't just a young farmer issue. I'm honored to serve as the chair of the state's Farmland Preservation Advisory Board, and over the past several years, we've built consensus on the importance of this tool with a group of some of the most thoughtful and dedicated leaders that Connecticut agriculture has to offer, including representatives from some of the largest dairy farms in the state, an agritourism and conservation pioneer, members of several major farmer advocacy organizations, and several young first-generation farmers like myself. In 2023, we wrote a letter from that board to Commissioner Hurlburt recommending the department work to implement this important tool to create affordable and long-lasting access to land for Connecticut farmers, which can also work towards the goals outlined in the department's DEI report to increase farmland access opportunities for Black, Indigenous, and other people of color who are farmers.
Okay. Are you wrapping up? Your time's
Yeah,
up.
this is my last point. OPAV is one of the rare legislative priorities that has nearly unanimous support from every corner of Connecticut agriculture, And as such, we have an urgent opportunity and need to strengthen our state's farmland preservation program to build the agricultural future that our state and its farmers deserve. The ability to purchase a property with OPAV would have significantly improved our likelihood of purchasing land earlier in our farming career and may still make the difference between being able to afford the purchase of our farm or not. I urge you to support this bill and future efforts to make farmland more affordable for generations of farmers to come, and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. O'Mara? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your patience. Still waiting on a Peter Brown. We seem to have some sort of technical issue with him, so we'll move to Erica Schaefer.
Hello.
Hello, please proceed.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman, honorable members of the Environment Committee. On behalf of Kidde, one of the world's largest manufacturers of fire safety products and the most installed fire safety brand in the world, I am asking that House Bill 5230, the bill that requires the installation of photoelectric only type alarms, to be amended before it advances. This legislation is meant to address environmental concerns with the disposal of ionization smoke alarms. The better option to address environmental concerns would be to echo the State Fire Marshal's Office concerns to restrict the sale of non-long-term sealed, tamper-resistant battery-powered smoke alarms. In doing so, you would reduce product and packaging waste by eliminating the need for the twice-a-year battery replacement, the life of the alarm, which is approximately 10 years, making the product much more environmentally friendly. And most importantly, these products are also the safer option. Smoke alarms equipped with the sealed long-term batteries, they prevent tampering, they save lives. These devices also eliminate the potential for human error during battery installation, or when you get that nuisance alarm and you knock the batteries out and don't ever replace them. To also echo the State Fire Marshal, Connecticut's not going to be the first state to take this step. About a fourth of the country has varying degrees of requirements for this. Making this amendment would have a very meaningful impact on the citizens of Connecticut. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for being succinct. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We may circle back to you or at a later date. I think we can go to Peter Brown now.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lopes, Chairman Gresco. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties earlier. Good afternoon again, Chairman, ranking members, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Peter Brown. I live in Stamford. I'm a 26-year veteran with the Norwalk Fire Department, where I hold the rank of lieutenant. And I currently serve as the president of the Uniformed Professional Firefighters of Connecticut, which represents nearly 4,000 career firefighters in our state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 292, an act concerning the use of PFAS in certain products, and hope the committee will consider including firefighter turnout gear as part of this important legislation. Firefighting has always been a dangerous profession. Firefighters routinely risk their lives in order to protect the communities they serve. Over the past decade, our firefighters have seen a dramatic rise in the rates of occupational cancer. Cancer has become the #1 killer of firefighters and now accounts for nearly 75% of our annual line of duty deaths, including 3 brave firefighters from Connecticut last year. Due to occupational exposure to carcinogens, including PFAS chemicals in their protective gear, firefighters are far more likely to develop cancer than the average person. In order to operate inside of a fire or other hazardous environments, firefighters wear personal protective equipment called turnout gear. That turnout gear consists of a bunker coat, bunker pants, which contain an outer shell, thermal, and moisture barrier to insulate a firefighter from heat, smoke, and flame. For several years now, turnout gear has been heavily treated with PFAS chemicals in order to provide a layer of moisture resistance and repel water and other liquids. Also, due to the duration and frequency which firefighters must wear that personal protective equipment, we really feel strongly that turnout gear should be classified as regular apparel, and manufacturers should be required to disclose the information required under this bill. This will assure fire departments can provide their firefighters with a complete and accurate reporting of the deadly carcinogens which they will be exposed to during their shift. Also, by banning the sale of turnout gear that contains PFAS chemicals after a future date, we can give those manufacturers ample time to develop the next generation of PPE, which will keep our firefighters safe while removing these dangerous chemicals and will not put any additional cost burdens on municipalities or fire departments. In closing, I want to say we're greatly appreciative of the work this committee has done to address the PFAS problem, and we strongly support SB 292. We only humbly ask for an amendment to include our firefighter PPE so that the next generation of firefighters can remain cancer-free. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Peter, for your testimony. And when last we discussed this, there was an ongoing effort at the federal level to address this. Can you give us an update on how that is going?
Thank you, Representative. Yes, we were actually down in Washington, D.C. this week with firefighters from all over the country. There is legislation proposed at the federal level. As of right now, I believe the current form does not call for a ban of the use of PFAS in turnout gear. What the most recent legislation calls for is the creation of a grant program, which manufacturers can apply for, and they can apply that money to R&D to help expedite the process of creating that next generation turnout gear. So there are several other states that have taken action similar to what this committee is considering here. I think the disclosure requirement is a really important first step. You know, our departments they're aware of the problem, obviously, but they don't know exactly what's in that gear or what it contains and to what levels. But also we think that a future date of adding that full ban is reasonable and definitely will help our firefighters.
So you're helping me segue into my next question, is that if this committee passes the bill and then it becomes law in the state of Connecticut, and you can't have your turnout gear have any PFAS in it, what are you going to use in your job if there's no alternative created yet?
Thank you again for that question. I think that's a very important point. So my understanding of the way this current legislation reads is that the ban would be on the future sale of turnout gear which contains PFAS. Currently today, there is, we'll call it Generation 1 PFAS-free turnout gear that's available. I think at this time that gear is probably not ready for all fire departments to purchase it. It's probably not the safest gear that's on the market. We don't know how it's going to hold up. It's going to go through several rounds of testing and improvement. But we think by setting a future date that by the time Generation 2, 3, and 4 come out, at some point that gear is going to catch up with the safety standards needed to protect our firefighters. And as departments purchase new gear to replace gear that's coming out of service, they'll be able to slowly introduce the PFAS free, which will over a course of time completely replace the turnout stock.
So thank you, Peter. My next question is, well, I answered my own question. So my last question is, how is this who's gonna pay for this?
Thanks again for that. And I think that kind of going back to my previous answer, the way turnout gear works now, turnout gear has a shelf life. Once it goes into service, it lasts about 10 years. And currently, because of the PFAS problem and cancer contamination, most departments are issuing 2 sets of gears. So what happens is departments will stagger the purchase of that gear. So I may get my first set today. 5 years from now, I will get my second set, and then I'll utilize both sets and replace it on that 5-year increment level. So by setting a future date and allowing departments to just include that PFAS-free gear in their normal purchasing process after a certain date, they're gonna replace that gear on the regular schedule that they're following now, and it really won't add any cost impact to the department. It's just going to be part of the regular replacement process they're following currently.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Representative Michelle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Just to follow up on my good chair's questions, you said that there would be a certain amount of time for the right amount of turnout gear to be available. So what would you consider that amount of time to be?
Thank you, Representative. Good to hear from you. Yeah, so like I said, I think the first generation of PFAS free is out there. And actually, your home department in Stanford is going to be receiving one of the first sets in this state of the PFAS free. And they're going to run it through a local testing in their department, in their own trainings, in their own training environment. So everyone is aware around the country of this PFAS problem and what it's doing to our firefighters. I really think the R&D process for these manufacturers is going to be moving very, very quickly. You know, I think you're going to see generation 2 is going to come out probably sometime maybe later on this year or early next year. And then you're going to see generations 3 and 4 coming shortly after. So I think there was some dates already included in this legislation for the sale of certain products. I think those dates are well in line with when this new turnout gear is going to become available. I also think there may be some mechanism where the DEEP commissioner has the ability to modify that if those products are not available. So I think that does provide kind of an off-ramp if we run into a problem where these things aren't readily available within that time frame.
It's phenomenal. Thank you for that answer. That's what I was looking for. And nice to see you and speak to you today. Thank you, Mr. Brown, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I believe we're all set. I don't see any further questions.
Thank you.
Our next person up, Peter Millman, followed by Sean Swearingen. I don't see Peter Millman, so Sean, please proceed.
Thank you, co-chairs and members of the committee for the time and opportunity to testify today. I'm Sean Swearingen, for the record, a director within the American Chemistry Council, testifying on behalf of our members. Although ACC supports the strong science-based regulation of chemicals, including PFAS substances, we respectfully oppose Senate Bill 292 as written, but look forward to continuing discussions with the bill sponsors and the committee. We've submitted written testimony and would urge the consideration of these following key points. As it relates to broad bans and fades outs of products with potentially out of PFAS, Minnesota recently passed a comparative bill, but only the state of Maine is in the midst of rulemaking for passing such a sweeping bill and has been struggling through the process since 2021. Maine has been trying to fix problems with the original law, with one legislative fix passed last year, and even yesterday debated 2 additional fixes in the committee, one of which from their Department of Environmental Protection. Another state considered legislation requiring reporting of products with potentially added PFAS, similar to Senate Bill 282, is California. It was subsequently vetoed by Governor Newsom in 2022, explaining that it may be, quote, premature because at the time US EPA was undergoing rulemaking requiring reporting of PFAS, and now TSCA 887 rule is now in place, and that the bill is estimated to cost, quote, millions of dollars that will result in higher taxes, fees to pay for the oversight resources. Further, PFAS is a broad family of chemistry that provides important benefits, enables a diverse range of products and sectors. Is included in electronics, semiconductors, automotive, aerospace, alternative energy, building and construction industries. They also have important supporting uses in other critical sectors like pharmaceuticals and agriculture. As discussed earlier today, all PFAS are not the same, and it's neither scientifically accurate or appropriate to group all PFAS chemistries together. This is a broad universe of chemistries, including liquids, gases, and solids. In no other area of science do we treat these the same, and it should be no different here. Senate Bill 292, as previously mentioned, is overly broad. Non-scientific approaches to PFAS will both undermine efforts to implement effective regulatory policies for PFAS and will have far-reaching negative consequences on the economy. As mentioned, they provide a vital role in everything from design automotives with lower emissions and improved safety, reliability, and fuel efficiency, manufacturing semiconductors, solar panels, and high-performance electronics. This legislation would undermine effective product design and in some cases even overall product safety and efficiency for a broad range of products. Again, we respectfully oppose 292 as written. Appreciate the opportunity to testify today and continue discussions with the bill sponsors.
Thank you, Mr. Swearengin. I see Representative Dubinsky with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Very much appreciate it. Very often the legislature tries to legislate in areas that we really don't know what we're talking about. When it comes to technical issues, that's very often the case. You mentioned that PFAS is a group of different chemicals, some liquid, some gaseous, some solid. Given that that's the case, is the bill as written even technically possible?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think technically it's hard to accurately regulate each specific type of compound without regard to toxicity and human contact. But with that, there are points within the legislation that we do agree with on some of the consumer-based applications, and we've seen that similar sections in other states. Whether it's labeling on turnout gear, as testified earlier, or labeling of cookware, eventual phase outs, in other places. But it's treating all PFAS the same. So I guess in the end, the short answer would be we know for technically attainable.
Okay. Have you submitted any written testimony with suggestions on how to make this bill better?
Yes, Representative, we did submit written testimony. I think we do have some suggestions within it, but happy to continue, further discussions on specific sections and areas for improvement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions, but if you could just make sure we have your email, I might be doing some follow-up questions for you.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. With Peter Millman, I don't see him anywhere. So we will go on to Chelsea Gazzillo.
Good evening, co-chairs Senator Lopes and Representative Gresco and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. My name is Chelsea Gazzillo and I'm the American Farmland Trust New England Policy Manager. I also lead the Working Lands Alliance, a broad-based statewide coalition dedicated to protecting farmland from development. I am testifying today in support of HB 5228, an act concerning the purchase of certain lands at agricultural value. WLA has been actively exploring the option to purchase at agricultural value, also known as OPAV, as a way to protect farmland from development and address farmland affordability since before my tenure with WLA, which was over 6 years ago. This provision is completely voluntary and will strengthen Connecticut's critical farmland preservation program. According to the most recent agricultural census between 2017 and 2022, the state of Connecticut lost 9,525 acres of farmland. During the same period, the Connecticut Department of Agriculture protected 4,370 acres. The point here is that we continue to lose farmland faster than we are protecting it. Despite the commendable efforts of the Connecticut Department of Agriculture, the state has some of the most expensive farmland in the country, as my colleague Will O'Mara mentioned. This is particularly important when the state has an aging farming population, with the average age of the state's producers being 59. In order to ensure the next generation of farmers has a chance to build viable agricultural businesses, they must first have access to affordable land. With the addition of an OPAV, well-capitalized home buyers or investors would be precluded from purchasing a farm property if they were a qualified farmer buyer. And the purchase price of the property would be limited to its agricultural value, which is typically less than what a non-farming buyer would pay. In both Massachusetts and Vermont, OPAVs have rarely been exercised, acting instead as an incentive for landowners to sell protected land to a family member or a farmer buyer who intends to keep the land in active agricultural use. To conclude, we hope Connecticut will join Vermont, Massachusetts, and New York by passing HB 5228 this session to both strengthen current farmland protection efforts and to promote affordable farmland opportunities for farmers. I encourage you to read our testimony and the testimony of American Farmland Trust, which will be posted tonight to learn more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. A good timing book, a bunch of people. Rep. Piscopo, followed by Rep. O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. I just scanned the bill again, and I'm just wondering who benefits most from this? Is it the large farmer with a lot of infrastructure, or is it a small, like hobby farm or something like that? Can you help me out with your interpretation?
Yeah, I think any size farmer could benefit from this. It's really up to the farmer that currently owns the land to put an easement on the land, and per the Connecticut Department of Agriculture's Farmland Preservation Program. Well, there's two programs. There's a Farmland Preservation Program and the Community Farms Preservation Program, and we're trying to add this to both programs. This could benefit really a farm of any size.
Thank you. So you see it as a feasible probability that these may get, that there may be interest in, like, say, 80 acre farms.
Yeah, I know of a few 80 or farms that are over 80 acres that are interested in this tool.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Rep. O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real briefly, how much was the net loss of farm acreage over what period of time that you testified to?
So the 2022 National Agricultural Statistics Service Ag Census came out 2 weeks ago. And so I looked at the comparison between how many farmland acres we had in 2017 and how many farmland acres we have now in 2022, and estimated that we've lost 9,525 acres. But American Farmland Trust did a report called Farms Under Threat 2020 that was released in 2020, and we estimated that between 2002 and 2016, the state of Connecticut lost nearly 23,000 acres of agricultural land to development.
So what was that 9,525 acres over what period of time?
Between 2017 and 2022.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
You're
Appreciate it,
welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I had a question, Chelsea. So we would need to do this with, I don't want to say the cooperation of the Department of Agriculture, but they are a cog in this whole process. And as you know, they don't seem to care for the current language of this bill pointing to Vermont as the model that they'd like to use. Your comment.
My comment on that would be fierce cooperation for farmland preservation, and we are willing to sit at the table and look at the language with them and amend it to be something we can all agree on.
Beautiful. Thank you, Chelsea. Anyone else with any Representative Dubitsky virtually?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. Now, the numbers that you provided indicating how many acres were lost, do we know if they were lost if that land was actually developed, like there's now condos on it, or do we know if that land was the farmers stopped farming it and it's now growing up in saplings?
We don't know for sure the exact reason why the farmland was lost, but most farmland is lost to what we call higher density residential development or low density residential development. So high density residential development is when you put subdivisions on land, and low density residential development is like urban sprawl and taking that land that is surrounded by homes that can no longer be used for farming.
Okay. Because I know out in my area, a lot of farmland is quote unquote lost by the farmer stops farming it and the fields just grow up and now you've got forest. I'm just wondering if the numbers that you've given us include that type of land or if it's only land that's been built on.
The numbers from Farms Under Threat are definitely land that has only been built on or that has been compromised because of development pressures. The numbers that I provided from the census are just a calculation that I made based on the recent census data.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dubitsky, seeing no other questions or hands raised, Chelsea, thank you for your testimony and look forward to speaking with you next week.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is Nathan Froelich, followed by John Daggerhart. Full name.
Well, good evening, and thank you, Chairs Lopes, Gresco, and Vice Chairs Plum and Huckadell, and ranking members and all the members of the Environment Committee. For one thing, staying through an incredibly long day today. But for this moment, the opportunity for me to testify in House Bill 5004. I'm Nathan Froelich, Director of External Affairs for the Nature Conservancy, and I express our strong support for this bill. It wasn't that many years ago when the Nature Conservancy focused on the direct conservation of nature, such as saving the last great places. Now, there is no greater priority for us than tackling climate change because literally everything, people and nature, depend on it. It's a cold matter of science, but it is also a profound matter of the heart. I wake up each day anxious about my children's future. I feel compelled to disagree with my friends who sarcastically say, well, if we humans get bumped off by climate change, at least nature will carry on. Well, maybe, but with ultimate tipping points so close at hand, like the melting of the tundra, the future is hardly certain for anything living. The only remedy is to do all we can, and Connecticut citizens want us to. Over 70% want climate action, according to the Yale Program on Climate Communications. And today, we have a chance to do that with 5004. It is modest, it is inclusive, it is positive, it takes a carrot approach, includes provisions for business, and its diversity of strategies are reasonable. It is common sense for a common cause that we are all ultimately connected to. I will highlight a few key aspects of the bill. It makes clear that we are in a climate crisis, which is both true and key in drawing appropriate attention to the urgency of the issue and to enable greater federal funding to support state actions. It updates climate targets in line with current thinking on what is needed to stay at or below 1.5 degrees Celsius warming. Section 4 is very important. It says that a failure to achieve our emission targets would contribute to the impairment of the public trust, which is true. And with it, we enable the same basic accountability we already have to the public for the air, water, and other natural resources of the state. For something as serious as climate change, that's not unreasonable. It should also be clear by now that we will need to phase out of natural gas to meet climate goals. And unless we are proactive about how and when to transition, it will not happen on its own. No one is throwing out gas prematurely. We all know about its role in transition, but we need to inform ourselves about how we get to a fossil-free future. And this bill helps us do that. 5004 takes steps to improve our deployment of renewable energy, solar and storage. These are high priorities. Alongside renewables is the need to decarbonize the building sector. This bill takes intelligent steps in that direction with heat pump deployment, product efficiency standards, and electrification of state buildings. Last but not least, we applaud inclusion of nature-based solutions. Thanks for the chance to testify in the bill.
Thank you, Nathan. Any questions from anyone here in 2B? I don't see any hands raised online either. Nathan, thank you for your testimony and for your patience today.
Good to be here. Thank you, and good luck getting through the night.
Well, we'll be here till tomorrow. We're going to go to Christine O'Neill. My apologies, Christine. I jumped over you by accident, and then we'll go to John Dagerhart.
No trouble at all. Thank you so much. Good evening, honorable committee members. My name is Christine. I hold a master's degree in environmental management, and I work as an environmental planner. I am testifying as an individual in support of SB 191. You've already heard some outstanding testimony today in support of this bill, but I believe I have a unique perspective to offer. In my capacity as an environmental planner, I've played an extremely active role in 4 of DEEP's food scrap pilots over the last 2 years and closely collaborated with the managers of the other dozen or so. I've learned several lessons from this experience, and I'd like to impart those now. The first lesson is that mandatory, not voluntary, organics diversion is necessary to achieve a meaningful reduction in waste. The most recent data from DEEP's pilots suggests that even if every municipality adopted its own voluntary organics program, we'd still only see about a 7% drop in waste. Compare that to the 22% of waste we would capture if separation was required. That's why we have to go statewide and why we have to make it a mandate. Lesson 2 is that there's a steep learning curve for individual behavior change. So the sooner we start, the better. This one kind of speaks for itself. We basically have to get this on the books in 2024 in order to get the message out to everybody and get them on board by 28. I have spoken with literally hundreds of participants in food scrap pilots. Again and again, I've seen people who were reluctant to participate at first change their mind over time after they adapt to rearranging their kitchen and changing their habits. It does happen, but not overnight, so we can't delay any longer. My third lesson, and perhaps the most important, is that the state legislature can take political pressure off of municipalities by mandating organics diversion statewide. Balancing the public good with the public will is one of the most difficult responsibilities that fall on our elected officials, of course, you included. The legislature can remove some of this pressure from local officials by implementing the mandate. It would save them from having to go through political processes that might be unpopular and will certainly consume significant staff, time, and resources. We get the same level of organics diversion by going through a single consolidated state process compared to 169 local processes. My final lesson is that financial assistance for municipalities between 2024 and 28 will go a long way towards a successful launch and foster goodwill between local and state officials. Municipal officials and staff understandably struggle with unfunded mandates. We have a 4-year on-ramp here, and I truly believe that any amount of money is better than none, and that this is really an investment in a successful future. Connecticut is blessed with some incredible waste reduction heroes. You've heard from many of them today. Please use us as resources. And in conclusion, I'd just like to say that I strongly encourage questions, especially from those who might oppose this bill. It doesn't get more boots on the ground than me, so please use me as a resource. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Christine. Good timing as well. Any questions from anyone here in the room? I don't see any hands raised virtually either, Christine. So I appreciate your testimony and your willingness to be a asset and a resource for us going forward.
Thank you.
Next is John Dagerhart, followed by Jason Velasquez.
Hi, good evening.
Try again. John, try again.
Can you hear me now?
We're getting feedback.
Okay, how about now?
No, we're still getting a lot of feedback. John.
How about now?
There you go.
Hello?
Yeah, John, it's good now. Go ahead.
Hello?
John, go ahead.
Hmm.
All right, we're going to move on from John to Jason Velasquez and see if we can fix the technical glitch here with John.
Good afternoon, or I guess good evening at this point. Chair Lopes, Chair Gresco, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Jason Velasquez, and I am the Climate and Energy Justice Policy Associate at Acadia Center, a regional nonprofit organization that focuses on climate and clean energy advocacy. I would first like to thank you all for having the opportunity to provide testimony at today's hearing. And I'll jump right into it with support for 5004, HB 5004, and that concerning the implementation of certain climate change measures, which includes robust priorities such as establishing greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets for state agencies, establishing a Connecticut Clean Energy Council, implementing a plan to meet heat pump deployment targets and product efficiency standards. In addition to these climate solutions, I just want to point out Section 6 specifically that directs the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, or PURA, to open up a feature of gas docket to determine how the state can phase out natural gas in alignment with the Global Warming Solutions Act. A feature of gas docket provides an opportunity to explore a managed transition away from the gas distribution system and towards decarbonization through electrification in a well thought out process that follows science and data. In Massachusetts, an order was recently issued in its future of gas docket that outlines a regulatory and policy framework to guide the evolution of the gas industry in the context of the clean energy transition that protects low-income and environmental justice communities and all those who deserve a just transition. In Rhode Island, an investigation into the future of the regulated gas distribution business is also underway, and Connecticut can and should adapt processes from these investigations in neighboring states. Decisions involving the natural gas infrastructure system can often have 20 to 30-year lifespans, and that's why it's critical to begin with an investment in this system as soon as possible to avoid saddling ratepayers with stranded assets. Acadia Center also recommends updating the bill in Section 17, as we heard from other advocates, to include a heat pump deployment target of January 1st, 2030. HB 5004 is a robust and thoughtful piece of legislation that will support Connecticut in achieving emissions reductions targets set out in the Global Warming Solutions Act and provides added opportunity to realign with the suite of climate solutions, both present and future. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Jason, for your testimony. Any questions from anyone here in the room? I don't see any hands raised online either. Jason, again, thanks for your testimony from the Acadia Center.
Thank you.
Next is Bill Lucy, followed by Antoine Rousseau.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Greetings, everybody on the Environment Committee. Always a pleasure to talk to this group. I'm here to speak on SB 292 concerning PFAS. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to point out what I think maybe are some discrepancies that we just heard. There was some testimony about the fact that only Maine has come up with one of these bans, and Minnesota was mentioned, and they haven't initiated it. In actuality, Vermont, Minnesota, California, Colorado, Washington all have sorts of bans in place. Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York are very close. This is a huge problem. Everybody realizes what's going on. And the other thing I noticed in the testimony of the opposition is they were talking about the manufacturing jobs that may be put at risk. But I like to represent the people that work on the water. So the fishermen, the shell fishermen, the farmers, water companies all depend on clean water, clean soil. Both Aquarian and Connecticut Water have lawsuits right now ongoing based on PFAS contamination through no fault of their own. We've experienced our first fisheries advisory for sport fishermen in the state of Connecticut last summer. So I grew up eating fish that were full of PFAS and had no idea until this testing happened. My kid was drinking PFAS and drinking water and killing worse in kindergarten halfway through the year. So I just, the opposition testimony is said why it's important to keep PFAS, but I think we need to be reminded of how dangerous it's become to society. And the fact that 3M came out in December saying, you know what, we're going to stop making this stuff. And they're one of the major companies that do that. And you'll read technical terms like fluoropolymers are safe. Just Google it. On the same page, you'll see a National Institute of Health study saying, no, that's not true. There's a lot of talk that goes on to try and calm this down. And I understand the companies are very concerned because it's a huge part of the economy. All this bill does is go after the easy stuff: mattresses, apparel, car wax, ski wax, things that are not that essential to modern life. And even the things that are. Car manufacturers, the seals and gaskets, yes, they have PFAS. There are companies that are coming up with alternatives to this. The building materials, you talk to some of the manufacturers, there's all kinds of insulation. Batteries are PFAS free now. Solar panels are beginning to be made PFAS free. All we're trying to do here is spur action. So I think this is a pretty much a low hanging fruit bill. And, I really think it's going to be, if we give it enough time, all these manufacturers are going to come up with alternatives. Whoa. That's a new alarm, on their own. And that's why we have these requirements out to 2032.
Thank you, Bill. Thanks for the testimony and the expertise. Any questions from anyone here in the room? I see a hand raised. Oh, it's, guess who? Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bill, for testifying today. We've had several conversations about biosolids during the day. Can you please, I'm having a hard time with that. Can you please elaborate a little bit on the biosolids? And thank you.
Yeah, so really quickly, biosolids are the sludge from sewage treatment plants. And the reason I have PFAS in them is because of all the stuff we have in this bill to ban. So if you're spraying stuff in the air or flushing stuff down the toilet, putting apparel in your washing machine, all that PFAS comes off of it, goes right down the sewage drain to the sewage treatment plants. A lot of it goes out into our waters, contaminating our fish. The rest of it ends up in the biosolids. You dry that out. It's a great idea. If it wasn't contaminated, it's great fertilizer. And what people do with it is they put it out on hayfields typically. So there was some mention of dairy herd in Maine. Well, I had a friend just close on a farm 2 weeks ago, and there's a herd of about 200 cattle on his dairy cows on his farm that had to be moved there because their farm was contaminated with PFAS. They had to milk them for 8 months, dump the milk. But now they're cleaned out and they can resell that again. And on the farm that he bought, they did some precautionary testing. Maine has maps, Connecticut doesn't. I'll just put that out there right now. Maine has maps where this stuff was applied, and he has a electric fence around it so that no one will walk over there. So he just closed on a farm and there's like 10 acres he can't use because it's contaminated. And then finally, I'll say there's a group out in Long Island that's taking all the commercial biosolids that are used for fertilizing lawns in suburbia, and they've tested them all. And they've got a list of the ones that come up PFAS positive and ones that don't. So I know that Representative Dubitsky was interested in potentially adding that to the list. And I think that might be, if there is going to be changes to this bill, that may be something to consider. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. That's the only question we had. Appreciate your patience.
Yeah.
We're going to go back and try again with John Daggerhart to see if we figured out our technical glitch. John? Anyone? Oh, we have a pulse. John, are you there? Okay. Not having much success here with John. So we are going to move on to Antoine Bissiou.
Hello, can you hear me?
We?
Oh, merci. So thank you for the committee to have me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a guide on the river, and I'm for that bill 5355. I'm not a politician. I'll talk to you as a guide. It's very simple. We had issues starting between the MDC and the Army Corps 3 years ago. 2 years ago, we were crying because we had no water in the river when the dam was full. Last year, we were crying because they could not hold the water because it was full. So now we had too much water. This bill could help us a great deal. We have 10 million gallons that's available that we could throw towards the deep. Those people can allocate the water properly. We can return to a normal flow where everybody's happy. It affects a lot of people. And I'm not talking about me personally. I'm talking about businesses, shops, restaurants, hotels. Those people are affected. Canoe, the tubing. Everybody is taking this right in their face, and we can't do nothing. I have to go out of state to go fish. It's terrible. This is an outstanding fishery. Last year I had 6 people who traveled from France to fish the Farmington specifically. We ended up in Massachusetts. It's just like, we can't do this. I'm asking if it's possible, if we could do something with the deep to get this going. The bugs are suffering, the fish are suffering, we're all suffering from this mass. Just let's try to help each other on this one. And the beauty of it is there are no PFAS in it, so you don't have to deal with this. So, it's all good things. Let's pass this and let's go forward. If you have any question, please let me know.
Antoine, thank you for adding some levity to your testimony here. We appreciate your patience. Any questions from anyone in the room? Representative Anderson has a question for you.
Antoine, thank you very much for your colorful testimony. And
thank you, Mark.
When we get this flow right, maybe we could really sell the river overseas and get more to come and enjoy.
I know it's just, we could do something, and I really appreciate, Mark, what you're doing. And thank you for bringing that bill up.
And thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Anderson. Representative Michel has a question for you.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Bissiou. Merci d'être venu témoigner ce soir. Je ne suis pas pêcheur, malheureusement, mais je voulais juste vous faire un greeting en français. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup. So I'll translate for everybody. He's just happy to speak French for a bit.
All right. Have a good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing us to speak French.
No problem. No problem. Thank you, Antoine, for your patience and for your support for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we're going to go to Scott Smith, who I do not see in the room, nor online. So we're going to skip over Scott. And next is Christine Sinopoli, who I also do not see in the virtual room or online. So now we're going to go to Connor Yukaitis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of the Environment Committee, my name is Connor Yukaitis, and I'm a resident of Rocky Hill. I'm here to testify in support of HB 5004, an act concerning the implementation of certain climate change measures. It is no secret that the impacts of climate change are getting worse, and with the wildfire smoke we all experienced in the final days of last legislative session, these negative impacts are literally knocking at our doorstep. As I speak, Texas is currently experiencing the largest wildfire in state history, and the scale of these fires will only exacerbate around the globe because of our continued failure to address climate change. However, I'm not here to talk about wildfires. In fact, I'm here to talk about the direct opposite. As a resident of Rocky Hill, I've witnessed firsthand the tremendous flooding on the Connecticut River as a result of historic rainfall across the Northeast last year. As you all know, this flooding devastated farms up and down the river and had a tremendous negative economic impacts. I grew up in southeastern Connecticut, and I try to spend as much free time as I can on the Mystic River. If you've ever walked down Water Street, which is actually an ironic name, where the Daniel Packard Inn is located, you can very often witness the rising sea levels that continue to creep up along the road, as I'm sure the good Representative Baumgartner can attest to. Mystic has been no stranger to severe flooding that are getting worse in the recent years, and the town is one of the cornerstones of what makes Connecticut so special. I'm here to say that these impacts will only get worse, and it's time for Connecticut to take bold steps in addressing climate change. I believe this bill is a step in the right direction, as it will put us back on track to hit our state's greenhouse gas reduction goals. It will further transition us to clean energy as it incentivizes solar and battery storage while leveraging federal funding. The legislation will help restore our tidal wetlands, which is essential to protecting our coast from the storm impacts I have previously mentioned. We'll also encourage sustainable businesses and workforce development as we invest in the green economy. There has been much debate over how we can best address these issues, and I know there's even been debate as to whether or not climate change is real. I implore you all to step outside and witness these effects firsthand. I promise you don't have to go very far. Please vote in support of these much-needed measures. While I've watched Connecticut miss key opportunities to be a national leader in the growing climate movement, we must join our neighboring states who have made significant commitments to our shared environment. I'm proud to be born and raised resident of Connecticut, and it's time to act. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this issue, and I also want to give a special thanks to Representative Palm for her service as a lawmaker and as an environmental champion. Connecticut's climate movement could not ask for a better voice, and I think I speak for everyone when I say you will be missed up there. With that, I yield my time.
Thank you, Connor. I appreciate the testimony and your patience in delivering it. I'm looking around the room to see if we have any questions for you here in the room. I don't see any hands raised virtually either. So again, we appreciate you sticking it out till a little after 6 in the evening for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Next is Roger Coons. Hi, Roger. Followed by David Yellen.
Well, thank you, co-chair, very much for this opportunity, and to committee members. Thanks so much. I'm Roger Coons. I'm the co-state coordinator for Citizens Climate Lobby, a nonpartisan, nonprofit, science-led group. And I am also a small business owner here in Connecticut. And I urge you to support HB 5004 in its entirety. And I offer 4 important reasons for this. One, as we've heard against this, is it's easy to say we can't do something. But this bill brings new and expanding sustainable business opportunities to the forefront. In this environment, innovation prospers, and economically feasible solutions can be developed to help solve the state's many climate, energy, jobs, health, and equality challenges. This will give generations to come, especially young people right now, reasons to develop innovative businesses in Connecticut and help Connecticut achieve its emissions reductions goals. My second point is how we see our energy generation and distribution. Now, my wife and I, we have solar panels in the house, we've got battery storage, and we haven't paid an electric bill since 2019. And we use this to charge our EV. We saved up for these things, and we did it in phases. We are sometimes made to feel like we are the problem by the utility because we generate more electricity than we use. But think about this. If the majority of homes and businesses did this, then we become partners, not just consumers or customers for our energy solutions. HB 5004 opens the door to this practical, cost-effective, and community-focused path to statewide clean energy infrastructure. My third point addresses natural gas. This is methane and propane. 40% of Connecticut homes use methane or propane for heating, and most of our electricity is generated from natural gas. HB 5004 phases out natural gas in state buildings, and this is a critical step in the orderly phased transition to safer, zero emissions electricity. Clean energy systems and battery storage can be phased in to fill the need of Connecticut residents and businesses. And my fourth and final point is context. You are being asked to legislate the future, not move backwards or simply maintain the status quo. I once held an elected seat, and I understand the magnitude of this task before you. The majority of Connecticut residents are with you on this journey to a cleaner, healthier, and more just future in Connecticut. By supporting 5004 in its entirety, Connecticut is doing its part to address climate change through our society and the impacts that are all around us, as you just heard from another person. And I would ask you, if not now, when? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Roger. Any questions from anyone here in 2B? Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Coons, I'm looking at some data from the Connecticut Sustainable Business Council that says 84% of corporate directors say environmental and social responsibility attract and keep talent. I know you have a background in business. Do you believe that? Would you like to elaborate at all on the effect of sustainable business practice on the economy and on young workers in general?
Very much. I'm an economic geologist, and I have a small business, and I've worked actually around the world, but all across the country and throughout Connecticut. And I'm finding, as I work with more and more young people, they are seeking these jobs where the corporate structure is responsible and understands that climate change is their existential threat to these young people. They did not cause it. It's not their fault. And we're here to help them fix it. So yes, I see a broad spectrum of young people saying that they are looking for work, careers in that. Another thing, many of the young women that we have been working with, and my daughter is included in one of them, have decided not to have children because their futures are unknown. They're scary. And so these things really incentivize me to never stop helping fix this problem.
Thank you. Thank you for all the great work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm. I don't see any hands raised virtually. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Representative Gresco.
And next, we're going to go to David Jelen, who I do not see online. He's not in the room. So we're going to go next to Susan Linker, who I do see online.
Hi there, Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Susan Linker. I'm testifying on behalf of Connecticut Votes for Animals, where I'm a board member, and I'm also the CEO of our Companions Animal Rescue. I'll be testifying on 3 bills today. First, on behalf of both organizations, we strongly oppose SB 196, the harvesting of rabbits for local food supply. This bill has come back year after year, and each year I am just shocked and dismayed. There is very little community support for this. In fact, I would say every year this comes out, there is a strong outcry against it. Rabbits are the 3rd most popular pets. They're considered our companion animals next to cats and dogs. We at our companions place many rabbits into good, loving homes. They're smart, intelligent, social, loving creatures that people see as part of their families. Much like dog meat in Asia, consumers are demanding that their pets are not killed for food. So please, I hope that this bill won't move forward anymore. And I also wanted to mention that a particular concern on this, the USDA does not include rabbits in its definition of livestock. So there are no protections or laws or regulations about how they could be treated. This bill could result in thousands of these innocent companion animals to be subjected to some of the worst forms of cruelty of all farm animals. And I really hope that this committee will listen to your constituents and know that we do not want our companion animals killed for food. Also on SB 291, the sale of certain balloons. I appreciate the committee raising this. We support this bill. A lot of the animals like turtles and other wildlife mistake these balloons as food and consume them and die horrible deaths. But I also just ask that you would amend the bill to also ban the release of these balloons as well. And I appreciate the committee raising this concern. Of course, we've heard a lot of testimony on SB 190, the Neo-Nix bill. And I'm really grateful that the committee is coming out with this and is hearing the public concerns, serious health concerns, not just for animals, bees, birds, wildlife, but also people. I appreciate the committee raising this bill, but this bill we see is deficient, and we're asking the committee to please use a substitute language from last year, which was SB 963, which was approved both by the Environment Committee and the Appropriations Committee. On behalf of Connecticut Votes for Animals and our companions, Animal Rescue, thank you for your time and ability to testify on these important issues.
Susan, thank you for your testimony. And as I've been saying, for everyone's patience in delivering that testimony and waiting. Any comments from anyone in the room? I don't see any hands raised online. Susan, thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
Next is Louise Washer,
Done that.
waiting patiently, followed by Eric Fine.
Is it on? Oh. Thank you for the chance to testify today on behalf of the Pollinator Pathway and the Norwalk River Watershed Association in support of SB 292, the PFAS bill, HB 5004, the climate bill, and SB 190, an act concerning neonics, which I'll talk about. I wanted to start out by inviting you all to a conference that we are holding here in Hartford on Monday at Trinity University, Neonics, the New DDT. It will feature some of the nation's top scientists studying the effects of these pesticides on the environment. Chemical industry lobbyists argue sometimes that against restricting neonics, claiming that there are studies showing that they are safe. There's confusion about what science is the right science. So we invited independent scientists to Hartford to discuss this issue. So we hope that some of you can come. You can join online if you can't be there. The conference will host scientists whose research links neonics to devastating declines in all insects, especially bees. We know treatment of just 1 square foot of turf grass at EPA-approved levels can have enough active ingredient to kill up to 1 million bees. One of our conference speakers will be from the U.S. Geological Survey. Her work shows neonics to be present in half the country's rivers, and this includes the Norwalk River, where it measures. They test for 218 pesticides, and one measures at levels that are lethal to aquatic life, and that is a neonic. By poisoning our rivers this way, we are just wiping out insects that are food for fish, frogs, birds, bats, other wildlife, and threatening drinking water. And for what, as we've discussed, Connecticut largely uses these pesticides to kill grubs and other insects on lawns and golf courses. Scientists also agree on the dangers to human health, which we've heard about: brain development in unborn babies, pregnant women. 97% of pregnant women in one University of Illinois study had neonics in their bodies. It's in 63% of our food. So while we appreciate that this bill has been raised, there are problems with the language, and I wanted to address that if I could. The stated purpose of the bill is to prohibit non-agricultural use. However, the language does not do that. It exempts every non-ag use, including for ticks and mosquitoes, which neonics are not used for, but which does open the door for indiscriminate and unnecessary use on lawns. It exempts golf courses, which make up an estimated 8,000 to 12,000 acres in Connecticut, and for which there are alternatives, and we have a landscaper coming to our conference on Monday who can talk about that. I also sent information to you about that. But we urge the committee to amend this bill and replace the language with that of last year's bill, SB 963, which did successfully limit non-ag uses. Just to wrap up, let's join New York, New Jersey, Maine, and Nevada and pass a strong bill to protect the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. I had a question, knowing that you sat here the whole day and listened to some of this testimony, most of this testimony. One of the individuals from the Connecticut, from the Farm Bureau, sat in that seat and said, well, let the EPA do it. And these are approved, they've been tested for years and so we should just let it go.
Could I ask Joyce to come up and answer that? She has just been in DC and just been talking about this topic.
Apologize. It seems I'm going to be bumping my spot, but I'll free you up later. I'm Joyce Lights. I'm Executive Director of the Connecticut Audubon Society, and I was just, as Louise noted, I was just down in Washington, D.C. with the American Bird Conservancy talking to legislators about this issue. EPA is significantly underfunded for its pesticide division. It's currently funded at 43 million, but their estimate is $75 million is needed in order for them to do their job. Currently, pesticide litigations and pesticide reviews are going to take 20 to 30 years at the current workload that they're at. If you go with all the chemicals that they review, it's a 100-year backlog they're on right now. And all new pesticides have to go through Endangered Species Act consultations, which requires Fish and Wildlife Services to review them. Fish and Wildlife is funded currently at $1 million. They're estimating $5 million in order to clean up their backlog, and we've been arguing for $10 million to help them clean up that backlog. Relying on EPA to look at our pesticides is not going to be the solution for Connecticut, and it will put Connecticut behind in its current leadership status in environmental legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. I appreciate that. You don't go anywhere, either of you. There's a question from Representative Smith and Frank. Can you speak up? We have a difficult time hearing you.
How's that, Mr. Chairman? I probably just don't lean on enough, especially at this hour of the day. I'm getting hungry, so I'll try to speak up. I want to thank Louise. Thank also Joyce and the speaker before, Susan Linker. You're making the case again that we had a much more robust non-agricultural bill for neonics last year that also provided some useful exemptions for important where there is no other recourse but the use of neonics. So it's not a flat rejection and a complete ban altogether. It makes some thoughtful exceptions. But making my case that the bill that 293 from last year was a much better bill for the stated purpose of non-agricultural restriction of neonics and would be a great substitute for the current bill, which has a lot of holes and hollowing out of the basic intention. So I just want to thank you all for going on the record. This is a number of speakers tonight that have spoken in favor of last year's bill, which, as I had mentioned earlier in the day, passed this committee and appropriations, and then they're going to die quietly on the Senate calendar. We hope for a different result this year. So thank you both. Thank you all for testifying on that particular point.
Thank you, Representative Smith. Seeing no other hands raised, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick. Thank you very much for your testimony. I totally agree with you. So go the bees, so go us as and so goes humanity. So, but I hear you. Up here, sometimes though, we have to compromise. Would you at least agree with me that this is better than nothing?
This is no different from what we have now because we have you have to be a licensed applicator to use neonics since 2018. So the way the bill reads now, it just restates that. So there are no additional protections for non-agricultural use the way it's currently written. If you look at the chance to use this for mosquitoes and ticks, which doesn't really make sense, but if you can do that, you can spray them across lawns, and golf courses are exempted. So and you can use it on, there's an exemption for trees and shrubs. So what is left that isn't exempted? And I think that the question about trees did come up. So last year, 963 was debated and negotiated. When advocates started this, we really wanted to include neonic coated seeds. New York has passed a bill with those seeds. Vermont is working on that. It's a really important thing that I could talk about for a long time, but I won't. And those were taken out. We also added an exemption for emergency use when there are invasive pests. So if there's a woolly adelgid is something that kills hemlock trees that people like to use for that. So if there's a woolly adelgid outbreak that's considered an emergency, there's a process. With the way 963 reads, there's a process for using neonics when there's not a better alternative. So that was these were all things that we went through last year. So I feel like we accomplished that last year, that I don't know why in the current language you would need to exempt use on trees and shrubs when the landscapers have said they use this as a last resort. If it's a last resort, then that's an emergency use and there's a way to use it.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Michelle.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, my question was going to be about details about 963, and Ms. Washer, thank you for covering that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't know what you said, but thank you. And thank you, Luis, for coming in, and thank you. Appreciate the expertise. Next is Eric Fine, who I do not see here in the room or virtually, so we are going to go to Craig Rapaz, who I know is here.
Thank you, Representative Gresco and members of the Environment Committee. I am Craig Repaz. I'm co-chair of Lights Out Connecticut, partnering with Dark Skies International. I'm here to support HB 5004 with some changes. We can cut our carbon footprint by shutting off the lights. In this age of a warming planet, we need to remember that decarbonization and energy efficiency can be achieved by turning off unnecessary lights and eliminating light pollution. Last legislative session, the Environment Committee unanimously passed the Lights Out Public Bill, Act 23143 for the protection of birds. The Office of Fiscal Analysis reviewed the bill's simple solution of shutting off the lights in state-owned buildings and found that there would be an annual 1.3 million savings to taxpayers, which would prevent as much as 4.4 million pounds of carbon dioxide from being released unnecessarily. That is equivalent to removing 440 gas-powered vehicles off the road. Now extrapolate the impact of the Lights Out bill beyond state buildings. It is estimated that 30% of all outdoor lighting is wasted as light pollution, adding up to $3.3 billion and the release of 21 million tons of carbon dioxide per year. In the US, outdoor lighting alone wastes around 120 terawatt hours of energy for streets and empty parking lots. That's enough energy to meet New York City's electrical needs for 2 years. Think of this wasted light as the flame you see before you feel the heat. We cannot address carbon footprint and transition to renewable energy resources without addressing the issue of energy waste and fuel inefficiency. Energy efficiency, however, does not always translate to reduced energy use. We saw that the cost savings of the new LED technology only increased their abundance, and the energy cost savings was nullified, and light pollution has been increasing exponentially ever since. The Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, a government agency, states reducing energy use is essential in the fight against climate change because traditional power plants burn fossil fuels that release greenhouse gases and contribute to air pollution. I would ask that this bill also should contain a definition of light pollution and state that light pollution adversely affects Connecticut's natural resources. Then go on and talk about Dark Skies International approved lighting fixtures and they get the same level of funding and attention as the HVAC systems that's outlined in the bill. They will pay for themselves. They will mitigate the damaging impact of light pollution on human health, namely cancer, cognitive disorders, insomnia, and obesity, as well as mitigating impacts on birds and wildlife, and help Connecticut reach the goal of net zero by 2050.
Thank you, Craig. Any comments from anyone here in room 2B? Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, thank you, sir, for your testimony today. Would you say the impacts on human health by light pollution differ from those from climate change?
Dr. Mitchell addressed this committee today, way back around lunchtime. It seemed like a long time ago. He mentioned that climate change it will cause adverse health action, adverse health in the form of asthma. However, there's going to be a huge amount of stress related to that because of threats and uncertainty. And there's will be pathogens that we don't know about that can also impact us. Light pollution does cause stress, which will compound the stress that people would face under a warming climate. In addition, light pollution has an impact on our endocrine system by disrupting our melatonin cycles and our leptin cycles. That leads to a depression of our tumor fighting ability. So cancer rates have been known to go up. Thank you for the question. If there's anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. That's it, Craig. Appreciate your work with us last year on the light pollution bill.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to Scott Schlogel, followed by Ruth Lewis.
Great. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead, Scott.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, co-chairs and committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on the PFAS bill S292. My name is Scott Schlegel, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Government Relations for the Motorcycle Industry Council, known as MIC, the Specialty Vehicle Institute of America, known as SVIA, and the Recreational Off-Highway Vehicle Association, known as ROVA. We represent hundreds of manufacturers, dealers, and distributors of motorcycles, ATVs, and ROVs, which are frequently referred to as side-by-sides, as well as other aftermarket products, which include replacement parts and gear, such as helmets and protective clothing. Low-risk polymerized PFAS are currently unavoidable uses in power sports in order to withstand extreme heat and chemical blends, to provide water resistance, corrosion resistance, and friction properties, for electrical insulation to provide flexibility and durability which maintains safe operating conditions, in fuel hoses, which must withstand a myriad of fuel blends while maintaining flexibility and structural integrity to prevent cracking or catastrophic leaks, and for gaskets, which must stand up to high heat and various fluids to prevent fluids and fuel vapors from exiting the vehicle, causing clean air violations, environmental contamination, and risk of vehicle fires. We strongly urge that S292 be amended to do 5 things. First is to exclude youth ATVs and motorbikes. These are properly sized and powered specifically for youth. By banning them, you could force youth to use adult-sized and powered vehicles, putting those children at risk. The legislation that is before you already excludes youth products such as phones, computers, gaming consoles, and other items that children are in constant contact with, so there should be no problem in excluding youth vehicle engine components. Number 2, we ask that you extend the registration requirement to January 1 of 2029 and consider utilizing a centralized database such as the Interstate Chemical Clearinghouse rather than starting up your own state database. Number 3, we ask that you include safe harbor provisions for products that are already out there in inventory at the time of implementation so that small businesses and dealerships don't have to get rid of replacement parts at a loss. Number 4 is to include motorcycle power sports safety gear in the definition of personal protective equipment. And then lastly, exclude engine parts that are internal and would not come into contact during normal use of the vehicle. If the bill passes as written, you risk banning our vehicles in Connecticut, which would impact recreational users, commuters, police and fire officials, first responders, and forest and park officials, all of whom utilize our vehicles. So we stand ready to work with you on these requests, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Scott, thank you for the testimony. Any questions or comments here in the room? I don't see anything else virtually, but you did submit electronic testimony with the 5 points that you?
Yes, sir. We do have all of that in our lengthy testimony.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Ruth Lewis, who I do not see here physically or online. So we are moving on to Karen Lasky, followed by Nicole Rivard. Karen?
Yeah, I thought I had already done it. Sorry. So dark. My name is, well, good evening, honorable members of Environment, and thank you so much for all your work. You're working so hard on everybody, trying to protect them. My name is Karen Lasky. I'm a longtime animal advocate, and I'm on the board of Connecticut Votes for Animals. For SB 291, an act on the sale of certain balloons. When balloons that are lighter than air are released toward the sky, many people still aren't aware or maybe not care about the suffering and sadness it brings. The strings or ribbons from balloons can wrap around power lines and cause outages. Birds can be hanged to death from wires or trees, while others struggle on the ground to untangle. Animals such as dolphins, whales, turtles, cows, sheep, and dogs can eat the balloon, which blocks the animal's respiratory or GI tract, causing them to suffocate or starve to death slowly and painfully. 100,000 marine animals die each year, according to the Entanglement Network. I know of a donkey at a sanctuary in Tennessee who died while eating a balloon. The helium in balloons is recoverable only in a few places in the world and is being depleted. Producing more helium that is used for medical MRIs and by NASA for rockets is very expensive and difficult to store. The release of these balloons is devastating, and there are pleasant ways to honor someone. We can plant butterfly gardens, put up birdhouses, or release flowers in a pond or river. Many people together blowing bubbles can be beautiful and heartwarming. Young people will remember this as an ethical experience. Please pass the balloon bill with the ban on the release that passed the House last year. We oppose the ban on neonics because we want the wording changed from last year's bill to be reinstated to ban all non-agricultural use of neonics, except the important ones that we have to have on those trees. We strongly oppose SB 96 concerning the harvesting of rabbits for the local food supply. Rabbits are social and sensitive, so a short life waiting for slaughter, fearing everything around them, is a cruel fate that most people think is barbaric. Thank you so much.
Aaron, thank you for your testimony and for hanging with us. Any questions from here in the room or online? I do not see any. Again, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Nicole Rivard, followed by Joy. You're going to stick with your spot, or you're going to? Okay, then followed by Joyce.
Hi there. Always grateful for this dialogue. It's Nicole from Friends of Animals. So we applaud the committee for raising SB 291 and support it with changes. The proposed legislation represents progress in calling for balloons to be made of natural latex without added chemicals, rather than foil balloons made of plastic coated with metallic materials. However, we asked the committee to add language from last year's bill that would also ban the intentional release of balloons, because research shows biodegradable is not synonymous with harmless. Biodegradable doesn't always mean instant disappearance if released, and release is really the big issue. As is, SB 291 does not address the plastic parts and strings of balloons that shorebirds and other wildlife get entangled in, permanently injuring or killing them. So banning balloon releases is really the only way to protect marine animals and other wildlife the way you intend to. And when companies claim that biodegradable balloons can break down as quickly as an oak leaf, that sounds really neat, but until you realize that an oak leaf can take anywhere between 6 months to 2 years, depending on conditions. Most biodegradable items require specific conditions like humidity, light, exposure, and certain microbes to break down efficiently. We found a 2021 study that revealed that biodegradable balloons did not meaningfully degrade in freshwater, saltwater, or compost, even after 4 months. So that leaves too much time for Connecticut's 4 species of sea turtles to mistake the floating balloons for jellyfish. Thinking a balloon labeled as biodegradable will soon disappear may lead to even more intentional releases. And that's alarming since the hazardous impacts of balloons are already documented. During the last 6 years, on average, Save the Sound volunteers collected more than 400 foil and latex balloons each year in Connecticut. Balloons are the most common trash found floating in Long Island Sound. Also, a 2019 study found balloons are the highest risk plastic debris items for seabirds, 32 times more likely to kill them than ingesting hard plastics. And it's because balloons are soft and they can't be moved through the digestive tract, so they become sticky and gooey, causing blockages, starvation, and death. So please join Hawaii, Maryland, and Virginia in prohibiting outdoor balloon releases. Even without a fine, we believe this legislation would be powerful, a necessary tool to educate communities to prevent intentional releases of balloons to celebrate certain life events. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Nicole, for your testimony. Any questions from the room or virtually? I see none, so appreciate you hanging with us this Friday evening.
Bye, good luck.
Thank you. Next, we're going to circle back to Joyce, and then we're going to go to Catherine Hines.
I'm gonna make your night even shorter. I support Nicole's testimony. She just literally gave the testimony I was gonna give on HB 291. So we support the ban on intentional release because of the impacts on wildlife.
Thank you, Joyce. Everyone else take notice on the length of that testimony. Thank you. Thank you, Joyce. Next, we're going to go to Catherine Hines, followed by Allison Valentine. Catherine, I see you online.
There I am.
There you are.
Hello.
Hello.
So my name is Catherine Hines, and Nicole set the bar pretty low. Let me start my video. I'm representing Havens Harvest, which is a food rescue organization based in New Haven, although we also work in New London and in the Valley. And we're a food rescue organization organized as a 501c3, as an environmental organization. What we do is rescue food from organizations such as grocery stores, restaurants, universities, organizations, and distribute it locally within the community. We've all been at events, I think, probably tonight, where there's food in the cafeteria left over and we wonder where it's going and it gets thrown out. Havens Harvest is organized logistically to come and rescue that food and transport it safely. We've seen the dumpsters behind Trader Joe's and all those other grocery stores where they have to cull their shelves of expired or sell-by date food and toss them out. We rescue that food. We work with the grocery stores and the organizations to take the food, organization to organization. So kind of broadly, what we do is at the juncture of reducing food waste in our waste stream and building communities through these food rescues. We know that 40% of the food produced in this country is wasted, and yet there are 34 million people who are experiencing food insecurity. So we're trying to get that food out of our waste streams and thereby reduce greenhouse gases and build community with this food. So we're supporting SB 191, which requires organizations that deal with a certain amount of food have a written policy on food reduction. Organizations such as Havens Harvest are ready to scale up and take that food. We've been growing exponentially over the last 3 or 4 years. It's a model that's used in many different cities across the country. And the way that food rescue organizations are different from food pantries and food banks is we can take prepared food and produce that food banks are not able to take and store. And actually 80 to 90% of the food we rescue is good, nutritious food. So not only are we dealing with food insecurity, but we're helping with food nutrition insecurity, which contributes to healthcare costs.
Catherine, can you summarize?
Yep, absolutely. That's it. I'm just asking that we move this legislation forward as it's written, and our organization is ready to stand by and rescue the food.
Appreciate the testimony, Catherine. Any questions from the room? I see none, nor any hands raised virtually. Again, thank you for sticking with us this Friday evening.
Thank you all too.
Next is Allison Valentine, who I do not see online or in the room. So we are going to go next to Stephen Hall, who I believe is been moved. There he is.
Are we ready?
Yes, Stephen, go right ahead, sir.
Good, I will. I can't see myself, but that's okay. I don't need to do that. Good evening, honorable members and chairman of this late evening and of the Environmental Committee. I'm speaking in favor of the House Bill 45004. And I have submitted a written description of my comments, which is available. Anybody who wants to deal with them later. My purpose is statement of purpose of the bill, responding to that, and that's the investigation and implementation of new models of decarbonization. And with time permitting, I'll go over 2 different methods. Improved heat pump systems. There is one long proven system from Northern Europe currently being employed in a major building renovation in New York City. It could offer much significant progress than employed here in Connecticut to get larger projects. It is well described in a video, which is in the link is in the written submission I've made. It redistributes energy within a building via a thermal loop rather than exhausting it, thus is at least 3 times more efficient than conventional systems. It replaces polluting refrigerants with water and has thermal storage. It can anticipate and eliminate weather-generated energy demand peaks, reducing the need for more utility generation and distribution. Right here in Hartford, the adoption of this system could be an answer to replace the existing capital area system, which is being studied as to how to rehabilitate it. That particular system serves about 15 buildings in our capital area. And then doing so, it could become a model for other projects in our state. There is creative financing to fund this and similar projects available in energy service agreements, relieving owners of raising large capital costs, usually around 30% of a project cost, and at the same time guaranteeing performance. Ancillary to any ground source heat pump systems, whether the one above or many others proposed projects, there are significant technical improvements in the drilling of wells to serve those systems. The second measure I want to talk about is energy retrofits of existing buildings, new models for achieving decarbonization with no upfront cost. Once again, in New York has produced a novel business model for owners of buildings over 25,000 square feet, struggling to future-proof their buildings with energy efficiency against onerous fines to be imposed to meet new New York City carbon emission standards.
Stephen, can you summarize for us, please?
This model can be effective also here in Connecticut. I think that I'm reaching the bottom of my time, so I just wanted to mention those 2 measures. I am a consultant to firms seeking to do energy efficiency projects.
Thank you, Stephen, for your testimony and for sticking with us this Friday evening. I don't see any hands raised in the room or virtually to ask you any questions. So again, appreciate your patience and your testimony. Next, I'm going to go to a little bit of chairman's prerogative, and we're going to move number 100 up to the next person. Scott Burns, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair, for exercising that discretion. I appreciate it. Good evening, Chairs Lopes and Gresco and the distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm Scott Burns, Bridgeport City Council rep, serving as co-chair of that body's Budget and Appropriation Committee. And I'm the chair of Park City Compost Initiative, a nonprofit pilot program that has already demonstrated the feasibility of food scraps, aerobic composting in an urban setting in Bridgeport. I am here to urge your support for SB 191. Bridgeport has long borne the burden as the host of the local waste to energy plant. Wheelabrator, which is now owned by Wind Waste, has operated for over 30 years and is reaching the end of its useful life. Much like the Myra plant, which you well know closed recently here in Hartford. Wheelabrator has been a great contributor to the Bridgeport tax base, but we cannot lean on it in perpetuity. Taking wet food scraps out of the waste stream will enable a longer shelf life for Wheelabrator, cleaner burning of the remaining waste, and provide for a longer run-up to determine the next phase of municipal solid waste management in Southern Connecticut. SB 191 will provide that mandate to provide food scraps diversion to become a regular accepted practice. Let me address the budgetary impact in Bridgeport, which I may add this legislative body has long supported fiscally, and please know that we support what you have done historically. In Bridgeport, municipal tipping fees have increased from $2.4 million in fiscal year 17 and it has increased to $3.1 million in fiscal 23, a roughly 30% increase in 6 years. If we could sweep even 10% of that weight from the waste stream, it would reduce city expenses by over $300,000 while also creating private jobs and helping to clear the air for our environmental justice community members. However, a new contract with the Greater Bridgeport Regional Solid Waste Interlocal is pending, and it is likely that those tipping fees will increase by 20% this coming fiscal year. If nothing is changed, we can expect increase of, again, 25 to 30%. Further, these figures do not address the cost of private hauling, and in a city with a mill rate of 45.43, small business owners need and deserve every financial break that they can get. With private hauling rates exceeding $100 a ton, food scraps diversion as carried out by a nonprofit like Park City Compost could greatly reduce both the public and private costs for residents, small businesses, and municipalities alike. Many others have submitted written testimony and spoken testimony of the environmental benefits of food scraps diversion, so I will not waste my breath or your time. Please support SB 191. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions? Anyone in the gallery here? Neither online. I know you got to hightail it, or I could find you and ask you questions myself. So thank you, Scott.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, committee.
Next, we're going to go to Rebecca Bernardo, followed by Juliana LaRue.
Hi, thank you for having me today. My name is Rebecca Bernardo, a constituent residing in Ellington, Connecticut. I oppose SB 196, a bill that would legally further animal suffering in our state. I'm the president of Every Bunny Counts Rabbit Rescue, one of only 4 nonprofit domestic rabbit rescues in the state of Connecticut. Every Bunny Counts and our sister rescues exist because of the inadequate animal welfare laws and animal control enforcement in Connecticut. Domestic rabbits, considered a companion animal under Connecticut law and a non-amenable animal under federal law, are the 3rd most popular pet in the United States, behind dogs and cats. The passage of SB 196 would require that multiple portions of Chapter 435 of the Connecticut General Statutes are rewritten to exclude rabbits as companion animals and remove the few protections they currently have. This bill is wildly unpopular with the hundreds of thousands of state residents who are fundamentally opposed to the mass farming and murder of companion animals. Rabbit farming has never been part of the culture of Connecticut. The community of rabbit lovers in our small state is significant, and there has never been a push from the voting population for this legislation. It is embarrassing that advocates such as myself have to vocally oppose this bill on an annual basis, while other northeastern states are putting laws in place to protect rabbits and other small companion animals. The demand for plant-based, eco-friendly foods increases each year, and yet we have a bill proposing the mass murder of pets for consumption. Aside from the obvious moral hypocrisies of passing this law, rabbit farming also presents a significant public health concern. A 2020 study titled Livestock-Associated MRSA and Purulent Subcutaneous Lesions of Farm Rabbits describes the 24% prevalence rate of MRSA infections in slaughterhouse rabbits. Rabbits are particularly susceptible to MRSA infections due to their physiology and high rates of violence within unaltered colonies. The close-keeping, inhumane conditions of rabbit farmers and slaughterhouses are a breeding ground for this infection that is transferred to humans through consumption of contaminated rabbit meat. MRSA-infected rabbits often present no symptoms, and without routine and costly culturing of all meat rabbits ante-mortem, there is no small risk that rabbit farming in Connecticut will contribute to increased MRSA rates. Additionally, this committee has previously been made aware of the threat of RHDV2 to the ecosystem should an outbreak occur at one of these proposed farms. Rabbits litter box train as easily as pet cats do. They groom their humans to show their affection, jump and twist around in the air when they are happy. The accepted minimum housing size for domestic rabbits is 16 square feet to meet their enrichment and exercise needs. And yet the passage of SB 196 would condone the largest and most family-friendly breeds of rabbits to living in a space that to a human being would feel akin to being trapped in a bathroom with their entire family. It would condone rabbits watching their siblings be slaughtered, which most commonly involves stretching a fully conscious rabbit out until it cannot breathe and then snapping its neck. If you could not imagine doing that to your Yes, thank you. If you could not imagine doing that to your family cat or dog in order to obtain a negligible amount of meat, then I hope you would not vote in favor of legalizing this fate for hundreds of thousands of rabbits each year. It's my hope that Connecticut moves forward in improving animal welfare, which will not happen by adopting yet another law that treats domestic rabbits as a disposable resource. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any questions from members here in the room? I don't see any questions online either. Again, thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to go to Juliana LaRue, who I do not see in the room. So the next, we're going to go to Andrew Bemis, also not in the room. And next is Bobby Kalaji. Remotely. So at this point, who's left in the room here that is signed up to testify that? Well, you put your hand down, Mr. in the back there. What's his name? Yeah. All right. So come sit up here. Well, who's ever left? We're going to try to get the in-person people. We'll mix and match. When somebody doesn't show, we'll inject you so you can find your way home. So it's just the 4 of you, correct? Chris, you too? Yeah. All right. So we're going to go to Lindsay Setti, who is online, and then we're going to start to work in the other people.
Good evening, Chairman Gresco, Chairman Lopes, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Setti, and I serve as Advocacy Manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I've submitted testimony on several different bills tonight, and I just want to make a few brief comments on some of them. On SB 191 regarding food scrap diversion from the solid waste stream, towns and cities recognize moving food scraps may reduce municipal solid waste tipping fees and is an important step in responsibly managing municipal solid waste, but we do not support setting the unfunded mandate as of January 1, 2028 to collect food scraps, as the infrastructure to carry out this responsibility is not in place for municipalities and the solid waste collection industry. Municipalities cannot and should not do this on their own. The state must be a partner in this endeavor. The cost and logistical difficulties of establishing a food scrap diversion program are staggering. Some questions regarding implementation of a mandated food scrap diversion program include, for municipalities that contract with local waste and recycling companies, what does a municipality do if the company will not provide the service, but they have a contract that extends beyond January 1, 2028? How will municipalities pay for this other than by raising property taxes? Do the municipalities who provide their own trash and recycling service have the infrastructure to do this by the deadline? And will the state be providing any funding to help support this initiative? CCM encourages the committee to consider the burden this unfunded mandate places on towns and cities when evaluating SB 191 and oppose the bill as currently drafted. CCM supports SB 292, which provides municipalities and school districts with grants and reimbursements to test for the presence of PFAS contamination in drinking water supplies and to remediate any of that contamination. CCM appreciates the committee's dedication to begin tackling the looming and expensive issues of PFAS contamination in Connecticut's drinking water. And finally, regarding HB 5004, an act concerning climate change measures, CCM has just a concern with Section 18 of the bill, which requires that any municipal POCD adopted on or after July 1, 2024, evaluates environmental sustainability and climate resiliency. We just ask for some clarification and a definition around the word evaluate when it comes to environmental sustainability and climate resiliency, as the cost impact municipalities will value very greatly depending on the expectation that imposes. We also ask that towns and cities be allowed to maintain their current schedule of amending and adopting their POCDs to comply with that provision of the bill. Thank you for your time tonight, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate the testimony, and I believe you submitted electronic testimony so we can refer back to some of the suggestions about specific bills.
You've got it.
And don't go anywhere. Representative D'Amico has a question. You're defaulting on your own, okay? Representative Machinsky.
Thank you. I wanted to ask the witness, is she still available?
I asked her not to go anywhere.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We had testimony earlier today from Northwest Connecticut. The municipalities up there all belong to one regional facility, and they are doing composting there. And they have they produce a product at the end which is used by municipalities, private citizens, parks, park services, folks like that. And the way they read it, the way they interpret it, it's a savings to the town because it's waste that no longer falls in the waste category. It doesn't have to be shipped to Ohio or anywhere else, and it's used right in the community after it's composted. So isn't there a possibility that your municipalities would save money because they're avoiding the shipping out of state 500 miles away?
Absolutely. And we're in favor of establishing a solid waste diversion program. It's just the mandate on doing it by the 1st of January 2028 without any type of funding mechanism in place and help from the state. This is going to be a very expensive endeavor that is going to require a lot of logistics and is going to be something that is going to require a lot of stakeholders to come together and work through, from the municipal side, from the commercial side, from the state side. And so we're just in favor of making this something that we can work through together with the state. There are pilot programs in place that municipalities are voluntarily participating in, and we're in favor of continuing that. We just want to make sure before there's any we oppose any mandate to do this.
Okay, so you're not against the concept, you just don't like the mandate?
Correct.
Okay. Some of the other ways it's handled is to go into a composting facility which produces natural gas, like the plant in Southington. And what this bill's deadline might be for is to try to decide how big the market's going to be for the product at the end of composting. So what you see as a mandate might be a way to predict a market. But I understand you just don't want to be told. But sometimes when the legislature does deadlines for something, it's because they're trying to stabilize a market so that the change can happen. It's not because we want to put mandates on people, but we're trying to stabilize something.
Understood. Yeah, the way we read it and our members read it was that this was something that would have to be implemented by January 1, 2028 without any state financing behind it.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, appreciate the testimony.
Thank you. Have a good night.
We're going to go to Sean Gregory, followed by Anthony Giovanni.
Good evening, everyone, Honorable Chairman and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Sean Gregory, and I'm a current senior at Wilton High School in Wilton, Connecticut. I'm speaking on support of Senate Bill 292, the bill on PFAS. So just as some personal background on me, I've personally researched the harmful health effects of PFAS at Yale University, research currently pending publication review in the International Journal of High School Research. I'm currently working with the US EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, to conduct a systematic literature review of PFAS thermal contamination on the field. So my research and personal investigation into that topic have shown me that PFAS are extremely detrimental to health, public health overall, something we all know. However, as a youth speaker here, I really want to emphasize the necessity of immediate action on the topic, and that since PFAS and their unique chemical structure naturally resist biodegradation and breakdown in the environment, PFAS contamination that leaks into the environment, something that we're well familiar with in Connecticut, through Killingworth, contamination in drinking water, etc., stays in the environment and stays, it impacts human health for years to decades at a time. And, PFAS are found throughout Connecticut and throughout US drinking supplies, food supplies, etc. But Connecticut has been noticeably lax on enforceable PFAS legislation, with the last major PFAS restrictions passed in Connecticut in 2021. So as a teenager and future resident of Connecticut for a long period of time, I'm concerned about this kind of perpetual harm to public health and the socioeconomic inequality it poses to those living in heavily industrialized and lower income areas. And so as a result, I strongly urge the committee to get this bill out of the committee session and pass it on the floor, as immediate action is long overdue and necessary to protect Connecticut, establish a safer, healthier, and more equitable future for all, including the youth of Connecticut and the United States. So again, thank you for your time, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Sean, for the testimony. I don't see any hands raised here in the room physically or online, but we appreciate your sticking it out this Friday evening with us. Next is Anthony Giovanni, followed by Michael Ritchie. Anthony.
You guys got me there?
Yeah, there you go. We got you.
Okay. Dear Chairman Lopes, Chairman Gresko, and members of the Environment Committee, the Connecticut Pest Control Association, the only statewide trade group representing the structural pest industry in the state of Connecticut, appreciates the opportunity to share our thoughts on SB 190, as we want to be constructive in the policymaking process. We want to make it clear that we applaud the committee's efforts to protect pollinators in Connecticut. SB 190, restricting use of neonicotinoid pesticides, CTPA supports provisions that permit professional structural pest control use of neonicotinoid pesticides. The professional structural pest industry professionally manages structural pests with neonicotinoids, such as ants, bedbugs, carpenter ants, cockroaches, flies, termites, and many others. We acknowledge that SB 190 is not targeted at our industry, as our uses are unlikely to impact pollinators, and we appreciate the indoor and outdoor application exemption of our industry in the bill. We ask that you keep these provisions in the language to ensure the protection of Connecticut's public health and property. It is known that structural pest control uses of neonicotinoid pesticides are unlikely to pose a threat to pollinators, as a recent Cornell University study on neonicotinoid pesticides illustrates. As many services are performed inside or directly adjacent to a structure, professional pest control does not pose a large risk to pollinators. Additionally, the National Pest Management Association and the pest control industry crafted comprehensive pest management practices to protect pollinators, in addition to free online training offered to service professionals. CTPA stresses the impact that the structural management industry has on pollinators is nominal. Pesticide risks to pollinators are not only focused on the toxicity of a chemical, but also the potential for exposure. Structural pest control is very unlikely to lead to exposure. Similarly, exterior treatments applied to and immediately around the structure are also unlikely to result in significant exposure. CTPCA members support, teach, and implement best practices developed by MPMA, which greatly increases the ability of our members to safely use pesticides in a manner that doesn't impact pollinators. In conclusion, we respectfully ask the committee to keep in the exemption language we mentioned above to ensure our industry can continue to protect both human and pollinator health. I'm open for any questions.
I appreciate right on time. Appreciate the testimony. Any questions in the room? I don't see any, nor do I see any online. Thank you for your patience and again, for the testimony.
No problem. Thank you.
Next is Michael Ritchie, who I do not see in the room, so I'm making a deal. Charles, you want to testify with Alex? If you together, since this person is not here, Michael and Alex is next. You can testify together. Go right ahead. And Charles is number 99 on your list if you want to look.
Thank you, Representative Gresco, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. I'm Alex Rodriguez with Save the Sound, and I'm testifying in support of SB 191, SB 198, and SB 290. I've submitted written testimony for the record, but I'll just go one by one on points that we are suggesting to strengthen these pieces of legislation today. On SB 191, please strengthen this piece of legislation by applying the requirement for waste recycling to businesses that generate up to 26 tons, in addition to the existing requirement for businesses. To authorize towns to begin their food scrap recycling programs and ban the combining of food scraps with sewage sludge and other toxins. On SB 198, we would like you to strengthen this language by requiring 3 members of the signing council be members of environmental justice communities. And lastly, on SB 290, please strengthen this bill that by adding language to repeal Section 191 of Public Act 23-205 passed last year. I will yield the remaining amount of time to my colleague, Attorney Rothenberger.
Thank you. Not used to this microphone, apparently. Thank you. My name is Charles Rothenberger, climate and energy attorney with Save the Sound. I'm here to testify on HB 5004, an act concerning the implementation of certain climate change measures. We appreciate the committee in raising this bill. We feel this presents some long overdue updates to our Global Warming Solutions Act. As you are all aware, Connecticut was in the forefront of states to adopt comprehensive climate change legislation. Since that time, many states, including, it may surprise some folks, Louisiana, have updated their own comprehensive climate laws, and the provisions contained in this proposal really are designed to bring us in line with where the best available science tells us we need to be. That includes updating our greenhouse gas emission reduction targets to include a net zero by 2050, to establish state agency accountability when looking at certain permits, and most importantly, perhaps, to establish enforceability of the global warming targets, to actually put some teeth and to ensure that we actually achieve what this body has told us we need to achieve. I'd also just highlight the future of gas docket, which is proposed here. This is very similar to a process that was just completed in Massachusetts. Their final decision has recently been released. And it has some very common sense proposals to plan for the long-term reduction of our reliance on natural gas. Not eliminating natural gas overnight, certainly. I think we all realize that's going to be part of our energy mix for the short term. But again, setting in place the steps to get us where we need to go in the long term. I would also just note removing the caps on the commercial solar programs, very similar to what was established in HB 5231. So there was some discussion about that, about how we could achieve that, expanding energy storage, and greening our state buildings, which helps all state taxpayers. Since if we make our state buildings more efficient, they cost less to operate, and that means benefits for every taxpayer in the state of Connecticut. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Charles. Any questions? Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick question regarding, essentially eliminating the caps on solar storage, or just solar at this time. Why that's important, especially in light of the Inflation Reduction Act, for our state to leverage the influx of federal funds that will be available to all the states in a very limited time. Obviously, those funds won't be there forever. So just if you could explain why that's important.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. As you note, there is significant federal funding available to help support commercial solar installations that will bring down the cost of bids for these projects. The rub, as we heard at the February 27th hearing before the Energy and Technology Committee, is if we eliminate the caps entirely, that makes it much more important to set the price cap at an appropriate level. Right now, the way the program works, there's a capacity cap. It's currently 100 megawatts annually, and a price cap that serves as a backstop. The capacity cap provides some of the competitive pressure for commercial solar developers to bid at what they determined their lowest cost will be, because they have no idea what anybody else is bidding. If you eliminate the capacity cap, the price cap becomes the de facto price of those projects, because everybody will just bid to the price cap. So setting that right becomes more important. There is some administrative complexity, as Marissa Gillette, the chair of PURA, testified, but it is certainly doable. The trade-off that we face, right, because we want to maximize the amount of projects that pass through the pipeline that can take advantage of those federal incentives, is one, maybe getting more projects at a slightly higher cost because you have you haven't quite gotten the price cap right, although that could be adjusted annually. These federal incentives aren't disappearing tomorrow, but there is a clock, versus simply raising the capacity cap somewhat, where you will still have that cost pressure on the projects, but some projects that might have been viable get cut off because they meet the capacity cap. So I think it's more discussions are warranted on this, but I feel that we can get to a place where we have a robust solar program, because we are well behind Massachusetts and New York on a per capita basis in terms of our solar capacity right now.
All right. Thank you both.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Baumgartner. Any other questions? I don't see any online either. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony. I'm sure it's filed electronically as well.
Yes, it is.
Next, we're going to go to Marlene Wilhelm, followed by Yelunit Lee.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Marlene, go right ahead.
Oh, okay. I am testifying in opposition of SB 196. A little bit about my background is I am a longtime animal lover. I am the current president of the House Rabbit Connection, and I have been for the last 7 years. I'm also on the advisory committee for Connecticut Votes for Animals, and I'm also with Our Companions Animal Rescue and Sanctuary. Couple things that I really wanted to highlight. First of all, I did send in my testimony in writing, so you've got that, but I'm just going to elaborate on a few more things. Many of you participated several years ago with a photo session that we did in the concourse of representatives and their pets. There were a couple people that have bunnies. as pets. And obviously with your cats and dogs, you treat them like family, you love them to death. And it's the same way with people with rabbits. Years ago, when I grew up, everybody had a hutch of rabbits by the garage. Over the last 20 years, they've really become domesticated. They are now the third most popular companion animal in the United States. They're extremely smart. I've owned 10 of my own rabbits. I've probably fostered close to 30 to 40 rabbits. None of them have had the same personalities. As I mentioned, they're extremely smart. They can be litter box trained, and they make wonderful pets. The last thing I want to do, and I have testified a couple times over the last 2 years when a similar bill has been raised. Things have not changed since then. The only thing that's changed is there's more people that have rabbits as companion animals, and there's more people demanding plant-based diets versus meat. So I'm not really sure why this is up again for the fourth year or the fourth time to get this passed. I would like to see this obviously stricken and not brought back again if possible. And I think that's going to be my testimony, but I am happy to answer any questions.
Marlene, thank you for that testimony. I don't see any hands raised in the room or virtually, so thank you for enduring this Friday evening with us.
Thank you.
Next is Elunid Lee, who I do not see in the room nor online. So we are going to go to, I don't, oh, there you are. I couldn't recognize you with your mask on.
Good evening.
Please provide your name and.
Yes, I'm Laura Kahn. Good evening, Representative Gresco, Senator Lopez, and members of the Environment Committee. Thank you very much for holding this hearing. I am Laura Kahn. As I said, I chair the New Haven Environmental Advisory Council, the city board that deals with environmental issues. We submitted written testimony about SB 190 and SB 292, and I would like to talk a little bit about what SB 190. Thank you for raising SB 190. I support limiting use of neonics, but SB 190 needs to be amended by substituting the language from 2023's SB 963. I urge you to support SB 190 amended and add a ban on neonic-treated seeds. Neonics are neurotoxic pesticides linked to massive bee and insect losses, water contamination, ecosystem harms, and human health concerns, including developmental defects, heart deformations, and muscle tremors in unborn children. The Protect America's Children from Toxic Pesticides Act, a bill introduced in the U.S. Congress, notes as finding 9 that neonicotinoid pesticides are contributing to the rapid decline of pollinators and the deterioration of pollinator health, including impaired foraging behavior and increased susceptibility to viruses, diseases, and parasites. We are bombarded with ads from companies saying to make our lawns greener and eliminate grubs, but not warned about the harms caused by the chemicals they use or that those chemicals are not actually effective. We should use proven organic methods to care for green spaces instead of subjecting ourselves to the ravages of toxic chemicals formulated to kill. Every person, animal, and plant is counting on you, and so are our air, soil, and water. Thank you for protecting our environment and our health.
Thank you, Laura, and I appreciate your patience and your endurance, and it's a marathon.
And for you too, thank you.
Yes, appreciate it. Any questions from anyone here in the room? We have a question from Representative Dillon. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just really want to thank the chair of our New Haven Environmental Advisory Council for the hard work that you do and for staying here today to testify on a bill that's really, really important to a lot of people.
Thank you, Representative Dillon.
Appreciate it, Laura. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Thompson Mays, who I do not see in the room nor online. So we are going to Chris. Yep. And then anyone else who is here physically to testify, come sit up front here so I can get an idea. No, where you guys are is fine, but I'm talking, well, not except for Chris Herb. Everybody else could sit here and just what I know what we got to deal with here.
Thank you,
ahead.
Representative. And members of the committee who are here at this late hour, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Chris Phelps, State Director of Environment Connecticut, and we've submitted testimony on a number of bills before you, but I want to speak to two that frankly are of personal interest to me. The first is Senate Bill 292, an act concerning the use of PFAS in certain products. In Connecticut, we became very, very painfully aware of the problem of PFAS contamination in our environment a number of years ago when there was a massive spill of PFAS-containing firefighting foam at Bradley Airport that got into the Farmington River. We're all very familiar with that. And this legislature has, in recent years, begun to take action on this problem, and I commend everyone in this legislature for that action. The bill before you today represents an important step in that direction. You've heard the details of it. You're familiar with the details of it. I'm not going to go through it. I want to tell you a brief story about why this is a personal issue for me. I grew up in Minneapolis and St. Paul in the Minnesota area. The communities I grew up in, some of them were hotbeds and are hotbeds, hotspots of PFAS contamination. People I knew, people I grew up with are experiencing the health impacts in their lives and their families' lives from the exposures that they've had to high elevated levels of PFAS and things like their drinking water. Lakes that I grew up fishing at are now unsafe to fish in and consume fish from because the fish are so contaminated with PFAS. This is a real issue, not just in Minnesota, not just in Connecticut, but across our country. The bill before you takes a significant step towards beginning to get PFAS out of products, out of commerce. And I think it takes a reasonable approach to doing that by prioritizing getting products out of commerce for which there are safer alternatives right now and really accelerating that process. The other bill that I want to speak to is House Bill 5004. We strongly support this bill. This is the 20th anniversary of this year of Connecticut having adopted climate goals for reducing the pollution fueling climate change. In 2008, those goals were codified into law as a requirement for our state. Both those laws in 2004 and 2008 passed with overwhelming bipartisan support in the General Assembly. And the unfortunate thing, as you've heard plenty of times, is we're falling behind in our effort to meet those goals as a state. This bill puts more teeth into our laws. It's a prudent incremental step forward that will help reduce the pollution that's fueling climate change. And I just want to say, as a skier, this is an issue that is of deep importance to me. Connecticut and Southern New England are losing their snowpack. And the research that's out there now says that within the next 20 to 30 years, ski areas in Southern New England will no longer have enough snow to be able to operate at all during the winter. They will not be economically viable anymore. I know that was the bell. I will shut up because I know you guys want to go home at some point tonight.
Thank you for the testimony, Chris. Any questions in the room? I don't see any hands raised either online. Appreciate you sticking it out with us.
No, thank you so much, Representative.
Next is Jerry Greco, who I don't see online or in the room. So what we're going to do is go and take some people that are here physically so they can testify and go home.
Thank you, Representative Gresco and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ann Hulick. I'm the Connecticut Director of Clean Water Action. We're a national environmental nonprofit organization. And for the last several years, we've been focused on climate change and contaminants to our water and our environment. I want to share that I've submitted testimony, Senate Bill 190 with the amendments that have been discussed. We strongly support 5004 in its entirety. And I want to spend most of my time talking about Senate Bill 292. This is an act concerning products that contain PFAS. As my colleague Chris Phelps just said, this is a really common sense bill that is going to continue to make significant progress in reducing these contaminating toxic chemicals from coming into our environment. Toxic chemicals, PFAS, excuse me, are a class of 12,000 variations of chemicals, all uniquely united by having that fluorine carbon bond, which is the strongest synthetic bond known to man. It makes them very useful in certain consumer products, but we have learned over the last 50, 60 years that they are highly toxic and don't break down even during incineration. They are now found across the globe in both the North and South poles. They bioaccumulate. Recent USGS study estimates that 45% of the US's drinking water has at least one PFAS chemical, and likely exposing millions of people to PFAS in their drinking water. We know that serious health impacts from these chemicals, including cancers, liver damage, high cholesterol, reproductive disorders, low birth weights, impaired immune function, and decreased response to vaccines. And I can tell you personally that residents across the state have been calling me almost daily, expressing their deep concerns about PFAS contamination, not only in their drinking water, but just in their environment. We get calls from farmers, from people worried about wildlife, from people worried about not being able to eat fish. As you've heard, we've had 2 recent advisories for fish consumption on the Farmington River and on the Hockanum River. Residents really want action on this issue, and this bill is a common sense approach. It does not take out all consumer products. As you've heard in some previous testimony, it basically does 3 things. It takes out of commerce consumer products that are highly toxic and contaminate our environment. It requires reporting so that we get more information about other products coming into the state. And by 2032, it sets a deadline for removal of all PFAS products from being sold or distributed, giving industry plenty of time to take that approach.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
the testimony. Any questions from anyone here in the room? I don't see any virtually either. Appreciate your
you.
sticking it out with us.
Thank you as well.
Next is John Devenier, who I do not see either online or here in the room. So we're going to go to the next person here physically. Yeah, those chairs are a little unwieldy.
Good evening, Representative Gresco and Senator Lopes and honorable members of this environmental committee. My name is Roland Axelson. I'm a half-century long educator, a little different perhaps than some of the other folks who've been testifying. I live in Wethersfield, and I'm a member of Emmanuel Congregational Church in Hartford, and I happen to be the chair of our Environmental Action Committee. I just first want to say that I have enormous respect and appreciation for everyone around here. You guys are all incredible because you are charged with the gravity of your responsibilities insofar as preserving and protecting our sacred earth is huge. So I just need to say that. I want to testify in support of SB 191. You all know what that's about. Back in November, I helped organize an activity called Trash Fuels of Climate Change. It was organized by a couple faith groups, the Interreligious Eco Justice Network, the Greater Hartford Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Association, as well as the Connecticut League, Conservation Voters with Lori Brown. We gathered together initially, and over 100 people came, including the Speaker of the House, Matt Ritter, Representative Sanchez, Representative Arzano. They all came here, and we all came to try to figure out what happened to HB 6664, that bill that shut down the MIRA, the whole thing, and what happened. And long story short is that we evolved into talking a lot about food waste and food the diversion. That led to some subsequent meetings with a number of that group that organized this thing. Ultimately, we were led to work with the Connecticut Zero League the Connecticut Zero Waste Coalition that brought me here because I just found out about this bill a week ago tonight. In my view, trash does fuel climate change. And we have this huge challenge, as we all know. I mean, to haul 800,000 tons of trash to landfills in other states, to me, it's like unconscionable. Am I done?
Please summarize.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to support. I think we're making an incremental progress insofar as dealing with trash so that ultimately trash is not fueling climate change. And I really appreciate the opportunity to have had to speak here. And I respect all of you incredibly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roland. Any questions from anyone here in the room, or I don't see any online? Have a good night, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to Andrew Ginsburg, followed by Susan Pronovost.
Thank you, Representative Gresco, Senator Lopes, and the honorable members of the Environment Committee. My name is Andrew Ginsburg, and I'm the General Manager of Hartford Distributors. I'm here tonight to testify in support of Senate Bill 191. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone on this committee for its diligent consideration of adding fraud language to our state's bottle bill. We at HDI are a family-owned business operated in Manchester, Connecticut. We directly employ more than 200 people to whom we provide good wages, good pensions, and good healthcare benefits. Most of our employees have worked with HDI for their entire careers, and more than half of them are members of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Labor Union. We at HDI process and redeem more than 65 million containers each year under Connecticut's bottle bill. We play a central role in the state's recycling system, and our work is both visible and transparent as we track and report the flow of containers and all associated costs. As you well know, all containers that fall under the Connecticut's bottle law increase from 5 cents to 10 cents. I and others in my industry are concerned that this increase in deposits will lead to an increase in illegal redemption of containers from our surrounding states. The migration of empties from neighboring states not only burdens our recycling infrastructure, but also undermines the integrity of the bottle bill. Without adequate safeguards against fraudulent redemption practices, some individuals may exploit regulatory loopholes to profit from fraudulent returns, exacerbating the strain on our resources and diminishing the effectiveness of our recycling efforts. Just last summer, California agents indicted 8 people on felony charges after they were caught smuggling 178 tons of containers from Arizona into California. This scheme was valued at $7.6 million. According to the CalRecycle website, various agencies have worked together to make over 357 arrests since 2010 in connection to recycling fraud. The state of Connecticut is 50 by 100 miles surrounded by 2 states with redemption values at 5 cents and the state of Rhode Island, who is a non-deposit state. By incorporating fraud language into the bottle bill, we can mitigate the adverse effects of cross-border empties migration and protect the state's financial interests. Clear and enforceable provisions addressing fraudulent redemption activities will serve as a deterrent to those seeking to exploit our recycling system for personal gain, thereby safeguarding the integrity of the bottle bill and ensuring the equitable distribution of recycling incentives. Furthermore, the implementation of fraud language demonstrates our state's commitment to upholding the principles of fairness and accountability in environmental policymaking. By taking proactive measures to address fraudulent practices, we send a strong message that our state prioritizes responsibility and the preservation of the integrity in our recycling programs. In conclusion, the inclusion of fraud language in our state's bottle bill is essential for protecting our recycling system from abuse and safeguarding the state's financial resources. I urge the committee to support this critical amendment and take decisive action to address the challenges posed by cross-border empties migration. I'm available for any questions, and I'd personally like to thank everybody on this committee for staying, through the late hours to hear everybody and our concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Don't go anywhere yet. You have a question from Representative O'Day, who I hope is pulled over to the side of the road.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am pulled over
in
a safe spot. So I just want to say thank you for your testimony and This is something that we've been talking about to try and eliminate the fraud. And the reason why I bought pizza last week was because I kept everybody late on the bottle bill a couple years back. So thank you very much for your testimony, and appreciate you coming on this late hour. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Thank you. Anyone else with any questions? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll keep this short. Would returning to 5 cent so that we're equalized with Massachusetts and New York, and thus removing the financial incentive, be a most efficient way to combat the fraud that we're looking at? Thank you.
Sure, it would go a great way in mitigating the fraud. It will still be an issue, seeing that Rhode Island is a non-deposit state, but it would go a long way to closing up the borders of Massachusetts and New York. That being said, there does exist a system of double deposits. However, of course, that would go a long way. Or double redemptions, excuse me.
Thank you, Andrew. Any other questions? Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Andrew, for sticking it out and testifying at this late hour. I couldn't help but notice some of the expressions that you used, and I know that they're sincere on your part, that you want to preserve the integrity of the redemption program, that you don't want to undermine the redemption program. Would you agree that by having a label on bottles and cans that just says CTRV rather than a redemption value of 10 cents contributes to the undermining of our bottle redemption program?
My personal opinion is the clearer the better. We've done our part in putting up signage across our retailers, but sure, simpler is better.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico, and thank you, Andrew. And for the record, I would prefer advocating in Rhode Island for a bottle bill law and for New York to go up to 10 cents as an alternative. That being said, we're going to move on to number 90, which is Susan Pronovost, followed by Tom Swan.
Good evening, Chairman Gresco and honorable committee members. I'm Susan Pronovost, the Executive Director to the Connecticut Greenhouse Growers Association, representing the largest sector of agriculture in the state of Connecticut. I have submitted electronic testimony regarding HB 5228 concerning wood burning furnaces, which we are in opposition to. Non-attainment days can happen at any time of the year. A lot of times they're caused by climatological conditions and geography. We all know the area between Meriden and North Haven is being particularly congested with a lot of greenhouse growers down in that area. Wood furnaces and biomass, which is the burning of wood chips, which are waste product from tree trimming and manufacturing processes, are utilized heavily in the greenhouse industry. These furnaces were paid for by the USDA and considered the cleaner source of greenhouse heating because the carbon that was sequestered in the wood is released into the air. It's considered better than taking new carbon emissions from the ground, crude oil, and releasing these new emissions into the air. So basically we're recycling what was sequestered rather than adding to the new. Greenhouse industry, we heat at least 10 months out of the year. We're doing tropicals, so sometimes it's a 12-month operation, believe it or not. We can't risk a non-attainment day in the middle of a heating cycle. That would cause immense crop loss, an uninsured crop loss, I should say, should the temperatures fall. They don't have any backups. We simply stated agricultural production in the greenhouse can't live through a non-attainment day. Also, we have submitted testimony to HB 5221 concerning the purchase of certain lands at agricultural value. We find that the legislation is admirable, but it fraught with problems in its mechanics. We find that some of the goals within the legislation are unrealistic, especially when one considers some of the size of the production facilities in the state of Connecticut, the convoluted formula of agricultural value and finding a farmer, a qualified farmer who has 50% of their sales, 3 years in the business. It just doesn't seem that it's going to work for all classes of agriculture in the state. Yes, there are farms of 80 acres, but there are very few production facilities in the state of Connecticut the size of some of the growers in our organization that have literally a footprint the size of Sikorsky Manufacturing. So we have to find the middle ground. I think
Susan,
that
can
there
you
is merit.
summarize, please?
There is merit to the proposal, and it should be resubmitted at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And you answered one of my questions concerning the use of outdoor burning stoves at the greenhouse grower industries, in that my question was going to be, why would you have the furnaces and the wood burning happening during the summer? But you answered the question as far as having tropicals there. But if the greenhouse growers were exempted from this bill, would you have a problem?
No.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to send my regards to Susan Providence. Haven't seen her in a while, and glad to see she's doing well. I have one question for you, Ms. Providence. In your line of work, in your new line of work, what would you say the labor portion of it? Do you have enough labor to sustain what you're doing out there now with the growers?
The growers are also suffering from labor shortages, the same as every other industry. Ours is such a specialized industry and a labor-intensive industry that it's been very difficult to fill all strata of labor. And our growers are looking at the next generation of middle management, head growers, the new AI platforms that are coming online, the technical, aspects of running a greenhouse robotically, sales and logistics. Those are going to be very hard to fill positions as we look down the road. And yes, it's good to see you.
Likewise.
I hope to see you at Ag Day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. I don't see any other. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Susan, for testifying. I found your testimony on House Bill 5228 to be interesting. That's the bill, the act concerning the purchase of certain lands at agricultural value. So you, well, first of all, my understanding is that this is a voluntary program for farmers, correct?
It is a voluntary program, but there are farmers that, in at least in my organization, that have had no choice. They've had to apply for the program previously under the current, existing statutes, because quite frankly, they need the cash flow. They need to stabilize the farm. And I've had another farmer as of last year who was going through the process. It's lengthy as it is right now. He gave up and he found a private investor. And while that farm is still a farm, I don't know. I don't know for how long.
But just to be clear, so since it's voluntary, in other words, some farmers would be able to take advantage of this if they so chose, whereas others, if they found that it's not financially advantageous for them, that they wouldn't have to, participate. And so that's why I don't understand why this is a problem. Based on your testimony, it would benefit some, and the others to whom it would not be a benefit wouldn't have to participate. So what's the problem? I'm not understanding.
There should be a level playing field. Everybody should be able to apply and face the same, follow the same guidelines. There are clearly going to be farms that are not going to be able to be part of something like this. but it becomes a little bit more of a disincentive for farmers when they're going through this process. You've got to look at it from a business standpoint. Am I going to sit around for 3 years, 4 years, looking for perfect match to transition my farm down the road? Or am I going to take the next best offer? I mean, that's kind of where they are with the shrinking land in Connecticut. Farmers are being faced with some difficult choices. There's the altruism, and then there's the realities of money. I think we want to make it as easy as possible to make a conscious decision to transition the land for preservation down the road.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Susan. Appreciate it. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, I don't see Tom Swan in the room or online, so we're going to go to another person here in the room. Steve Sack.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for everybody for staying so late tonight. My name is Stephen Sack. I own Sack Energy in West Hartford. We are a fuel oil wholesaler here in Connecticut. I'm fifth generation, and we are very much in tune of reducing greenhouse gas emissions with selling biodiesel and soon renewable diesel that's coming into the market soon. I'm here to talk about bill number 5004. There's a couple things that I have a few issues with. I'm just going to summarize it quickly because everybody's here really late. In section 1, the term climate crisis, I think it should be changed to climate change, because that's what's happening. The climate is changing, and that's what you keep talking about in the bill here. And I believe it should be called a climate change, not a climate crisis. In section 2 and 3, it concerns me that in order to really clean up the environment here, the state shouldn't be allowed to do what we call like a shell game and just trade off with clean energy credits and say, oh, we're clean now because we bought these credits. It's a bit of a shell game. You're either going to produce clean energy or you're not. Section 11, the forming of the Connecticut Clean Energy Council. I would ask that with this, that not only there are state representatives, that you also have people in their sectors in part of this, so that they can give absolute definite answers and input of what's going on in the world outside of the government, and what's going on with energy, whether it's fuel, whether it's electricity, whether it's the grid. I'd like to see not just elected officials in there, but people in their fields that can provide good input. The other part I have some issues with is in section 17 of the changing everything to electric heat pumps, the big push for electrification. As you know, half electricity today is made from natural gas, and pushing more and more heat pumps are just going to exacerbate this issue. ISO New England, I have a report here. I don't know if you guys have seen, they just came out with a 2050 transition study, basically saying we're going to run out of power. We can't keep up with it. So I would just ask that you can use biodiesel, should be part of this, and other boutique fuels that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Any comments, questions for Steve? Seeing none in the room nor online. Thank you for your testimony. You did submit electronically?
I will be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Melinda Tuhus, who I don't see in the room or online. So at this point, I'm going to ask if there's anybody left physically in room 2B that wishes to testify. You want to bring your crew now? Do you want to bring your crew now, or what do you want to do?
No.
All right.
No.
Good evening. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association.
Does
We
this mean you're
represent
bringing, your crew's not coming at the end of it's just you?
just me. I promise.
Magic words.
Yep. We represent 600 family-owned businesses in Connecticut that sell bioheat fuel, renewable propane, and we heat half the homes in Connecticut. I'm here in opposition to House Bill 5004. I'd like to state up front that our members install more heat pumps than any other organization, any other industry in Connecticut. We've been installing them since the technology was invented. And we work with our customers to decide when to deploy them and what's in their family's best interests. We are specifically opposed to language in Section 17 that calls for the installation of 310,000 heat pumps. Our industry has an alternative. You've heard about it. We are currently delivering bioheat fuel to half the homes in Connecticut. This fuel has the ability to achieve net zero emissions and is made in Connecticut, delivered by local businesses, and does not require any electric ratepayer or taxpayer to pay any more to subsidize the cost to build out transmission and distribution that is able to handle added electric demand. There are three particular problems with it. First, electric reliability. You've heard a little bit about that from some of the other speakers today. What we're saying is that the power generators, ISO New England, and a number of people who are expert in making sure that the lights stay on and that the state is powered has expressed their concerns about adding this much demand. We sometimes look at these proposals in silos, and adding that many heat pumps, increasing that much more need for electricity. Well, there's a move to electric vehicles. And at the same time, we're trying to take the current demand. The number 50% has been used, but sometimes natural gas gets well over 60% of the electricity that's generated in Connecticut. This bill, an existing law, is rapidly moving to zero emissions electricity. All these things are trying to happen at the same time, and there's no plan on how to do it. It's not coordinated. We are putting our grid at risk. We have a demand side solution. Moving to net zero homes through the delivery of biodiesel that's made in Connecticut that can achieve the same goals that the bill is trying to accomplish by lowering emissions. You can accomplish that with us, and you can prioritize the zero emissions electricity for what we need it for. And that's going to be to keep the lights on, to power the future of electric vehicles. The second is cost. A whole home heat pump system costs between $20,000 and $40,000. There's no cost to modify your heating system to put biodiesel in it. It is a no cost option. So there is no inequity between low and middle income families. We address that problem. Finally, there's the environmental benefits, as I said, are clear, and we're late, and I apologize for being long.
So I have a question. It's based on your line of reasoning in that if we electrify, we're not going to have the fuel to power the plants to provide the electricity. If you want to do biodiesel, is there going to be enough feedstock to do what we want to do here in the state of Connecticut?
There certainly is. As biodiesel has been used more and more in transportation and heating sectors, the industry has ramped up. The requirement in the law that we have here in Connecticut, which also exists in New York and Rhode Island and other states, are starting to add to it. Pennsylvania has a transportation mandate. The production industry has been able to meet that and far exceeds it in terms of their production. The soybean is the primary source. Not here in Connecticut, we use cooking oil, but the soybean feeds the world. There is more than ample soybean oil to be able to meet the future needs.
So we're growing soybeans to process them to be biodiesel. Isn't that counterproductive in itself?
We're growing so many soybeans to actually feed the world. This is the meal that we feed poultry, beef. There's so much of it that excess oil has been typically thrown away. It pollutes landfills. We are now taking that and recycling it to use for heat. There's more than enough of it, and this is not a food to fuel issue in the slightest.
Thank you. Any other question? Representative Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, a lot of us missed the name of the person testifying.
Chris, dude.
Mr. Herb, did you submit written testimony? Okay, and what name is it on? Okay. Did you represent a lot of companies. Was there anything else you'd like to add to your testimony?
We have a number of problems in other sections of the bill, but I will say this, that this does absolutely jeopardizes businesses that have been around, and most of them are in their third, fourth, and even fifth generation. And I will tell you that we are part of this solution. It will take every BTU to meet Connecticut's future energy needs. You do not need, we have not been included in this proposal and a number of proposals to electrify the economy. What we're saying is that we can bring these solutions at no cost without jeopardizing a job. We can be a part of the growth of this entire sector and deliver on the environmental promises that the state seeks in the Global Warming Solutions Act.
Thank you, Mr. Herb.
Thanks.
Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Just one question. In your conversations, Chris, with your counterparts in Maine, for example, that have deployed far more heat pumps than pretty much every New England state, and also much colder than our own state. If I'm not mistaken, the oil and gas industry has not been, is not at a standstill right now in Maine. It's still very much flourishing. There's still demand for it. So I kind of reject the premise that if we deploy it, at least 300,000, 310,000 heat pumps in Connecticut, it's going to decimate the home heating industry in the state. Could you speak to what you're hearing from Maine?
It's a great question, and I'm glad you led us here. What my counterparts in Maine have told me is that very few homes in Maine had air conditioning because of the cold climate. So they're using them in the summer for air conditioning, and they continue to use their primary heating system to warm their homes in the summer. So oil and propane and natural gas continue to be used in the winter to heat homes. And now these heat pumps being discounted have added demand to the grid because they're in homes that didn't have air conditioning, and now they've been able to get cheap air conditioning because of rebates and subsidies. So heat pumps are not meeting all the energy needs of the home. What they're doing is that they're providing air conditioning where what didn't exist prior.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Baumgartner. Any other question? Seeing none. Thank you, Chris.
We look forward to be included.
Next, we're going to go to Mark Kelbacher, followed by Danielle Cheeseborough.
Good evening, Senator Lopes and Representative Gresco and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Mark Kelbacher, and I am the current president of Connecticut Environmental Council, CTEC. CTEC representing small businesses and individuals that are members of Connecticut Groundskeepers Association, Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, Connecticut Tree Protection Association, Connecticut Pest Control Association, and Connecticut Association of Golf Course Superintendents. CTEC is opposed to SB 190, the use of neonicotinoids. In 2016, legislation was passed into law designating neonics as restricted use and established a pollinator advisory committee. This was a reasonable and responsible approach to protect pollinator populations in Connecticut and limit access to neonicotinoids to certified professionals that understand the risk and benefits of the responsible use of these products. Senate Bill 190 will undo the beneficial law by banning neonicotinoids with only certain exceptions. The use of integrated pest management, IPM programs, and best management practices, BMP, are used to manage invasive, non-native, and nuisance insects. IPM and BMP is a sustainable approach to managing pests by combining biological, cultural, physical, and chemical tools in a way that minimizes economic, health, and environmental risk. Pest control products, including neonicotinoids, are an important tool in the IPM process, especially as they relate to protecting forests and landscapes from non-native and invasive pests. Eliminating these products from the market could lead to unintended consequences, including increased damage from pests requiring increased use of alternative products that are less effective and pose a much greater risk to pollinators and non-targeted insects. I am also the proud owner of a lawn care business that serves over 3,000 customers who care deeply about their lawns and green spaces, as well as their landscapes by providing and planting pollinator-friendly habitats. The lawn care industry utilizes a variety of best management practices to minimize the risk associated with proper use of these products to reduce the risk to pollinators. For example, our programs are designed to eliminate flowering weeds before insecticide applications are made. And we are legally required to follow the label that includes specific language designed to protect bees during applications. The regulatory process was designed to monitor and review products registrations to ensure the label uses will not generally cause unreasonable adverse effects on the environment. This process has replaced products like DDT chloridane with safer alternatives such as neonicotinoids and anthranilic diamides. Neonicotinoids are in the final stages of the most rigorous review to date, including evaluation under the Endangered Species Act. I encourage legislators to trust the professionals at the regulatory agencies and processes established under FIFRA, Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, Rodenticide Act. In summary, CTEC supports a fully funded Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, DEEP, to ensure effective regulation and enforcement of these products in the states. We also support the Pollinator Advisory Group's recommendation to hire a toxologist to further evaluate impact of proper use of all pest control products throughout the state. For these reasons, we oppose SB 190 and the ban of neonicotinoids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Any comments or questions from anyone here in the Representative D'Amico?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to be brief. So thank you for coming to testify here today, but I'm a little bit confused because all day long we have heard from people who have been testifying that Senate Bill 190 is not strong enough, that it doesn't go far enough in restricting the use of neonicotinoids. And yet you are telling us that it goes too far. And as I'm looking through the bill as written, Senate Bill 190, there appear to be numerous exceptions for arborists, plant applicators, licensed pesticide applicators, licensed applicator for protection against ticks and mosquitoes, nurseries, golf course superintendents, veterinary use. I'm confused as to how you can say that that it's too restrictive as currently written. So perhaps you can help me out here.
Yeah, sure. So these products, they belong in the regulatory arena. They so right now what we need to do is wait for EPA to rule on neonicotinoids. The EPA is in the final stages of their thorough review, and based on the latest data that will provide additional label restrictions required to reduce their impact on the public pollinator populations. This report's due here this year.
Okay, so I guess we're going to leave it alone for now, but thank you.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Thank you, Mark, for your testimony. Next, we're going to Danielle Cheeseborough, who I do not see. Wait a minute, representatives. Wait, oh shoot. Mark, are you still there? Representative Smith? Hello. You got to raise your hand faster than that.
I'm still here.
Representative Smith, are you there?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Feldbacher. As Representative D'Amico mentioned, we've got a lot of testimony, and the current of thought on this today from the people we've spoken to have all been in support of the proposed Senate Bill 190, but only with new substituted language from last year's neonic bill, Senate Bill 963, which is pointed out by many of the opponents, but it is a more fair-minded and more subjected to regulatory control by technical experts in the pesticide field. For instance, it does give exceptions on a number of applications, but says it would be except for those that may be used on agricultural plants to eliminate an invasive invertebrate pest if the Commissioner of Energy and Environmental Protection, after consultation with the Director of the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station, determines that no other effective control option is available. We thought this was a concession to the expertise. And we also heard a few hours ago that the EPA's study of neonics, though due this year, was not going to be a likely bellwether of how this was to be used for a number of reasons that they articulated. They said, even though it's due this year, they said the EPA has over 100 you said 100 years worth of substances they're reviewing. What can you say about that? I'm glad that you finally come to contest this on the neonics, because all we've been hearing is opposition to it. But remember, what we're looking at here is really resurrecting language from last year that was perhaps, in your view, even more restrictive.
Yeah, I think the problem still, as it lies, is it ignores the regulatory process. And as far as EPA and their report doing this year, we're still confident that report's still coming out in 2024. We have no reason to believe that it isn't. So we're gonna wait to see what that report entails for us.
And what in your professional experience with the regulatory process do you think the result of this will be before the end of this year with the report from EPA? And how might that affect future legislation in Connecticut and other states?
Honestly, I couldn't speak on what's going to come out from the EPA findings. I don't know that answer right now.
Because what this is looking to regulate and restrict is not only the effect, the purported effect it has on non-vertebrates, on different types of animal forms, but also on the pollinator population. And that's become a popular rallying cry in this group. It kills the honeybees and the pollinators and having a big effect on bee population, bird population, and the like. Is this just fanciful rhetoric, or is this something that you think has some validity?
Yeah, I think still more data is needed regarding the impact on pollinator populations in Connecticut. In fact, multiple state agencies, including members of the Pollinator Advisory Committee, indicate veronomite, loss of habitat, poor nutrition, and disease are primary causes of decline in pollinator health.
I've heard of the veronomite came up in a number of the testimonies from last year. Thank you, Mr. Kelbeck. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Any other questions? I do not see. So we're going to move on now to Danielle Cheeseborough, who I do not see here physically in the room, nor virtually. So we are going to go to somebody that is in the room here, David Golombeski.
Good evening, members of the Environment Committee. I'm currently employed as a golf course superintendent at Newtown Country Club in Newtown, a lifelong resident of New Milford. Connecticut Association of Golf Course Superintendents is an organization of professionals of which I serve on the board of directors as the government relations chairperson, dedicated to environmental stewardship, minimizing the impact of their operations, and maximizing the economic, ecological, and recreational benefits of golf courses contribute to their communities. CAGCS, in partnership with the Superintendents Association of America and USGA, the PGA Tour, recently released the Connecticut Golf Industry Best Management Practice document. It's 192 pages long and covers a wide range of topics. This resource helps golf courses establish and measure progress towards goals related to environmental stewardship, providing habitat for native and migratory insects, birds, and animals. The best practices listed in the Integrated Pest Management, Pesticide Management, and Pollinator Protection and Wildlife Habitat chapters demonstrate strategies that superintendents utilize to reduce their reliance on pest control products and create high-quality habitat, allowing wildlife to thrive in these valuable open spaces. As you heard from the last speaker, neonics are in their final stages of review by the EPA, and if necessary, they'll suggest further label restrictions for public indoor pollinator health reasons. I would again urge you to wait for this full report before making any decisions. 2016, these projects were designated as restricted use, limiting their access to licensed professionals such as myself. I've been certified by DEEP to possess the knowledge and training to understand and minimize the risks associated with responsible use of these products through reading and following label directions and safety precautions. Also, at that time, the Pollinator Advisory Committee was established as a responsible approach to protecting and promoting pollinator species. And you've already heard about, the varroa mites and such. I'm not gonna rehash that. Neonics are a critical component of IPM programs, and without having them as a tool in the toolbox, it can lead to other unintended consequences, such as using other products that are less effective and possibly more harmful to pollinators. Decision to approve and renew the registration of pest control products requires extensive knowledge and experience, hence why it falls under jurisdiction of regulatory agencies whose staff are hired and trained to make these decisions to protect public health and environment. Interested in improving DEEP's ability to effectively manage this process, we encourage you to fully fund the DEEP Pesticide Division, hire a PhD environmental toxicologist to review data and decisions made by EPA. You've heard from other speakers today, they've said, oh, we'll bring back the language from last year's bill. And, obviously I cannot, and my association cannot support that language. And essentially the bill before you now, I think it's kind of wasting your time, essentially. We can't bring back the language from last year, and let's not bother with this year's language. Let's wait for the EPA and see what they have to say, and then, follow what the regulatory framework from the experts. I think a lot of stuff said here today, I've listened to a lot of it's more based on emotion as opposed to fact, if you will. So I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
David, thank you for your testimony and for hanging with us here this Friday evening. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for coming up, David. It's good to have you as a constituent and a friend. I appreciate your testimony here this evening, and it's well taken and well understood. And I know, I believe, if I just really briefly, and I know in practice, you really use neonics, I think, as a last resort on these courses. Is that correct?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. I mean, we rotate between chemistries to combat stuff such as resistance management and such. We can't rely on one product over and over again because it will not be as effective. And that goes for any pesticide. There's most things that can have a buildup of resistance over time. Hence, we rotate through, the use of various chemistries over time. And there's some instances where we can use a chemical that's maybe less, it's effective more in a preventative manner. We can go at a lower rate. Hence, it's maybe it has less of an environmental footprint, if you will, as opposed to using something that some may consider harsher and using that at a higher rate. So this is it's a balancing act with an IPM program. Neonics, sometimes they're the answer, sometimes they may not be the answer. It just depends on the situation. We're not going out there and spraying just for the sake of spraying. None of this stuff is cheap. It's costly. We all have budgets to manage, and that's how we operate. We try to be, we're stewards of the environment. We don't want to see, environment get polluted. We want to protect the waterways, the land, or whatever. Golf is a multi-million-dollar industry in this state, and with about 180 golf courses statewide, it's a very important industry, and we truly care about the industry and the environment.
Well, David, I appreciate you testifying today, and again, it's nice to see a constituent here, and thank you for making the drive up to Hartford and saying hello. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Dillon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for being here and for staying so long. I guess my concern on a policy level is if you look at the Supreme Court decisions last year concerning West Virginia, and there was one that undermined the EPA's authority over air, and there was one that undermined the EPA's authority over water. So it appears that the trend at the Supreme Court is to reduce the authority of the EPA. In addition, during the budget negotiations this week, the ask of the majority in the House was to cut funds for the EPA and to cut funds, some other funds as well. But they did prevail in cutting funds for the EPA. So I guess my concern, and it's not your doing, but what we're faced with is that we may be on our own in Connecticut if it appears that that the trend continues in Washington, and that we may have to rely on our own resources to develop a remedy and develop our own resources, if you understand where I'm coming from.
I can understand your concerns, Representative. However, obviously, I mean, none of us in this room have too much control over what happens in Washington. However, you know, they are the experts. I mean, I don't say this to insult anyone in this room around this circle or anything, but obviously I don't think anyone here can say that they're on this committee, that they're a pesticide expert, if you will, type of thing. I mean, you've heard a lot from every side and whatever. But I mean, you know, I think, you know, unfortunately, I mean, we have to rely on the EPA some, and I think that's where, you know, I know a lot of the registration of pesticides, you know, the EPA can approve a new product. However, it must then be approved by each individual state. It is not a blanket approval for the whole nation. So, you know, Connecticut has to approve it, New York, Rhode Island, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, I think that's that's another feather in the cap for the state here, where maybe the Connecticut DEEP, like as I said, needs to look at possibly hiring their own PhD level environmental toxicologist, so that, you know, here in Connecticut, you know, you have another set of eyes, another expert to review every product coming to market and the manufacturer's data and literature from it. And then when bills such as this come up, you can get a non-biased opinion from a formal expert who is, you know, has an office right over here at 79 Elm Street, if you will, in Hartford.
Well, this is a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. I respect that you're representing your members. My concern is simply that they may very well have the experts in the EPA, but if the authority is reduced and it's subject to legal challenge, it may not matter. And so it may very well be that it's going to be up to us to figure out, even though we're a small state, and it would be inefficient because there are other states around, that if we want to solve any problems and strengthen our own stewardship over our environment, we may not be able to rely too much on the federal government. That's really what I'm concerned about. But thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief, and thank you, sir, for coming out. You did say something interesting, which was that these are expensive chemicals, these pesticides, and they have to be used economically and obviously for the proper application, which I'm sure that you are trained in it. Again, getting back to why this year's bill is a waste of time, we've heard from even opponents of neonics who state that the current bill is really just a continuation of the status quo, but last year's bill was more effective and actually more fair, as I stated before. The bill from last year has a specific emergency provision to allow situations where no other option besides neonics were available to solve a particular pest problem used for trees for managing certain invasive insects and the like. And also the idea here is that these are just going to be used with golf course because that's a high value, high dollar value business, as is lawn control, private lawn control, lawn maintenance, and lawn nourishment. But it also appears that there are alternatives in neonics for a lot of these things, the different types of bioinsecticides. you say those are not as effective, and maybe they aren't in terms of their efficacy, but they may also cost more to apply or over the time that they're effective. But are there other alternatives to neonics for the type of applications that we're talking about that we haven't discussed here? I mean, can you say there are certain substances that will be able to do the same thing neonics do without the attendant risks associated with it, both to animals and to vegetation?
I mean, there are other chemistries out there. You know, some things are more effective than others. I mean, you know, like I say, I mean, we use these products very judiciously, across the board. You know, some things are more expensive than others. And I mean, you know, neonics aren't the answer all the time. I mean, it's a tool in our toolbox. You know, I mean, there's limits on how much you can use per year, as there is with every pesticide. You know, there are other things that can work. It just depends on the situation without getting too far into the weeds. You know, I mean, like I say, most superintendents, you know, I mean, you know, we're trying to promote wildlife and pollinator habitats. We don't want to see anything happen to the bees. You know, we do things such as having birdhouses, pollinator gardens. You know, we can work with beekeepers that are near golf courses, partner with them to ensure that they're aware of any pending applications that may have a potential to cause any adverse effects so that they can take proper precautions and timing when pollinators are less likely to be foraging for food. You know, there's precautions that, you know, that we can take, and this is all contained here in this best management practices manual, which I'd be more than happy to leave a copy with you guys to peruse at your leisure. But there's a lot of effort put into this by many different stakeholders, from such as legislators, superintendents, university researchers, environmental groups, and more. But you know, golf course, like I said, we provide over 27,000 acres of green space in this state.
Thank you, Mr. Golembeski. I appreciate your time and your expertise.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to John Keene, followed by Kirsten Eck.
Good evening, co-chairs, members of the committee. My name is John Keene with Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers, also known as AHAM. Here in regards to Senate Bill 292, we have concerns around the broad PFAS prohibition, but we have a proposed solution starting the cookware provision, which we would support. AHAM members produce millions of products each year. They design and build products at the highest levels of quality and safety. AHAM supports and understands the need to address PFAS, which should start with the first priority, cookware. This proposal, among other things, would prohibit the sale of cookware for products where PFAS would be present. We're here to offer language found in our written comments specific to the proposed cookware ban. Our language maintains the intent but provides needed clarity around products and scope, appropriate timeframe to implement it fully across all models over a transitionary period, and authority for a state agency to provide any needed clarity. Our industry has already begun rolling back PFAS on our products, and we are immediately focusing on parts that come in contact with food being cooked. Because appliances are very complex products with many internal components, the proposed amendment will provide needed clarity to ensure our manufacturers within our global supply chain are ready to comply. Beyond the 2032 prohibition, we oppose this aspect of the bill. One of the issues with this broad nature is that it would include environmentally friendly foam blowing agents used in refrigeration installations. These refrigerants have been encouraged from the EPA due to the lower global warming potential. With that, we look forward to working with you on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate the testimony. Any questions, comments here from 2B? I see none online either. Thank you for hanging with us this Friday evening, John.
Thank you.
So we're going to circle back to Danielle Cheeseborough, who is now joining us virtually, and then we will go to Kirsten Eck.
Hi, thank you all so much for circling back, and thank you. I know you've been at this for about 9 hours, so I really appreciate it. I am Danielle Cheeseborough. I'm the first selectman in Stonington. I submitted some testimony, as did our director of solid waste. So I won't go into all the points we raised there, but I just wanted to echo our support for SB 191 in regards to the composting bill. I think, as many of you know, what we find, many residents in our town and across the state are trying to find ways to address climate change. And what we've heard from numerous studies is really the number one way an individual can really combat climate change is through addressing solid waste. And composting is such a big part of this. Just a recent UN study that came out actually pointed that about 8% of food waste is where we are getting our greenhouse gases from, which is the same as the global tourism industry. Being from Mystic, that really resonated with me. But it just shows again how much we could do together with finding solutions around composting. I'd also add that one of our hopes with this bill is that it would be combined with continued funding. For Stonington, we were very grateful to be part of the DEEP grant submissions, and that's really what allowed us to get our curbside composting program off the ground last year. Since we started, we've diverted about 250 tons of solid waste from our solid waste stream, and we have a goal that we think we'll be able to hit of diverting about overall 22% of our solid waste once the program's a little bit further along. We combine that with unit-based pricing that we have, or pay-as-you-throw, which already has reduced our per capita solid waste by about 50%. So I'm really here, both myself and our team can be a resource if anybody wants to talk more, but we do see a way to go forward. We're looking at the kind of crisis we're facing in the state with our solid waste management, that we see a path forward between unit-based pricing and this composting bill and other similar steps. We could get municipalities' solid waste down, 70 to potentially even 80% in kind of the estimates that we've run. So again, happy to take any questions and just really appreciate everyone's time.
Madam First Selectwoman, thank you for your patience this evening. I do not see any Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and be very brief. Just want to commend our incredible First Selectman, Danielle Cheeseborough, for your leadership, especially with respect to solid waste management. It's no secret that Stonington has been a leader in managing really our solid waste within Connecticut, as you mentioned, having pay-as-you-throw since pretty much before I was born, and of course diverting more than 250 tons of organic materials from our solid waste stream. That is something to celebrate, and was so excited that Stonington will be continuing the pilot program. That way we can continue the curbside composting program. Just, in this experience, that especially as you've engaged citizens and educating citizens about diverting the organics from that current waste stream, how much would you say in the pilot programming have you done, outreach programs and educating the public? Like, how much of that is encompasses like the day-to-day work of this? Obviously, you got the trash collection part, but what makes this work is the outreach. So can you speak to that a little bit?
I can, and I'd say, in Stonington, we've been fortunate because we have the unit-based pricing, like you mentioned. So I'd say, kind of residential base is already more engaged, and they have a financial incentive to do this, because if not, they're paying for their trash through the yellow bag program. But again, why I wanted to emphasize, I think it would be very hard for other towns to move forward with composting, no matter how much they want to, without financial assistance, because even for us, and we were a few steps ahead, as you spoke to the education and outreach component, it did take financial incentive to get off the ground. So that was, mailers to people's households, delivering actually like the bags and the buckets to people's houses. It was a lot of, and still is a lot of ongoing education and engagement, which is key. But we have found it resonates with people. And one of the other things that people have, I think, sometimes been surprised about is even realizing, I think it's about 70% of food waste is really water, and that's very heavy, and it's harder to burn for when we're burning some of our trash at these incinerators. So it also can help hopefully buy time for some of these aging plants. So people are realizing, it's not just their own pocketbooks, but it's also the broader tax base that can be saved. And some of these points have really resonated with people who are paying attention to what's going on across the state. But again, I just want to emphasize, this is all possible because of the current state partnerships that we're so grateful for. So we're hopeful that can continue for other towns.
Well, let's keep leading the way in Stonington. Again, thank you so much for selecting.
Thank you guys.
Testifying.
I hope you get some sleep tonight.
Yes, certainly will. And another fun fact, Stonington #1 for heat pump deployment in the state of Connecticut. So thank you again for selecting me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Representative Baumgartner. And thank you, Madam Selectwoman. I don't see any other hands raised in the room or virtually, so we are going to move on to Kirsten Eck, followed by Louis Dubuque, followed by Peter Gorman. Kirsten. See you in the room.
You're muted. Kirsten Eck is muted. She's online.
Nice.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Rookie mistake. My name is Kirsten Eck. I'm a board certified physician, and I hold a fellowship with the American College of Physicians. I also hold a public health certificate from Yale on climate and health, and I stand in support of Bill 5004. I looked up for you today the current atmospheric concentration of CO2. It's 425 parts per million today. Anyone listening, this is a white knuckle moment for us. The reason is that it's the highest it's been in 2 million years. For context, humans developed around mid 200s parts per million. With every incremental increase in our emissions, we'll see temperature rising as much as some estimates putting us 5 to 7 degrees, high end 10 degrees Fahrenheit. The thing is that humans have physiologic limits to heat tolerance. And I want to make sure everyone understands that. For an analogy, you made an egg this week, maybe in your kitchen, you put it in the pot, it sits there, it heats, and suddenly the proteins denature and you have scrambled eggs. For humans, the same thing happens with heat. And there's a number where this happens. It's 95 degrees Fahrenheit for over 6 hours, or a core temperature greater than 104. At that point, your critical enzymes shut down, your own proteins denature, and it's deadly. When I look at the National Weather Service, there's a graph, I'm sure you're all familiar with these heat alerts, and we add temperature to these heat alerts. We're going into the areas where we cannot physiologically stand this heat. Make no mistake, as we increase our emissions, this is coming to us. And unfortunately, I already see harms, and we're at the very tip of this heat berg coming our way. In my practice, I see patients admitted during heat waves with dehydration, kidney injuries, people who have adverse effects from their medications because as the kidneys don't function, the medications become toxic. I see people who suffer lung harm because as heat rises on our streets, ground level ozone increases and it's very lung toxic. I am afraid that if we don't take care of this very quickly, we are setting a preheat dial for very progressively worsening health for the state of Connecticut. I hope that you'll act and act now. I know that The boy Ashen who spoke earlier, he spoke to you last year and begged you to take action. My patients, my own kids, and the 70% or more around the state of people who support climate action are trusting you to do this. And I want to thank you all
Summarize
so
for
very
us,
much.
please.
I want to thank you all so very much for being here and for standing for this. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony and for staying with us this Friday evening.
My
Any
pleasure.
questions or comments from the room? Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kristen, did you say you were a professor or a medical doctor? I didn't catch in the beginning.
Both, actually.
Both,
I am a
excellent.
physician and I teach climate and health right here in our own medical and dental schools.
I just want to thank you for your testimony, and I don't know you well enough to say that it sounds like there's a catch in your voice, but your testimony was very emotional, and I just wanted to ask you, how do you feel when you hear debates that climate change is not real and that, there's always been cyclical patterns of freezing and cooling and heating and cooling, and that we're panicking over nothing?
Well, it doesn't take too much reading into the scientific literature to see that we're so far out of the realm of where humans evolved. I have a graph, I can submit it, where we are way, way out of range. And, without immediate action, what's coming our way is not going to be survivable. And so people can say they challenge this, but the data is here. We are at a number today, that is higher than humans have ever seen. And how much further are we willing to mess with it?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I just thought we should get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm, and thank you, Kirsten, for your testimony.
My pleasure.
Next is Louis Dubuque, followed by Peter Gorman.
Sorry. Thank you, Chairs Gresco and Lopes and members of the Environmental Committee for all your efforts today. I'm Lou Dubuque. I'm testifying today on behalf of the National Waste and Recycling Association's Connecticut chapter. On behalf of NWRA and its members, I'd like to express appreciation to the Environment Committee for raising SB 191, since organics diversion is an issue that our industry has been actively engaged in and very familiar with. While we appreciate the continued attention that is focused on the issue of organics diversion, we respectfully share some concerns with the committee and request that these concerns be given serious consideration. These concerns are that 1, organic collections is better suited to be tailored town by town. 2, we should thoroughly and critically assess the complete data from the pilot programs that have concluded. And 3, we should not limit ourselves to any prescriptive program as technology evolves to handle organics. Last session, this General Assembly adopted legislation that authorizes municipalities on a town-by-town basis to adopt an ordinance to identify additional solid waste items, such as food scraps, as recyclables. This action enables any municipality to develop an organics diversion program that best fits their needs. At this time, we continue to endorse that town-by-town approach as opposed to a statewide mandate imposed on all residents and businesses. Given the diversity throughout the state, this is a more measured approach may realize greater benefits and better results. To address concerns with organics in the waste stream, DEEP funded 4 food scrap recycling pilot projects that were initiated in 2022. DEEP then began to offer pilot programs to collect residential food scraps and reduce trash to Connecticut's 169 towns through the SMM grant program. Since then, 19 municipalities have chosen to take part in this program, and a few have selected to make these programs permanent. More than $10 million was expended to support these pilot programs. We believe that it would be prudent to thoroughly and critically analyze the data collected from these pilot programs to determine what may work best from an economic and environmental perspectives prior to the imposition of a statewide mandate. DEEP should continue to work with their partners in the towns in this state to encourage organics diversion and then require an independent third party to analyze how successful the programs are before moving on to other proposals. A final concern we have with this proposal is that it specifically mandates how the organics should be separated. This will limit how our members can properly separate organics and fails to take into consideration future technological changes. When the state of California addressed organic separation, they chose to set target goals and let the industry experts figure out how to accomplish these goals with the help of the municipalities. NWRA believes this is a preferable solution and allows us flexibility as technology evolves. I'd like to thank you for your attention and consideration of these important issues.
And you filed your
Yep,
testimony?
everything's been filed online, sir.
Beautiful. Any questions from anyone here in the room? I don't see any hands raised virtually either. Louis, thank you for
Thank you for your time.
patience and your testimony. Next, I don't see Alicia Charmot in the room nor virtually, so we are going to go to Peter Gorman.
Thank you, Representative Gresco, Senator Lopes, members of the Environment Committee. Here we are again. Nice to see everybody again. Representative D'Amico, nice to see you again. I am here again talking about the NeoNIC bill, Senate Bill 190. And again, I am here to speak in opposition. I guess my focus this year, since I've talked a lot about the benefits of neonicotinoids and the efforts that people take to minimize the risks, as David pointed out, in the BMPs for golf courses here. I'll leave this with you, Representative D'Amico. You've got a number of golf courses in sensitive areas. There are 12 chapters in this book, and 3/4 of them relate specifically to improving plant health and minimizing the need for pesticides. And there are a number that specifically talk about protecting water quality, integrated pest management, pesticide management, pollinator protection, and wildlife habitat. So I'll leave this with you guys. You can review it. It is an excellent document. Today, I'd like to focus more on the regulatory process and the importance of understanding the data. So a lot of people have been presenting information on both sides of the argument, claiming that they've got the right data. And depending upon which side of the room you're sitting on, you're going to trust one data set more than the other. But the reality is, few of us in this room are qualified to really, number one, interpret and understand the data and to determine the quality of the data being presented. So I'll give you one example right here. So you've all probably seen the neonics as the new DDT. I'm sure it's been presented a number of times today and discussed. The loss of 3 billion birds in the last 50 years has been linked to neonics, with the sharpest decline seen in birds that eat insects. I'm not a mathematician, but neonics were released in 1994. I don't know how they were killing birds 50 years ago. So that's just one example of why we need to trust the regulatory process. The regulatory process got us off of DDT and chlordane and replace them with more safer and more effective products. And now that process continues. There are more desirable alternatives that are being adopted. Golf is one of the leaders in that adoption. The other one that I wanted to look at right here in the center of this page, the alternatives for neonics for grub control list a number of biological options. None of them have the efficacy to be commercially viable or available, and the cost goes way up. Now, people want to spend the money on that. That's fine. And you're in the interest of time, you're right. I will wrap this up. I think I just wanted to focus on trusting the experts and the scientists who have the ability to understand the data that's being presented to you. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Cooley.
So you're suggesting that I don't trust memes off of social media?
Well, no, I am, you know, as much as I can only appreciate how tired you guys must be. I'm grateful that we're way ahead of schedule from the chlorpyrifos bill 4 years ago, where I didn't testify till 12:30 at night, also on a Friday. Might want to talk to the person that schedules these, but thankfully I have no social life. But no, the importance is to trust the data, right? So we're looking at the EPA. We've been talking about the more rigorous reviews and how long it takes to bring new products to market. So at the federal level, they're really going to understand the value of these products in all the various markets. They're going to understand the alternatives and how effective they are, how available they are. They're going to understand which segments, so for arboriculture, how much time have we spent in this room talking about preserving our forests from invasive pests? How fast do invasive pest populations explode and move, especially with climate change? How fast does that progression take place relative to how fast the government is going to respond and lift a pesticide ban? You can lose. I mean, imagine what happens when an insect comes through and starts wiping out the maple population, and you start threatening the sugar maple population all throughout New England. It hasn't happened yet, but it's possible. So you need these tools. I've got lots of tools in my garage, in my basement. I don't pull out a sledgehammer to hang a picture, right? You need the tools in the toolbox to be pulled out at the right time. So an arborist is going to need these tools to be pulled out to protect a specific pest. The trained professionals that have access to these that have the license, the training, the expertise to understand when to pull these out, when to move on to a different chemistry, when to use curative applications versus preventive applications. There's a lot that goes into this, right? We talk about, there's a piece on here about treated corn, insecticide coated corn. It doesn't talk about the improvements in the technology of the seed coating so that it doesn't create the dust from filling the seeder. It doesn't talk about the technological advances in planting the seed so you get just the right amount of seed to maximize your yield. All of that is ignored, but all of that gets considered. The other thing that's really important, we talk about the data. So people have given data all day long, and it's all over the written testimony. The difference is that data is being given to you. You didn't ask for it. At EPA, they ask for specific data sets, specific data points. And if it's garbage data, they send it back. And they say, this isn't good enough, bring it back. Get us the data we need, right? So that's the difference between the regulatory and the legislative process. The legislative process did its work 40, 50 years ago when it established FIFRA, right? It said, we need
Peter.
Well, I guess are you guys as tired of listening to me as I am?
You have no idea. Are you all, so Representative Cooley, you seem to forget freshman legislators are not allowed to make humorous comments. Representative D'Amico.
Not being a freshman legislator, Mr. Chair, I will still exercise some discretion here. So, Peter, thank you for coming and testifying once again. And I do remember that time 4 years ago. It was 12:30 in the morning, and then the whole building shut down the week following.
Right.
That was scary times. Anyhow, so I appreciate what you're saying. I just feel compelled to say you use the analogy of not using a sledgehammer, to hang a picture, which is perfectly appropriate. So, but both in the legislation that we have in front of us today, with regards to neonicotinoids, Senate Bill 190, and in the legislation from last year, Senate Bill 963, they both provide the discretion or the exceptions that you seem to favor. And I'm looking at last year's bill, which by all accounts is a more restrictive bill, and it says right in last year's bill, except that such pesticide may be used on an agricultural plant or to eliminate an invasive invertebrate pest if the Commissioner of DEEP, after consultation with the director of the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station, determines that no other effective control option is available. So it seems to me that we're saying even in this what's considered to be the restrictive language of last year, that you have options, that we are not completely forbidding the use of this product or these products. So I felt the need to say that in opposition to this, what seems to be a complaint that we are not using, good judgment here, not using good discretion here. But I'll leave it at that.
Sure. So there's two things that come to mind as part of your comment is, number one, when you compare it to last year's bill, I would be curious to find out what has happened in the last year that the agricultural exemptions, the applications that were acceptable a year ago are no longer acceptable. But so if something has changed, why were they acceptable last year, but they're not this year? So that shows that, again, and last year I had the same argument that the language of the bill undermines the validity of the claims that it's necessary, right? So last year you couldn't use it last year you could use it for agricultural purposes, but this year you can't. And then this year's bill, you can use it for mosquitoes, which it's not even labeled for. It's like, that's like saying, like, so that it shows that the science that's supporting the need for this bill isn't in the language of the bill. So, and then the other thing I would just comment on, I go back to the speed at which government acts. Imagine how hard it is going to be to get through whether it be the DEP or the Department of Public Health or whatever government agency it is, to get all the way up through the bureaucracy and to get the commissioner, whoever that commissioner may be at that time, or whoever they were appointed by, to reverse this action and to allow these products to be used in an emergency situation. An emergency situation is, I've got spotted lanternfly attacking my plants and it's migrating up through the state. We need to take action. We've got, a variety of other Dutch birch leaf miners, or there's a number of insects. They move, their populations vary seasonally, but there could be multiple generations per year and they could be migrating much faster. There are insects that move with tropical storms, right? So all of a sudden a hurricane comes through and now we get an insect that used to be in the Carolinas and now it's in Connecticut. How do you really have faith that the government agencies are going to be able to respond that quickly?
Well,
since
you mentioned 4 years ago, we were confronted with a calamitous situation known as COVID, and the government agencies, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, the government agencies reacted and responded appropriately and effectively and quickly, in my view.
They did, but that's because the hospitals were being flooded by people with an unknown disease and that we could track back to China. Whereas the patients in this case,
we don't need to recap the pandemic.
No,
honest to God.
But this is important. I'd like to point this out. The patients,
just try to make your answers briefer, please.
The patients in this case are in our forests. And how many people are out scouting for these pests in our forests, which we have clearly identified as one of Connecticut's most valuable natural resources? There aren't a lot of people clamoring around the trees trying to find spotted lanternflies or other invasive pests, whereas in the pandemic analogy, literally people were dying on our doorstep.
We will continue this some other time.
I
Mr.
would
Chair. How's that?
love to continue it on a golf course.
We will do that. We will do that.
Golf course, hallway, whatever it takes. I see no further questions. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next participant, Diane Keefe.
Thank you very much. I'll see you guys next year.
Thank you, Environment Committee. I appreciate your time. I will be brief. I did submit written testimony. My primary reason for being here is I live in Norwalk and I am part of Live Green Connecticut's Food Scrap Working Group. And I am testifying in favor of SB 191. What I want to highlight is it currently doesn't have a funding provision, and I think it needs to add one that would create funding for large municipalities to be able to roll out residential recycling. I also think that 2028 is a long time away, so there's plenty of time to analyze the impacts of those pilot studies that were completed in the 19 municipalities. But you can see that rolling these things out is not cheap. $10 million for 19 municipalities in a pilot program. So we could use 10 times that amount of money to really do a thorough job in scaling food scrap recovery. This is a very important climate measure. And I also heartily support 5004. As the physician testified earlier, we are in a climate emergency. The whiff that we got of the Canadian wildfires is just the beginning of what we might face in the future if we don't curtail the use of fossil fuels. So particularly in 5004, I think mandating that PURA have a docket for phasing out natural gas is vital, because natural gas is 90% methane and 86 times the amount of carbon is released by methane in the first 10 years after it is emitted. So it's very negative for climate change in the very near term. I did comment also in favor of the neonicotinoids bill and in favor of the PFAS bill. I think the arguments against them have been generally from interested industry representatives, and we really need to make sure that we safeguard public safety and safety of pollinators, which we vitally need to keep the food supply. Thank you so much for listening at this late date. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Diane. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. This is State Rep Christine Palm. I'm the vice chair. I'm going to be taking over the proceedings at this point. I'm looking for Amelia Carney, please, followed by Caitlin Kimball. Do we have Amelia Carney in the room or online? Nope. How about Caitlin Kimball? Mr. Administrator, is anybody in the room waiting to go?
We could take the one person that's in the room right now. I believe it's Kim?
Kim Libera.
All right. 127, Christine.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Kim Libera, and I am an earth scientist, and climatology falls underneath my degree. I do oppose the bans on natural gas. This is not like banning a plastic bag, which I supported. Some of these things do enhance our lives, including our pizza. And I fear our nation is moving towards being the Soviet Union. Section 1 of my testimony, which you can read this weekend, is about U.S. air quality, directly from the EPA. I get the charts all the time. And U.S. air quality is in pretty darn good shape, but you won't see that in the media. My second section illustrates some of the dynamics going on in the atmosphere. And indeed, there are quite a few going on. Section 3 points out new technology, which addresses some of these needs of climate, plastics, improved mass transit, better albedo for the planet. I have difficulty trying to get this knowledge out to people so that they can adapt it. Some of it is made here, some of it is made overseas, but it will go a long way and it will also create jobs. Section 4, Dr. Judith Curry, whom I contacted, is the nation's preeminent climatologist, and you really should podcast with her, okay? There is no climate crisis. We have atmospheric events, okay? Now I'm going to educate you. CO2 is an invisible, odorless gas. It is a greenhouse gas, and we are currently at roughly 0.04% of the air. Water vapor is your primary greenhouse gas at 1% to 4% of the air. When you are out on a hot, humid Connecticut day, and it's very hot, heat wave, okay, you often say, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. And indeed it is, because water vapor is the top greenhouse gas. It reacts with much more wavelengths of infrared rays than any of the other gases. The other gases do contribute, but water vapor is primary there. And a lot of people don't know this with, I'm going to address the doctor's concerns about the carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is not what engineers heat waves. These are air masses that come through the Gulf of Mexico and the Bermuda High, which we had 2 summers ago. They are escorted by the jet stream and winds. The major problem going on in our atmosphere is in the stratosphere. And the stratosphere is in too cold a state. And this is due to the lack of ozone from a previous crisis.
Just want to make sure you heard the buzzer, right?
Yeah,
Summarize.
okay. The ozone warms the stratosphere up. A warmer medium radiates heat out to space better than if it were cold. We also have a disruption of the polar jet stream and 3 oscillations going on at the ocean all at once. That's pretty much the summary of the major things.
Christine, you're still running it.
Oh, yes, I actually have a question. Professor, I am reading your Q&A on Quora, and I'm seeing in response to someone's question about eradicating CO2 emissions, you say, what is your worry? And then you go on to say, do not let the powers that be use this as legislation and scare tactics to get people to sacrifice for the planet. At the heart is a darker ideology, reduce human populations. Are you of the mind that we in the legislature have a nefarious plot to reduce human populations?
I do believe that, because the environmental sector has become a cult. You can't even have a conversation with them, and they want to throw all the attention on CO2 because CO2 is associated with oil companies. And I don't know, I know they don't like companies that have a profit. I mean, you people are going to go down the line. Next, it's going to be fireplaces and grills and stoves and refrigerators. And then it's going to be air conditionings. When does it end? Why can't you try any other of the technologies like carbon capture, passive radiational cooling?
Okay, thank you. Thanks for answering my question. I see Rep. Dubitsky has his hand up. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming in to testify today. Could you give us a little background on your academic and professional credentials?
Okay, I am basically, I have 3 degrees. I have 2 degrees in math and 1 in earth science. I have 2 masters, okay? I'm a teacher by trade. I am retired. I have lots of time on my hand, and I research these issues at home, not only to keep in tab with my field, and I have many experiments that I can do at home. I can't do anything large scale there, but also know that I've been a runner for 52 years, and I've run in 90-degree heat. It's not due to the carbon dioxide. It's due to the fact that we have either a Gulf of Mexico air mass over us or a Bermuda High.
Okay, where did you say you have 3 degrees? Where are they from?
I have 2 degrees from Central, both masters, and I have a bachelor's from Rutgers.
Okay. Now is it your feeling that the prevalence of water vapor in the air is causing temperature change?
Well, in our parts, we always have that jet stream effect and the prevailing westerlies that will always lend itself to bringing water vapor our way in the summer. But I think you people may be convinced that if you get rid of all CO2, that all of a sudden a 95-degree heat wave is you're going to wake up and it's going to be 60 degrees and sunny. And that's not the case. You may get down to 93. That's about it. Okay. Because it's the flow, the jet stream and the oceans. These things control climate. Humans do not make climate.
Okay, well, I would appreciate it if you don't group me in with you people.
I'm sorry about that. I know I write you enough that you have an open mind on that, but I think you can maybe sense my frustration of having to deal with the climate narrative that has been put out there, that Earth is going to blow up in 12 years. The Earth goes out when the sun becomes a red giant star, because it will be so big it will engulf all the terrestrial planets. That is fact, not because of carbon dioxide.
Okay, how is it that the narrative has been adopted as at least in our part of the world and our part of the government? The narrative has been adopted that carbon dioxide is the deciding factor in whether or not humans and life on Earth will continue.
Yes, I think it's easy to connect the dots. CO2, of course, is associated with energy generation and fossil fuels. Absolutely. No climate scientist disagrees that we put CO2 in the air. Okay. Oil companies, coal, whatever. Okay. Energy companies, energy stocks do well. They make profits. A lot of our students grow up with the training, oh, that's evil. They make profits. They should give all their money to the poor. And it was convenient to connect the CO2 to fossil fuels because there is an element in our country that would prefer socialism or communism, whereby the government operates all the sectors. That's how it got in there. Then the media doesn't do its job, and it doesn't go and do the real research. Today, I've sent plenty of stuff up, charts and everything, and some of the more difficult science there, and they won't go after it. What happens with carbon dioxide, at a point, it saturates, and the temperature can no longer climb. It stabilizes. This experiment was done a long time ago, then in 1992, in about, I want to say 2020. Okay. But you can't see that getting out there because the media wants to just explode this scary stuff. And Dr. Curry has mentioned it in a recent testimony, how people are getting mentally affected by this, that the world is going to end.
Have there been periods in Earth's history when the temperature was hotter than it is now?
Yes, certainly in the first 2 billion years when the planet was just crystallizing, the more recent warming was what's known as the medieval warm period. This is around the Dark Ages for several hundred years prior to the Little Ice Age. And this period of time, well before the Industrial Rev, okay, is not cited by environmentalists, okay, because they can't pin the tail on the donkey there.
When was that period?
I'm going to say roughly anywhere from about 500 AD to about 1300 AD. It is never cited, and it was left out of the infamous hockey stick. chart put up a couple decades ago by Dr. Michael Mann.
Okay, so so at that point, for those 800 years from 500 AD to 1200 AD, you're saying the temperature on Earth was hotter than it is now, right?
Yes, that's what they cite. It was a good long period. We do have cycles that flip like that.
Okay.
Then it was quickly followed by the Little Ice Age, which was only dissected 2 years ago due to volcanic eruptions in Iceland. They finally found the volcano and dated all the material. From, again, you don't see this coming out in the mainstream, but all scientists, honestly, are working on this issue. And if I get a little emotional, there is because, you know, I'm a single person, I'm disabled, and I don't want to.
Folks, I'm sorry to break in. Folks,
Folks,
Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I need to have us get back to the scope of the bill, please. Could we focus on the bill at hand? Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, during that period when the temperature was warmer, where was the level of CO2?
It was lower than the current levels of 400 parts per million. And since it was before that particular volcanic eruption, I'm going to say that it was probably in the 200 range, anywhere from 250 to 280, but certainly well ahead of the Industrial Revolution.
Okay, and based on that, do you see any correlation between the temperature of the Earth and the CO2 level?
Okay, this is what the science says. Is temperature leads CO2, not the other way around, because it causes rocks to weather, and they'll leak in all the oceans. When it's warmer, they will degas it. That's the primary thing of how it works. Now, like all greenhouse gases, what they do is they trap heat. They don't create heat. They trap because they interact with very specific infrared photons, and it has to be exact. And what it does is it delays that photon from going up to space. That photon then bumps into something else. Okay.
Okay, yeah,
Water vapor
I
is opening more
apologize. You have
windows of
you have
infrared.
to really dumb it down for me and relate it to the bill.
Representative Dubitsky, you there? Representative Dubitsky, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, thank you. We're way off topic and not touching any parameters of the bill. So
That's
not an
what I've
oversight.
just asked her to relate it to the bill, Mr.
I
Chairman.
understand, but we were nowhere near the parameters of the bill. We're gonna have to get back to the bill or wrap up this conversation.
Ma'am, would you relate what you've just indicated to the parameters of this bill?
Okay, I think everybody is getting so lost in these IPCC targets. What is going to happen if you don't reach them? Even more important is, what if we start having elderly that can't pay their heating or electric bill and then end up turning their thermostat down to 55 degrees, or then I'll give you an example of Colorado, is those that have smart meters. It doesn't allow you to shift the air conditioner to below 78. 78 is insufficient for air conditioning in a lot of places. This is what happens when you go too far. Now, I know you all mean well. I think everybody does. We want to try to clean up the environment. You can use technology. And by the way, I am for all sources on the grid, not 1, 2, or 3, all. Okay. This stabilizes supply and demand. Okay. But you're not going to stop heat waves or the jet stream. And then what is it going to do? You're going to start taking away more and more things from people because you're chasing the goal. And I think in the case in our country, I think what you're really chasing is a pot of money from Washington. That's
Okay,
what
let
it's
me
all
ask
about.
you
You
this.
don't care about
There,
people's comfort.
in this bill, there is essentially a statement saying that there is a crisis, a climate crisis, and whether in actual language or implicitly, it ties that to CO2 and to human activity. What's your feeling on that?
There is no crisis. There is atmospheric dynamics. Some people may think that our weather is supposed to be 60 degrees and blue sky every day. The atmosphere is always dynamic. We have 11 climate regions around the globe. And it's folly to think that you can control all the winds, the ocean currents, the sun's radiation. You just can't do that. I understand you may want to filter out some of this. It's called carbon capture, soon to be made in miniature.
Okay, there was a witness who testified a little while ago indicating that essentially humanity was facing an existential climate threat that could destroy all life on the planet. And I'm those weren't her exact words, but that was the implication. What's your feeling about that?
The United States atmosphere does not have the air pressure to be Venus. We have sinks. The ocean is number one. Vegetation is number two. Rocks are number three. I will comment that we do have a deficiency in vegetation worldwide for various reasons. And yes, forests and grasslands have to be rebuilt there. But like I said, I've run in 95 degrees since I was a kid. Okay, we're not going to 100 and 120. Okay, it's just a lot of it is dependent on the jet stream, but carbon dioxide is not doing the trick. You have to look at all the solar that has come online in the United States in just 15 years, the geothermal, the wind, the cleaning. I mean, it motivates industry to do something there. Incidentally, Connecticut is not slated for any carbon capture. I want to know why. The nearest plant is Rhode Island, Massachusetts border. We had a high school kid that's now developed a prototype in miniature for your own house.
Okay, well, I appreciate your coming in to testify today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move on to this next 74 people. Thank you very much. Do we have Caitlin Kimball or Kevin Boudries online, please? Or in the room? Okay, moving along to Leslie Blateau. Leslie, are you here with us? Okay, we've already heard from Laura Kahn, Tom McCormick, followed by Max Sano. Max, I see you on line number 108. Why don't you go ahead? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Honorable Chairs Lopes and Gresco, as well as members of the Environment Committee for the opportunity to speak. My name is Max Sano. I have a Master of Arts in Food Policy, and I am the Organic Program Associate at Beyond Pesticides. I'm here representing our members and supporters in Connecticut to urge the Environment Committee to substitute, with amendments, the language of legislation introduced in the 2023 session, SB 963, for the current bill under consideration, SB 190. We specifically urge the committee to remove exemptions for structural applications within 5 feet of buildings. This use is not needed for structural pest management, given the availability of alternatives, and it establishes a wide area of contamination of soil and plants around these structures. Nursery use. This is too broad, given that nurseries provide an open space for pollinators and other insects to forage, and golf course use. This use is inconsistent with the high proportion of neonicotinoid use, particularly imidacloprid in Connecticut, with an estimated 8,000 to 12,000 acres of golf courses. In addition, we urge the addition of provisions to restrict the use of seeds coated with neonicotinoids and related compounds. Because neonicotinoids are systemic pesticides, they are translocated throughout the plant's vascular system and expressed through its pollen, nectar, and guttation droplets, thus contributing to pollinator and insect decline. We want to include the definition of restricted neonicotinoids to the following: acetamiprid, clothianidin, dinotefuran, imidacloprid, thiomethoxam, or any other neonicotinoid and related compounds as determined by the Commissioner of Energy and Environmental Protection. Neonicotinoids pose threats not only to pollinators, but all living beings, big and small. Even at low levels of exposure, these chemicals impair bees' ability to forage, navigate, and learn, as well as suppress their immune systems. Humans are no different. Emerging research indicates that neonicotinoids act as endocrine disruptors, increasing risks of breast cancer and birth defects. They're also associated with liver damage and neurological impacts. With SB 190, Connecticut has the opportunity to take an important step in addressing gaps in EPA's regulatory process that threaten public health and ecological stability. In recent history, Connectic's been at the forefront of leadership on pesticide regulation, public health, and the environment. For example, Connecticut was one of the first states in the nation to prohibit the use of lawn care pesticides on elementary school athletic fields. 2015, Connecticut went...
If you could just summarize, please. Max, the timer buzzer went off. If you could just summarize your thoughts.
Thank you. We wanted to note that states of Maine, New Jersey, and New York have moved to ban use of nicotinoids, and Vermont is now considering a similar measure. The bill before you today will take an important step to addressing the threats I outlined. There's further details in our written testimony. Thank you again for your time.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next
Thank
person,
you.
Jamie Densmore, who I see online, please unmute.
All right, let's see if I can get this working. Hi, thanks everyone for staying late and listening to all of us speak. My name is Jamie Densmore. I own Densmore Oil. We're in Stonington, and our service area is southeastern Connecticut and southwestern Rhode Island. I'm the third generation of my family to own Densmore Oil. We've been in business for over 75 years, and we focus on bioheat delivery, heating, cooling, and plumbing. I have 30 employees and about 3,500 customers. I oppose House Bill 5004. A major concern that I have for this bill is the requirement of over, and there's my low battery, sorry. The requirement of over 310,000 heat pumps to be installed. My company installs heat pumps. My technicians are trained in installing heat pumps, and we service heat pumps. They are expensive to install, anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 for a whole home renovation. Lower income and some mid-income families will not have the funds for this switch. Second, traditional heat pumps are inefficient in colder weather, which is why you usually see them in warmer climates than New England. Running this many additional heat pumps in colder months will place a huge demand on the electric grid. What happens when this forces outages in the winter and people are left without heat for extended periods of time? That's when people make unsafe decisions on how to heat their home. In addition to the many issues I feel with their mandating heat pumps, I dislike that this bill doesn't include language that facilitates other low carbon fuels like bioheat. About 5 years ago, I decided that my company was going to transition to only selling bioheat. We now sell Bioheat Plus, which is a minimum blend of 20% biodiesel. We have had no problems with this transition, only positive results and comments from our technicians and customer base. It's clear with every tune-up we perform that our fuel is burning cleaner than traditional heating oil. Through my own marketing, we are at a point where I now have new customers calling my office on a regular basis, requesting our bioheat deliveries. Current customers, they love it too. The feedback I've received is they're happy to support a clean fuel initiative that doesn't cost them any more money. That's an important point. Let me reiterate it. Doesn't cost them any more money. Our customers are starting to notice that bioheat saves them money because it burns cleaner and reduces their annual maintenance costs. Basically, their systems aren't sooted up like they used to be, and their filters are cleaner. So my suggestion is, instead of a bill that mandates 310,000 heat pumps, I suggest that there's a bill that evaluates all fuels and technologies so that we can reduce emissions to the levels required by the Global Warming Solutions Act. I thank you so much for taking your time to listen to me today. I hope you oppose this bill. If anyone has questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
No problem. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person is Melissa Bertrand. I don't see. Oh, that makes life good. Sheikh Rahman. All right, Melissa Cops, I do see you.
Hi. Good
Hello.
evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5004. Bill Green CT wants to thank Representative Palm for her hard work shepherding this bill. We support this entire bill, but in particular, we support 310,000 heat pump adoption, an important step for decarbonization and reduction of localized air pollution. And we support including a target of completion by 2030. We look forward to a public process for DEEP's development of a plan to deploy these heat pumps because it is important to have a robust plan that includes home weatherization and energy cost considerations while pairing it with solar energy and battery storage. We support the 10% increase in funding for school projects that include renewable energy and energy efficiency measures. We further think that schools should be constructed as zero energy. The first verified zero energy public school in New England was completed in Manchester, Connecticut in 2022. Zero energy means that the school produces as much renewable energy as it uses over the course of a year. I'm not sure if you're aware, but Kentucky is actually the leader in zero energy school construction. As early as 2010, their aggressive energy efficiency school goals save them millions of dollars in energy costs per year. If Kentucky can pursue aggressive energy efficiency in its schools, why can't Connecticut? In fact, with our high energy costs, Connecticut can't afford not to retrofit our aging educational building stock for energy efficiency. We support an all-electric requirement for state building projects, and we think state building projects should also be required to be zero energy or zero energy ready. Other policies we support that could be addressed in this bill are our zero energy stretch code. Municipalities are desperate for tools to ensure new development isn't adding to their air pollution and energy burdens. Buy clean measures to include embodied carbon disclosure and optimization of building materials and construction in state procurement, and energy transparency labeling and benchmarking for consumer protection, and market-based incentive to invest in energy efficiency. Thank you for the opportunity and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cops. Christine Palm, please. Or Representative Palm, please.
Yes, Melissa, hi. Thank you for being on here. Can you explain what an energy stretch code is, please?
Yeah, so it's a code that is an option for municipalities to adopt that would have greater energy efficiency requirements than the base building code. So it allows cities that are seeing, like for instance, New Haven, we're seeing a lot of development of new residential construction that is going to add to our burden in terms of air pollution. We already have the highest asthma rate in a state that has higher than average asthma rates. And also for cities that have very high environmental justice populations where there's very dense residential building stock, and buildings, just like cars, have tailpipes that produce air pollution. And unfortunately, that air pollution is actually happening right where people live. So I know of other cities as well that want the ability to increase their energy efficiency and to require new construction to have higher energy efficiency. And they're using all the tools at their disposal. And I can tell you that the building industry would rather have something that's more standard statewide than to have individual municipalities try to make their own rules that might differ from one jurisdiction to another, and it makes it much more difficult to navigate.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Cops.
Thank you.
Next person, Joan Nichols. I don't see in the waiting room. Wonderful. Anne Marie Dragonis. I don't see you either. Shannon Lunn, who I do see, or I did see.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Shannon Lawn, and I'm an attorney and vice president at Conservation Law Foundation. CLF strongly supports House Bill 5004, especially provisions to update our climate targets and make them enforceable, require a future of gas docket, and establish a target for heat pumps. First, CLF strongly supports updating our climate targets and making them legally enforceable. This would significantly increase the state's accountability and provide a backstop to ensure that emissions are reduced in line with our statutory commitments. Other states, including Rhode Island and Vermont, have provisions making their climate targets legally enforceable. Second, a future of gas docket is essential for us to plan for a managed transition away from gas in line with our climate goals. Massachusetts recently issued a landmark decision in their future of gas docket that we can learn from. Dockets are also underway in Rhode Island, New Jersey, and many other states. Emissions from buildings account for 30% of our greenhouse gas emissions. Gas use must decline and eventually be phased out to meet our climate goals. But the gas companies are still spending hundreds of millions of ratepayer dollars on new pipelines that will take us decades to pay off. Gas rates will continue rising as people electrify their homes and the customer base shrinks. Renters and low-income residents will be among the last gas customers. We need to plan for a managed transition away from gas so our most vulnerable residents are not stuck with a massive bill for an overbuilt gas system. Finally, CLF strongly supports the target of deploying at least 310,000 residential heat pumps. Like many others, we suggest adding a 2030 deadline for meeting this target. Transitioning from fossil fuel heating to electric heat pumps is the primary pathway to reduce emissions from buildings. Heat pumps provide both heating and cooling, which is increasingly important as summers continue getting hotter. And heat pumps are effective in New England winters. Maine, which is much colder than Connecticut, leads the nation in heat pump deployment. Most households can save on their heating and cooling costs by installing a heat pump, and substantial federal and state incentives are available to help with the upfront costs. Heat pumps can help Connecticut residents save money, reduce pollution, and contribute to meeting our state climate goals, and we fully support their deployment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any, but thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Elizabeth Merritt.
Good evening.
Elizabeth Moore.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, members of the Environment Committee. My name's Elizabeth Merritt, and I serve as Deputy General Counsel at the National Trust for Historic Preservation. This testimony is being offered in support of SB 198, an act establishing local representation on the Connecticut Siting Council for local projects. The National Trust for Historic Preservation is a congressionally chartered nonprofit organization, and our statutory mission is to facilitate public participation in historic preservation. The National Trust recently participated as a party in a proceeding before the Connecticut Siting Council regarding the proposed Fairfield to Congress Railroad transmission line. That experience made us aware of the fact that the Siting Council and its procedures don't necessarily do a good job of facilitating public participation, and we'd like to see improvements that would enable it to do better. The National Trust supports efforts to improve the resiliency, efficiency, and sustainability of energy throughout the United States. In considering the siting of energy projects, including transmission lines, it's essential that the process must include the consideration of historic and cultural resources valued by the communities that may be impacted. That includes a need to do a better job notifying community members and residents and property owners about proposed projects that will directly impact their homes and communities. The current process, which is somewhat cumbersome and complex, poses substantial impediments to community involvement, and we support efforts to foster a less burdensome process for obtaining information and considering the impact on the communities and their historic and cultural resources. The complexities of the current process mean that communities and residents who don't have access to legal counsel or other expertise have less of a chance that their voices will be heard. The hurdles involved in trying to participate as members of the public are especially burdensome for residents in environmental justice communities like Bridgeport. For example, one set of historic properties that will be adversely affected by the Fairfield to Congress Railroad transmission line is the Mary and Eliza Freeman houses, built in 1848, the oldest surviving houses in Connecticut, built by African Americans.
Your timer's up. If you could summarize, please.
We want to be sure the council has as much relevant information as possible, not just the perspective of the utilities, which is currently given disproportionate weight. And thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this evening. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any commentary? I don't see any online, but bear in mind the good Senate Minority Leader was quite interested in your dissertation.
And I will submit our testimony in writing as well.
Thank you. Elizabeth Moore, I don't see on the screen, so we're going to move to Jonathan Green.
Hi, good evening, Senator Lopes and Representative Palm, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Jonathan Green. I'm a licensed funeral director, embalmer, and the legislative chair of the Connecticut Funeral Directors Association, one of the oldest and nationally recognized associations of funeral homes with over 220 funeral homes. Thank you for raising HB 5354, an act concerning terramation. CFDA submits testimony in support of this bill, provided that it's supplemented with some much needed regulations concerning its new type of disposition. Terramation, or natural organic reduction, was first performed in Seattle, Washington in December of 2020. During the past 3 years, the process has become legal in 5 additional states, most recently New York. The process includes placement of unembalmed remains in a vessel with organic material to speed decomposition, resulting in about 1 cubic yard of soil. CFDA member firms strive to provide a range of funeral service options, particularly as family needs evolve. Regarding terramation, we seek well thought out regulations to protect the dignity and respect of the decedent, the health and safety of those charged with their care and handling, as well as that of our client families and the general public. Some regulatory recommendations would include licensing of facilities that would perform natural organic reduction subject to annual renewals and inspections by the Department of Public Health. Also allowing cemeteries, crematories, and funeral homes as entities that may own and operate such a facility, and that their staff should be trained and certified. We understand the facilities operating in Washington State are operated by funeral homes, and that the governor of New York has also moved to include funeral homes in their legislation. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner should also conduct an inquiry into the death, similar to the process for authorizing cremation. And we defer to the Department of Public Health for the suitability of composting human remains with a reportable disease. Much needed regulatory and language provisions would enhance this bill to be more appropriate for Connecticut and in line with existing statutes, including disposition. Suggested language is included with our written testimony, and CFDA respectfully requests to work with the Environment Committee as you continue to draft this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I make myself available for your questions and comments.
Very good timing, sir. First question, Representative Palm.
Thank you. Thanks, Jonathan, very much for being here. Am I to understand correctly that you're saying that the language as written doesn't go far enough in making it match the disposition of other disposal processes, or are you saying there needs to be a different and more stringent set of regulations, like a separate one, or just make sure that they match what the industry follows with cremation?
Our goal is to match the existing regulations for cremation, just to bring forms of disposition in line with one another.
Okay, well, thank you. Then I appreciate your sending suggestions along that which you've done, sounds like, yes?
Yes, yes, you have
Okay.
a copy of suggested language to review. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in to testify. Could you explain just a little more about the process? The way you described it sounded different from the way others had described it earlier. Do you mean that the body is put into like a tank of some sort with dirt and mixed? How does that work?
That's correct. That's a great summary. There is a container that one's body would be placed in, along with the organic materials. There's soil and microorganisms to speed up the natural decomposition period. It's really expediting the natural process.
And what is it, stirred occasionally or rolled?
My understanding is yes, there is occasional mixing similar to composting procedures you may be more familiar with. The process does not break down the long bone materials. Those, in a similar fashion to a cremation process, would separately be pulverized and then mixed back into the soil, resulting from the overall process.
And then what's done with the 1 cubic yard of material?
That would be returned to the family or the authorizing party. And within the language of the raised bill, it does specify what can be done with the resulting soil. That addresses some concerns that were raised earlier, such as burial.
How much does it weigh?
I'm not familiar with the exact weight. I heard mentioned earlier between the range of 500 to 1,000 pounds. Given the volume, that seems appropriate to me.
Okay, so it's got to be moved with like a forklift or something.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Reddington Hughes.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is having to do with what Representative Dubitsky was touching on as well, that unlike cremation, in the last session, when this was described, it was something to the effect that, well, when the families came to pick up the remains of their loved one, that they were not required to pick up all of the remains, that they could just pick up partial remains, and then it was the responsibility of that funeral service to figure out where the rest of that debris was going to go.
It's my understanding that's the practice of the existing facilities as far as their operations. There isn't a requirement in the raised bill to return the entirety of the remains. I mentioned that is up to the individual facilities, but the option does exist that families could retain the entire amount. That has been expressed in the past by families who may wish to have a complete burial of the remains rather than a division of the remains.
I understand that. I guess that what my question more has to do with where would these remains go then? Because in our last session, I guess some of the funeral homes were trying to pin them off on deep and have them put them in some woodlands, which they said that was a hard no. So I'm just curious as to where the remains of this individual would wind up.
So looking to the terminology from the raised bill in section 2, subsection I, it does state that such remains shall be disposed of through the scattering of such remains in a designated scattering garden or area in a cemetery, or by prior authorization by the cemetery's corporation by placing such remains in a grave, crypt, or niche, or retention of such remains. So according to this, it's really limited to these cemetery or scattering grounds in whether it's a in-ground burial or some kind of holding replacement.
And respectfully, I would acknowledge that if this were a cremation, there could be a scattering, but a cubic yard of soil is a lot to scatter. So I'm just concerned on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I don't see any further questions. We're going to move on to the next person, which is Chris Edge. I do not see in the waiting room. Next is Ann Godwa, followed by David Parker.
You. All right. Senator Lopes, Rep. Gresco, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ann Gadwa, the Advocacy and Outreach Organizer with Sierra Club Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on 4 bills today. I'll try to keep my monologue to 3 minutes. Sierra Club obviously supports HB 5004, as you've heard from our legislative chair earlier. But as some of you may know, I helped organize a march at the beginning of the session, calling on the legislator and the government to keep Connecticut's climate promise. And this bill goes a long way in keeping that promise. So let's get this passed. Sierra Club strongly supports SB 191. Connecticut's waste stream stands at 2.3 million tons a year, a shocking number for a small state. Frustratingly, much of this waste can be reduced, reused, recycled. On top of it being far too large, Connecticut has a major problem with how it disposes of a waste stream. Most of it ends up in our incinerators or shipped out of state to pollute someone else's backyard. We need to start to address this issue on the front end, not the back end, and diverting food waste is a low-hanging fruit in this effort. SB 191 is a great first step with provisions like food scraps as recyclables, municipalities establishing programs to separate wasted food, large-scale generators donating their excess food. These are a win in dealing with our unmanageable waste system. And we do have some recommendations to strengthen the bill you can see in our written testimony, including making sure that the compost created is not mixed with biosolids. We remember the story that Dr. Stoner and Soundkeeper Lucy told us about the cows in Maine, which is totally devastating. Sierra Club strongly supports SB 292. PFAS is everywhere. PFAS contamination is dangerous to our environment and to public health, causes liver damage, cancer, low birth weight. It's toxic. The cleanup's going to cost millions of dollars, and we need to turn off the tap at the source before it becomes unmanageable. I strongly believe we need to take the chemicals out of the products listed, particularly in menstrual products, dental floss, and cosmetics, which are a direct shot of the toxin to some of the most vulnerable parts of our human bodies. Not to mention where we sit, where we wear, what we cook our food in. We have to start aggressively dealing with the problem. None of these products are essential use for PFAS chemicals. Let's get them out now. Finally, we want to comment on SB 190. We strongly support amending this bill to make it stronger and much more effective than currently written. Neonics kill bees, neonics kill birds, they harm human health and ecosystems. The science is there. Please amend this bill to reflect the language from last year. Prohibiting their use on non-agricultural use places such as golf courses, lawns, for instance, will go a huge way in reducing their harm. And please don't listen to people trying to tell you that the poison is not poisonous. No matter where you spray it, it all goes into the water. We have to protect our birds and bees. We have to protect our ecosystems and food systems. I have more information on our position in my written testimony. Oh, and if you want to hear from independent university scientists with peer-reviewed data on the subject, they're coming to Hartford on Monday. I hope some of you will come. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Godwell? Oh, thank you very much. David Parker, followed by Leslie Anderson.
Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Palm, and committee members. I'm David Parker, a licensed architect and preservationist from Connecticut, Southport, where I've had a firm for 35 years. This testimony is being offered in support of SB 198. I recently participated as a party in Citing Council docket number 516, having learned a month after the public hearing that United Illuminating intended to take 40 feet of my property by easement, including 25 feet of my local and state listed historic house itself. You would have thought they would have been required to send me a registered letter, but no. They claimed they had sent a postcard, which they admit mentioned nothing about easements or eminent domain. This experience made me painfully aware of the fact that the Citing Council and its procedures do not do a good job of of requiring adequate notification nor of facilitating public participation. For the last 6 months, I and innumerable neighbors in Fairfield and Bridgeport, which collectively have over 762 state, local, and national register listed properties within 2,000 feet of docket 516 transmission line, have been racing to understand the implications and impacts and respond to Connecticut Siting Council given the onerous restrictions and regulations current laws place on affected private citizens while giving broad license to monopolistic utilities. Bill SB 198 specifically addresses the concern for local representation, input, and analyses from local communities, which is currently lacking, with the Siting Council relying with undue weight on representations or reports from utilities. In considering the siting energy products and specifically transmission lines, it is essential that the process must include greater consideration of historic and cultural resources valued by the communities that may be impacted by a transmission line. The current Siting Council process poses substantial impediments to community involvement, favoring private, not-for-profit utilities, and amendments are needed that foster a less formal process for obtaining and considering the impact on the communities and historic and cultural resources. This cumbersome formal process means that many communities and residents who don't have affordable access to legal counsel or other expertise have less of a chance to have their voices heard. Among other issues, what is the recourse if the Siting Council lacks statutorily required members, i.e. two ecologists, as
Mr. Parker,
lacking?
The
Yes,
timer went off. If you just summarize.
I will. As was the case in docket 516, the iterative involvement of these and other experts is imperative throughout the review process. There is an overriding need for balance, and we are not suggesting undermining the Siting Council's independence. The process, though, should be iterative. There is an enormous need for transparency and accountability in the Siting Council process. Thank you for your consideration.
No problem. Sorry you had to go through that. I have a question from Representative Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it's very late. I want to thank David. He came up in person and waited for hours. Thank you for your persistence. And I'm grateful because what David's speaking to is what we've experienced, that definitely the Siting Council needs some major reforms. And I mentioned this a bit earlier, but I think we need to consider an opt-out process for intervener status rather than an opt-in process, which is the current process, so that if you're a direct impact of one of these projects, you are guaranteed a seat at the table. I know this has been an extremely stressful and also expensive process for my community and residents who are at risk of losing their personal property rights. And so I'm just really grateful for David, who's been a champion since mid-August on raising the concerns about the Siting Council process. I want to thank him for his time tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions from Mr. Parker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Yep.
We're up to Leslie Anderson, who I don't see online. David Emberling. Oh, sorry. Leslie Anderson is there. Please unmute and proceed.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Anderson, and I represent the Propane Gas Association of New England. We're an alternative energy trade association operating in the 6 New England states, and we represent 67 Connecticut propane companies. I myself live in Maine, and I'm happy to answer any questions about heat pumps related to Maine. I am here today to speak in opposition to House Bill 5004. We are very concerned that this bill entirely ignores low carbon liquid fuels and other ways to lower emissions besides just electric heat pumps. And we believe that propane should be promoted by Connecticut because it helps the state to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Combustion fuels are not all the same, and propane should be part of your climate solution. Propane is not methane. It is not a greenhouse gas. It is a beneficial byproduct left over from natural gas processing. And if you don't use it for energy, it is simply wasted. Every year since it's been discovered, more propane is produced than is used around the world. In 2022, 55% of the bulk power in Connecticut came from burning natural gas. Conventional propane that's used today has a carbon intensity score of only 77 compared to 88 to 103 for the Connecticut grid electricity. So if you replace a propane system today with a heat pump and electric system, you end up increasing the greenhouse gas emissions overall. If you're thinking, well, electricity is going to get cleaner and it'll end up being cleaner than propane in the future, I beg to disagree with you. Our industry continues to innovate, and renewable propane, which is derived from sources such as used cooking oil from plants, recycled plastic water bottles, trash, it has a carbon intensity of only 21. And with blends, we have a plan to get to net zero. So I think considering that propane is cleaner than electricity, we believe it will continue to stay cleaner in the future as we add more and more renewable blends. It's in Connecticut, it's in Hartford, and we encourage the state to consider how to incentivize propane and renewable propane so that low carbon fuels are included as they should be in any climate bill. Propane is less than 5% of the thermal sector in Connecticut, and Connecticut needs a very diverse energy mix. Propane is the perfect partner for wind and for solar because it's portable, clean, affordable, a waste byproduct, and it's critical for energy security. When the electricity goes out more and more.
If you could please summarize.
Okay, well, in summary, I think it's very important because we use propane for generators for medical needs. We use them for cell towers. More and more, we're using them to rescue electric vehicles when they are out of power. Propane generators can deliver electric charging to charging stations. And this really makes it perfect, I think, as we're looking for a clean solution to lower greenhouse gases. Let's use what we have available today. And let's use something that can complement the wind and the solar and be reliable without having the heavy metals that you have associated with all the battery storage and other things.
Okay.
And I welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
I see a question from Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, Ms. Anderson, did you submit written testimony? I'm sorry, but there's a lot there and I couldn't see it real quick.
I did. A couple of hours ago, I posted it on, so it should be there now.
All right, I will take a look. I would encourage you to reach out if you could. And I definitely want to learn more about it because I agree with you. I think that propane and what you're talking about is part of the cleaner air solution. So thank you very much for your testimony. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming in. You mentioned a couple of numbers and it seemed to be on some type of scale, like propane was 77 and electricity was higher. And what scale are you talking about?
So I'm using the carbon intensity that's based from the California Air Resource Board and the GREET model, which is what you are proposing in this bill for life cycle analysis and usage. So when you look at the electricity in Connecticut, because so much of it comes from natural gas, it has a higher carbon intensity today than propane does. And it ranges from 88 if we have a very warm winter to 103 if we have a mild winter. We haven't had a cold winter in about 7 years in Connecticut, so we don't really know what that true number is. The colder the winter, the more fossil fuel use is used to generate electricity. So the higher your carbon intensity.
And you indicated that something was down to 21. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
So 21 is what renewable propane is, and that's by the California Air Resource Board. We're using renewable propane in California right now, made from used cooking oil, and it has a carbon intensity of 21. And we have a path to zero with the addition of dimethyl ether, which is made from cow manure and anaerobic digestion. And because it takes the carbon out of the atmosphere, California has assigned it a carbon intensity of negative 274. So if you mix a small amount of that in, we have a path to net zero and beyond.
Okay, and that's on the same scale as you were using before.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Those are
Mr.
the
Chairman.
EPA recognized REAP model and life cycle analysis.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
Anderson, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Emberling.
Distinguished members of the Environment Committee,
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your amazing fortitude in holding out for what is now, I believe, 11 hours of testimony. My name is David Emberling. I'm an En-ROADS ambassador with Citizens Climate Lobby, which is a bipartisan group devoted to preventing the climate from getting out of control and creating a catastrophe. I'm here to support HB 5004, popularly known as the Green Monster. I had a very emotional, what I thought beautiful speech prepared, but I have to digress. You heard testimony that there is no global warming crisis. And I think it's important not to leave that unanswered. Unfortunately, much of the testimony was not consistent with the overwhelming bulk of research by actual climate scientists in this area. There's no time and right now to rebut the many inaccuracies I heard, but just to give you a quick example, the speaker mentioned that the temperature was actually warmer in the dark ages than it is today, and that is simply not true. It took me about a minute to pull up a chart of global temperatures going back to the last 2,000 or 3,000 years, which I'd be happy to share with you if you're interested. And just one glance at the chart would show you that world temperatures today are clearly higher than they have been in the last, this particular chart goes back 2,000 years. And in fact, another chart shows that this is the hottest the world has been in over 100,000 years. If you'd like to know where many of these arguments came from, I'd highly recommend you to read a book titled The Parrot and the Igloo by David Lipsky. It's been a New York Times bestseller, which chronicles the history of a multi-million-dollar campaign of misinformation to convince the world of precisely this, that there is no global warming and that burning fossil fuels is not doing anything to the world's climate. It's been going on since the 1980s. It's very informative, and you might want to take a look. A scientist once said that if we wanted to invent a problem that was uniquely tough for humans to solve, it would be hard to come up with something better than global warming. It's a global problem that is going to take the whole world, or most of it, to pitch in together and solve together, and we know humans are not necessarily very good at that. It's a long, slow building series of events. It reminds me of this old story about putting the frog in the pot of water, and you put it on the stove, you turn the heat on, and the water warms up so slowly the frog doesn't ever notice it until he boils to death. That's kind of what we're going through with global warming now. The whole thing defies common sense. I'm often asked, how on earth can CO2 create any kind of problem for the human race when it's
I don't know
less
if you heard me, Mr.
than the
Emberling.
atmosphere?
Can you please summarize?
Sure. Solving the global warming problem is going to cause, or is going to take a tremendous change in human civilization. It is not going to be easy, but I'll close with a quote from Nathan Myhrvold, the former CTO of Microsoft, who said, "Leadership is taking people where they need to go, whether they know it or not." Today, I'm asking you to be leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you,
Dubitsky, we
Mr.
still have
Chairman.
about 50 people, so if you could just try to
Understood. Thank you for coming in. So it's your feeling that that it is now, as of today, warmer than it's been in 100,000 years?
I would say it's not my feeling. It is the information I've gotten from researching this, and I'd be happy to share any of the research with you if you're interested. But over and over again, very reputable sources all agree that that is, in fact, where the climate has been going.
Okay, so it was warmer 100,000 years ago?
About 120,000, I think, approximately, is the last time it was this warm.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Roshinsky.
I just wanted to let the speaker know that, the witness know that it's just because we're in our 12th hour of hearing or 13th hour that we're not responding to some of the testimony that doesn't match up with the vast majority of scientists. That's the only reason I'm not responding to it, but I am cutting and pasting the charts, and we'll submit them for the evidence, but that the earlier witness that we heard does not match up with the vast majority of scientists. And I won't let that go unstated. And don't worry about it. We're just fatigued because we've been here for so long and we still have 50 more speakers. But we are aware of it and we will respond. Thank you. Thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none online. Thank you very much for your time, sir. And I'm lost. Robert Keene, followed by Dylan Steer. Mr. Keene, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm a retired power engineer who spent the last 50 years building power plants, working with the ISO New England and the wholesale power marketing of Northeast Utilities, developing on-site generation, and participating in the ISO Planning Advisory Committee. I'm opposed to this bill because I feel that it would drive electricity prices higher and have little benefit for our climate. The ISO study says that net zero by 2050 will be, and I quote, extremely expensive. I agree with them. I expect net zero will at least double our electricity prices. One thing I specifically like to address in the bill, and that is lines 123. And I'm not sure what it says because I'm not a lawyer, but it appears to give a legal hammer that bypasses the legislature and allows anybody to sue anybody almost if these goals are not being met. And I think the legislature should be very concerned that their ability to reflect the will of the people might be infringed upon by this section. Costs are not mentioned anywhere in the bill, so that if we were to say we don't want to do the wind, offshore wind because it's too costly, that may not be a defense. And I can just see somebody doing this, using this section to sue to mandate electric vehicles or to for anything else that might be that the legislature may not want to do, but then somebody else says you're going to have to do it. I guess one point is gas is cheap. It gives you 6-cent electricity. There's enormous supplies 100 miles away in Pennsylvania. We need it for low cost generation. You even need it at 2050 for backup and for like 5% of the generation, even if you're doing most of it from wind and solar. We need it for the universities and hospitals where we've encouraged them to put in cogen. And we use it in our homes where I put in a 95% efficient gas boiler that paid back in 5 years and reduced CO2 50%. We looked at heat pumps, but we have the same concern that was mentioned today, that we had a 10-day power outage here 10 years ago, and we couldn't power a heat pump with a generator. So there are going to be a lot of people that are going to be hurt if they have to put in heat pumps. We have the power failures that we've had in the northwest section of the state.
Mr. Keene,
every 5 years.
The buzzer went off. Your time is up. If you could summarize.
Okay. The other thing is a solar cost shift. I think behind the meter solar is generating subsidies about $500 million, and it will be $10 billion when you go through with the additional solar that's going to be added in this bill. And we need to go do like California does and eliminate this cost shift, because their studies show that the solar customers are only paying 9% of the cost of service. Thank you.
Thank you. See a question from Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, just real quick, Mr. Keene, did you submit written testimony? I'm having a hard time scrolling through all of it, but did you submit written testimony?
I'm sorry?
Did you submit written testimony?
No, I haven't yet, but I will.
Could you please submit written testimony for us? I appreciate it.
Okay, we'll do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With my voice not being picked up well?
No, we hear you just fine.
Okay.
I do have a quick question for you. Why could
Sure.
you not run a heat pump with a generator at your home in case of a power outage?
It would take a large generator to do that. If you had a, 15 kW or 20 kW stationary generator, fine, but the
Yeah,
furnace
I mean, just
furnace takes a
just to let you know, and just not the general population know, I have heat pump. I have a generator, a neat generator, runs on gasoline, propane, or natural gas, and it runs the heat pump no problem.
depends on what size you have, I guess.
Hey, it's all about the size.
Yeah.
Any further questions for Mr. Keene? Seeing none. Next person, Dylan Steer. Not seeing you up there. Joan Tracy Sagan.
I'm here.
Oh, Dylan, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Hello, legislators, Representative Grisco, Senator Lopes, and esteemed legislators of the Environmental Committee. So I'm a student at third-year student at the University of Connecticut, and I'm here to express my support and furtherance of the language in Bill 5004. I'm the president of a student club, Eco Husky, and organizer with the advocacy group Fossil Fuel Free Yukon at Yukon Stores campus. I'm here also to represent young people in stating that the climate crisis is a generational issue of our time and needs our immediate attention. So I'm very glad to see this bill before this committee here before today. And I would particularly like to highlight the language in this bill focusing on decarbonizing state agencies and by extension, Yukon. I've been involved with advocacy in decarbonization at Yukon, as well as planning with the administration as a member of President Radenka Merrick's Carbon Reduction Working Group. Due to the unique challenges facing decarbonization at Yukon, it is evident that the university will be unable to meet the goals without significant support from the state. As of now, there is no major electrical grid connection to the Stores campus, and there is a complete dependence on the on-site cogeneration natural gas power plant, and there is much work to be done. Yukon seeks to be a leader in clean energy and has released numerous statements claiming to be just that. I'm here to tell you that without direct support from the state, I believe that Yukon will not be able to meet these goals set specifically in Section 2B of zero carbon generating electricity by 2030 for all state agencies. We're currently dependent on the cogeneration natural gas plant for 96% of the energy used by Yukon Stores campus with a population of 30,000 plus people. That's according to Yukon Facilities interim facility president right now, Stan Nolan. And the Yukon administration has no plan to transition away from this ailing power supply. I will also note that the fossil fuel source is the source of all of the campus's heating, with a steam network running throughout the campus.
Hi,
It is
Dylan.
for that
Timer-
reason.
The timer went off. Your time's up. If you could please summarize and finish.
Of course. I just want to say I extensively support the provisions for incentivizing heat pumps, as I view that as a great boon to clean energy and heating, especially in isolated communities such as Yukon Stores. The language of this bill and further support for clean energy is integral to these goals. Cogeneration at Yukon and other places of the state have diminishing returns in terms of carbon reduction, so it is time for cleaner and better energy alternatives. Thank you for your time, legislators.
Thank you for coming out. Any questions from Mr. Steer? Seeing none. Thanks. I guess you're on spring break next week.
That's right. Thank you.
Enjoy. Joan Tracy Segan. Sorry for butchering your name.
It's okay. Good evening, Chairman Lopes, Chairman Gresco, and distinguished members of the Environmental Committee. My name is Joan Sagan, and I live in Old Greenwich. I'm a member of the Greenwich Pollinator Pathway and Connecticut Pesticide Reform Coalition. I first wanted to express my support for the following bills: HB 5004, SB 191, and SB 292. But I'm here tonight because I want to thank the Environmental Committee for raising SB 190 an act concerning the use of neonicotinoids. As mentioned today by others, I urge the committee to amend this bill to reflect last year's bill language, SB 963. I know you've heard a lot of testimony on neonics today, and so I appreciate this opportunity at this late hour. I had different testimony prepared that continue to highlight the devastating impacts that neonics have on our birds, pollinators, and the greater ecosystem. But in trying not to be repetitive, I'd like to take this opportunity to address a couple of issues raised. As mentioned, neonics are often applied prophylactically to counteract a potential future threat that may never exist, but forever impacting our pollinators and birds that are not targeted. As a master gardener, and I have a master's degree in environmental science, I find it frightening to know that the unnecessary and excessive application of neonics to our lawns and gardens happens without the full understanding by homeowners of the toxic consequences these applications have on birds, pollinators, pets, and people. In response to the potential impact to golf courses raised earlier, I wanted to share that I recently attended a webinar sponsored by Green Earth Ag and Turf out of Brantford, Connecticut, who offers wholesale organic landscape products to professionals. They had a dedicated presentation called A Time of Neonicotinoid Bans, Great Alternatives for Grub Control that are effective and more targeted towards the pest and not the rest. After listening to this webinar, I can share with you that there are safer and effective alternatives to use on golf courses. We have a popular town golf course that doesn't allow the application of pesticides, and this does not diminish the great demand for tea time there. Also, in response to waiting on the EPA to reevaluate the use of neonics, the EPA regulates over 80,000 chemicals under the Toxic Control Substance Act. Hundreds of new ones are added.
The timer went off. If you could summarize, please.
Okay, I'll try and go quick. There are over 800 pesticides regulated by the EPA under FIFRA. As we heard earlier, EPA is overtaxed, underfunded, and understaffed, and it gives me concern that sufficient attention is given to these registered pesticides in a timely fashion. So, as I said, I believe there's growing evidence of the harm of neonics presented in testimony today, and exemplified by the adoption of the further restrictions by state of New York, New Jersey, Nevada, and Maine. So I wouldn't delay banning the unnecessary use, which should be given greater weight than the impacts on the environment, birds, pollinators, and humans. And please join us for the conference on Monday if you'd like more further information from the experts. Thank you, and I'm sorry I ran over.
No, it's quite all right. I'll send Representative D'Amico Monday in my place.
Perfect.
Any questions for Joan? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We got a bunch of people in a row that I don't see on the list, but let's go with Andrea Karen.
Yes, good evening.
Are there? Good. Go ahead.
Good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, and honorable members of the Environment Committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity to provide testimony tonight, so late into the evening. My name's Andrea Karen, and I reside in the town of Fairfield. I'm on the board of directors of Connecticut Votes for Animals. I'm also a member of the Connecticut Audubon Society, which was born right here in Fairfield. And I'm also a member of the Connecticut Wildlife Rehabilitators Association. I am here to testify on 3 bills, and I'll make them very quick. I support SB 190, an act concerning the use of neonicotinoids, only with the amendment that it restores the language from last year's bill, SB 963. Anything else I have to say is redundant. So Susan Linker from CVA stated it well. The previous speaker stated it well. I won't belabor it. I oppose SB 196, an act concerning the harvesting of rabbits for the local food supply. Connecticut residents see rabbits as pets, not food, and the reality is there's no market for it. I just object in totality to this bill. I also support SB 291, an act concerning the sale of certain balloons. Birds, turtles, and other wildlife commonly mistake balloons for food. Once consumed, the animals choke, suffer grave internal injuries, and eventually die. Many animals have become entangled in balloon strings, strangling, rendering them unable to move or fly. They either starve to death or become easy prey for predators. As a volunteer for many years with the Audubon Alliance for Coastal Waterbirds, an alliance that includes DEEP, I've seen and gathered for proper disposal countless balloons and balloon strings polluting the seashore. I found it washing up in the water. I found it clumped up in the sand and in beach plants. I was once able to actually identify one of the balloons I picked up for the trash as coming from a Long Island high school graduation party. I know that because it said, "Congratulations, graduates," and it said the name of the town, which meant nothing to me until I Googled it on a map, and it was on the other side of the sound. Let's see. It's particularly heartbreaking as a volunteer.
Please summarize the.
Yep, last sentence. It's particularly heartbreaking because as a volunteer, I'm trying to help these beach nesting shorebirds be more successful in their breeding season, and we're surrounded with this devastating trash. Thank you for your attention and your time. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Any questions for Ms. Karen? Seeing none online. Thank you very much. We're moving on to Raymond DeAngelis, who I do not see. All right. Robert LaFrance, who I thought I saw.
Good evening, Senator Lopes. You're hanging in there. The whole committee's hanging in there. I'm so proud of you guys. It's fantastic to see everybody as excited and alive as much as you can be at 10:30 at night. So thanks for all your hard work. Absolutely. My name's Robert LaFrance. I am the director of policy for National Audubon Society's Connecticut office. I'm here to support Senate Bill 190, which is the neonicotinoid bill. I provided extensive written testimony on that, including a report from American Bird Conservancy, which basically takes a lot of the information in science and digests it in a way that hopefully is easy to read. I also provided a lot of information about what happened recently in New York, the Birds and Bees Protection Act. I asked that the committee take a close look at that, as well as the bill from last year. I think we can make some strides in the application on places like turf and other areas that we would look at from a landscaping perspective. I think there's a reasonable compromise to be had in that space, and I think it's something that we should really take a closer look at. Again, I ask you to take a look at the New York bill. Again, as I said, I have provided extensive testimony in terms of information as well as the language from the New York bill. Secondarily, I want to support House Bill 5004, particularly I'm particularly interested in supporting Section 22 of that bill. Section 22 of that bill has to deal with nature-based climate solutions, and I just want to highlight one sentence from my testimony. Scientific papers show that natural climate solutions can provide over 1/3 of the cost-effective mitigation needed between now and 2020 and 2030 to stabilize our warming to below 2 degrees Celsius. That, alongside fossil fuel emissions reductions, National Climate Solutions offer a powerful set of options for Connecticut to deliver on Global Warming Solutions Act. Also included in my testimony is a recent report about carbon sequestration and storage in forests. It's pretty extensive information. I asked the committee to take a look at it, and I thank you all for your time. Happy to answer any questions, but thank you for all your work. I appreciate it very much.
Beat the buzzer. Good job. Any questions for Mr. LaFrance? Representative Mushinski.
Just to get him on the record, previous witness who was scoffing at climate change said that there was no carbon sequestration projects in Connecticut, but isn't forestry a carbon free it's hard to talk at this hour. A carbon sequestration a technique used in Connecticut?
Absolutely. I mean, I think what you're saying, and you can take a look at the Forestry Division has been taking a closer look at this in terms of how things work. I think it's important to recognize there's two elements of what we talk about when we talk about forests. You have the first issue, which is carbon sequestration, which is basically the rate at which plants and soils can take up carbon. The other is carbon storage. So you have to kind of take a look at both of them together. So it's like how much carbon do you actually have in the pool, and how much is coming in and how much is going out based upon the activities that you take. So yes, sequestration is going on. I think another really good way to look at it is if you ever take a look at a living shoreline, someone puts in a seawall, but rather than doing a seawall, they actually put in some vegetation on the other side of that. You get the added benefit of that carbon sequestration, which otherwise wouldn't happen, which now in those areas would actually store more store carbon. We've done a couple restorations and are working on more restorations in that space in Connecticut. And part of the benefit beyond the restoration benefits it provides for biodiversity is the carbon sequestration and ultimate storage.
It's really going on.
Yeah,
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not gonna stay for long, but I'm gonna stay for a little bit.
Nice. I think someone's mic is on, Representative Horn. There you
Hey,
go.
Rep. Horn.
I sent you. The
Hello.
Always good to hear from you, Rep. Horn.
All right. Any questions for Mr.
We
LaFleur?
are hanging.
Representative Baumgartner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see you, Robert.
Thank you, sir.
Looking through your attached testimony, can you speak to, just briefly summarize the language suggestion change for Section 22 regarding nature-based solutions?
Sure, of course. So what we did was I think Amy Patterson talked about this on her testimony earlier today, working with a few other groups. What the language of Section 22 did was effectively just ask the commissioner of DEP to provide a report. We think this is significant enough that it should be a bigger undertaking. More of I would describe we talk it as in that language as a commission, but it's really kind of a multi-agency task force that can take a look at this and make recommendations. And we would like to see it include other agencies, including the Department of Agriculture, as well as the Department of Public Health. And OPM, I'm sorry, and of course, and OPM as well.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Keep up the good work. Very proud of you.
All right. I believe we had Roland Axelson crossed off. Oh, good. Nancy Alderman. I don't see her. Jennifer Jennings. Don't see her. John Bowman.
Yes, good evening. Co-chairs Lopes and Gresco and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is John Bowman. My family owns and operates FF Hitchcock Company in Cheshire, Connecticut, where I serve in my current position as VP. I have a degree in environmental science from Merrimack College and truly am an environmentalist at heart. Since 1870, our company has ensured the comfort of all of our customers. You may have even seen one of my billboards that states, "Our customers are the hottest." We currently employ close to 70 people who reside in Connecticut. You may be asking me why, with my background, am I here to oppose House Bill 5004. As a company, we are very proud to participate in the Connecticut Home Energy Solutions Program, also known as HESS, where we perform energy audits, giving homes an energy checkup and recommending additional smart energy actions. These add-on measures can include insulation, high-efficiency heating and cooling systems, water heaters, and Energy Star certified windows and appliances. Unfortunately, every day, customers are turned away from this program because the program is currently underfunded. I can say with 100% certainty that I am an expert when it comes to heat pumps. As a company, we have installed thousands of heat pumps in the state dating back to the 1970s. Last year alone, we installed over 200 heat pump systems. I have seen where they work, and I have seen where they don't work. The biggest limitation to the installation of heat pumps is the availability of electricity in the home. The average home in Connecticut only has 100 amp service. A 4-ton heat pump requires a 50 amp breaker. Add in a 50-gallon heat pump hot water heater, and you're adding in another 30 amp breaker for the water heater and a 15 amp breaker for the condensate pump. This additional electricity burden simply is not feasible in most Connecticut homes. The current plan to convert 310,000 homes to heat pumps is impossible without a major overhaul and enhancement of the electrical grid. Those are the limitations. So how about a solution? My challenge to you is to follow the roadmap that my company follows. The first step is to focus on conservation and not conversion. Let me repeat that. Conservation and not conversion. Start by funding the home energy solutions programs. Doing so can lower the energy load of a home by 10, 15, or even 20%. Next, provide additional funding for incentives such as windows and insulation. After we have fixed the home, then we should explore the HVAC water systems. And that's where I agree with you that heat pumps are a good solution for some. Mainly Find the houses that already have an adequate power supply present in their home and a low efficiency heating source. Simply put, the focus should be on resistance heating houses to start. These homes already have plenty of electricity available that is running their heating systems today. By first installing energy conservation measures and then
Just so you know,
converting.
your timer went up if you could summarize.
Right here. By first installing energy conservation measures and then converting these homes to heat pumps, it'll create a net gain in electricity available in this state and not an additional burden. Thank you for consideration and taking the time to listen to me. I hope that maybe I've inspired you to not necessarily change your mission, but the approach in doing so.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. I don't see any questions for you, but I do appreciate your comments. I have also installed quite a few heat pump systems and become quite hooked in my processes of doing it, especially heat pumps tied in with solar arrays are an incredibly efficient way to heat and cool your house. Maybe down the road, shoot me an email. We can talk further offline about this.
Great. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions. Nick Menapace. Phelan already went. Jeffrey Tomczyk. Let's see. Tomczyk. Mark Gonzalez, who I do believe I did see. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Hi. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members. My name is Mark Gonzalez. I work at the Constitution Law Foundation. I will keep this very brief. You've heard a lot from people today. We have a few more speakers left to go, so thank you for your diligence today and for continuing to hear all of these speakers. I'm here in support of SB 191, the Food Scrap Diversion Bill. You've heard a lot about it today already. You've heard from a lot of more eloquent speakers than me. You've heard all the facts about our waste crisis in Connecticut, about needing to address the 22% of the waste stream that comes from organics. You've heard about already having to all the waste we divert to other states. And CLF just strongly believes that this bill is a great way to support that and to address the waste crisis in our state. You've heard about the methane emissions and the greenhouse gases and the food insecurity issues. The only thing I would suggest right now is a few minor changes to the bill. I think it's really important to us that we capture these middle generators also. Right now we capture below 26 tons and above, and we capture households. If possible, it'd also be great to capture the institutions and businesses and the schools who fall in between that. And I think that could be a really great way to strengthen the bill. I think also I want to echo a lot of people's thoughts on providing more funding for municipalities. The towns will need money ideally to do this work, and it would be great and could make this more accessible to many more people and to make this bill just much stronger. But yeah, it's already great, and thank you so much for your time. And thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I know it's very late, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for staying up. Any questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Gary Sippin, who I don't see on the list. Next, Annie Hornish, who I do see. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Co-Chair Lopes, Co-Chair Gresco, and honorable members of the Environment Committee. On behalf of the Connecticut-based supporters of the Humane Society of the United States, the largest animal protection organization in the country, I'm Connecticut State Director Annie Hornish, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 291, the balloon bill. Thanks to Senator Lopes for championing this bill. Thanks also to Representative Laura Dancho for her comments earlier today in response to someone who was denying that there is a problem with intentional helium balloon releases. Please consider making this bill stronger by also banning intentional release. Many birds and other animals are killed or harmed after ingestion or entanglement by helium balloons and their strings, damage that would occur whether or not a product is biodegradable. We also oppose Senate Bill 196, which promotes large-scale rabbit slaughter. I have detailed written testimony, so I won't repeat what's on there and what has already been said by so many prior speakers, except to highlight that Connecticut voters recently and consistently expressed strong opposition to large-scale rabbit slaughter. It's been attempted 3 times in the past 2 legislative sessions and failed dramatically all 3 times. Of the 58 public hearing testimonies filed for last year's similar bill, 56 were in opposition. That's 97%. And looking at the written testimonies thus far filed this year, there is again public opposition that is once again overwhelming. And in closing, I just want to add there's no demand for rabbit meat. During last year's rabbit bill, the DOAG commissioner admitted as much when questioned in his public hearing testimony. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hornish. Any questions? Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Annie, for all the work that you've been doing, and thank you for testifying tonight. I just wanted to say hello at this late hour and hi to my fellow colleagues. Thank you, Annie. Take care, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Any questions? That's coming out weird. I might be tired. Ian McDonald.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Environment Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ian McDonald. I'm from Killingly, Connecticut. Firstly, I support SB 292. You know, PFAS seems like a really intractable problem, but this bill gives us a tangible and important opportunity to stop making the situation worse, and we should pass it. On SB 290, you know, CTRV labeling seems likely to create a lot of unnecessary costs and confusion and undermine some of the goals of the bottle bill. You know, Connecticut should be really proud of our leadership here and seek to strengthen the bill and not water it down. Also on SB 290, you know, in small distressed municipalities, almost by definition, residents often don't have the time, bandwidth, or resources to counter a well-funded PR campaign by a company trying to build a polluting facility. It's important that DEEP also exercises its role to protect residents and communities with under 10,000 people from being overburdened by cumulative environmental and health impacts of new projects. As such, I request the added language that repeals Section 191 of the EJ Bill Public Act 23-205. I support the many important provisions of the Green Monster, HB 5004, and would highlight in particular Section 6 on the docket to phase out natural gas. Lastly, I would like to speak in my strong support for SB 191. In addition to the proposed bill language, I would advocate for more support for municipalities, inclusion of middle-sized generators, and the avoidance of commingling with sewage sludge. You know, I'd just like to say as well, after the closing of Mira, I think there was a lot of sort of hair on fire, we need to build a new fleet of incinerator talk. And these facilities cost hundreds of millions of dollars, take years to develop, but we really have a lot of room to run with waste reduction. And this SB 191 is a great place to start. You know, there's also pay as you throw. Mansfield's had great program there for decades. On the bin education, good packaging. You guys were really smart in not falling for a bad packaging bill last year. So I think we kind of need a paradigm shift where we really are focused on waste reduction like SB 191 and not running to path dependency on burning a lot of trash and along with landfilling.
Mr. The timer went off. If you could summarize, please.
Yeah, I just yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I feel positive about where we're going in this session, and I hope you give Rep. Palm a good send off this year. Thanks.
Sounds like a plan. Any questions for Mr. McDonald? Seeing none. Mary Kearns is up.
Hi, well, thank you for your time, Chairs Lopes and Gresco, and honorable members of the Environmental Committee. Thank you for your stamina. My name is Mary Hoyt Kearns, and I'm a resident of Norwalk. And I'm a member of the Wilton Friends Meeting, which is a Quaker faith community. And I'm here to support, or to urge you to support SB 191 with changes. So as part of the Quaker process, members reach consensus over topics that are important to people and the planet, and we create minutes reflecting them. And on February 2nd, 2024, Wilton Friends Meeting approved the following minute. Wilton Quaker Meeting believes all natural resources are God's gifts to be held and used as a sacred trust. As such, we support the scaling up of food waste prevention and sources separation for food waste throughout the state of Connecticut. The state of Connecticut needs to provide the funding for food waste separation by 2025. We support a separate fee as necessary to effectuate this important climate change solution. We believe that the eventual savings will justify the public investment in food waste collection and processing infrastructure, as well as strengthening our shared bonds in being a commonwealth of residents that care deeply about the quality of our environment. We also support the right for citizens groups, not just at the Attorney General, to institute legal action to promote compliance. So thank you. And I'm going to go off script for a minute, just my observations. I've been here since 11 o'clock this morning with you guys. I served on a bipartisan task force formed by Dianne Feinstein and Suzanne Collins to help formulate a revised chemical reform bill based on or focused on personal care products. And I testified in front of Senate and congressional committees on more than one occasion. And it's been interesting tonight to hear the talking points being repeated verbatim by all those testifying in favor of neonics. It reminds me of the times that I testified in hearings where the American Chemical Council had representatives ranging from scientists to women business owners. So just wanted to point that out. Just a little observation. Thank you very much for your time, and let me know if you have any questions.
Well, thank you. But I'm assuming that we are both smarter and better looking than the congressional delegations that you dealt with before.
Yes, they say that Washington, D.C. is Hollywood for unattractive people.
Okay, so not seeing any questions. Lovely. Thank you very much for your time. Next person is Jack Potter.
Right. Hi. Thank you for hearing me. All right. So my name is Jack Potter. I'm a Simsbury citizen. I'm also a student at University of Hartford, and I volunteer in Citizens Climate Lobby. Testifying in support of House Bill 5000 or 5004 because I care about nature. With reports of extreme weather becoming more numerous each day, I believe we need to do whatever we can to protect the environment from climate change. And the actions outlined in 5004, I think, would be an excellent way of getting things started, so to say. I agree with previous testimony, mainly by Janet Bellamy on her positions towards Senate Bill 292 and Senate Bill 191, and also Allison Johnson's positions towards Senate Bill 190, including her recommended amendments to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Any questions? Seeing none, have a good night.
Thank you.
Brett Hurley.
Wow. Can you hear me okay?
For late at night. Go ahead.
Good evening, co-chairs, Senator Lopes and Representative Gresco, vice chairs, ranking members, and other distinguished members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony. I'm here to offer my support for House Bill 5004. My name is Brett Hurley. I'm a senior at UConn researching clean energy for my senior thesis, and I'll be attending UConn Law this fall. As a young person in the state, my most pressing concern is climate change and the consequences it will have on our state and our planet as a whole. I've lived in Connecticut my entire life and intend to continue after graduation, but I want to make sure that my state is at the forefront of addressing climate change. My written testimony talks a lot more about the correct science of climate change, so I would not reiterate that at this hour. The scientific community has come to the consensus that climate change is real, and the continued narrative that downplays the consequences of climate change is dangerous and endangers the future of my generation and all future generations. My comments for this bill include support for the updated GWSA benchmarks, and will acknowledge the need to make adequate investments to the grid to accomplish our transition to net zero. The limitations mentioned in previous testimony are incredibly valid. I've been listening since 11 a.m. So I've been there. But to do nothing is irresponsible, and it's ultimately contrary to the role of the state in the lives of its citizens. I also wanted to advocate in making Section 4E more fleshed out to define exactly who would be held responsible for the failing of meeting the GWSA goals. But I think the overall mission of that section should be preserved. The state and businesses should be held accountable to these goals. And if they are behaving and meeting them, they shouldn't have to worry about any potential lawsuits. Enacting House Bill 5004 will help us achieve a sustainable future, and I encourage state leaders and the legislature to pass it in its strongest form. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative O'Day, that's a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hurley, for sticking around for this late night. You don't happen to have a relative involved with the basketball program, do you?
I do not. I hear that quite often, but unfortunately, he's not my uncle, or I'd have better seats at the game.
Sorry, everybody. I just couldn't help myself. Thank you very much for your testimony tonight.
Of course.
Any further questions? And I've said this enough. I have 2 kids at UConn that are seniors right now, and I'm texting them right now, letting them know you're here and they're not watching TV somewhere. So good for you. That's it. Have a good night. Next person is Lori Brown.
Yes, good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, Representative Palm, and all the members of the Environment Committee. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters, and I have submitted written testimony in support of 5 bills on your agenda today and on 1 bill that we oppose. So I'll just quickly summarize our support and flag certain areas that we hope that you'll amend that were identified by prior speakers. So first and foremost, we are extremely grateful for the immense amount of time, thought, and effort that has gone into House Bill 5004, and especially recognize the leadership of Representative Palm in this effort. This bill reestablishes Connecticut's commitment to address climate change, and with actionable solutions and creative incentives, and we fully support all 22 sections of that bill. So my written testimony highlights 4 areas, but also includes at the end sort of a simple layperson summary of each section. We also applaud the committee for raising Bill 191, Senate Bill 191, to reduce the amount of food unnecessarily going into our overflowing waste stream, and at the same time diverting food to donation centers, composting, and other beneficial uses. So we do hope that you'll address the funding needed to help municipalities to set up these programs. Next, CTLCV strongly supports HB 5354 to allow the natural organic reduction. And this will give Connecticut residents the option to have their bodily remains handled in the most natural way possible, whether it's for environmental, economic, or personal reasons. So we really hope the committee will vote again in support of this bill. And we're also glad to see that the ongoing problem of PFAS is back on your agenda this year, SB 292, this time with provisions to stop PFAS contamination at the source. So these chemicals, as you know, they don't break down in the environment. There's no safe way to dispose of them. So we do encourage you to include all the clearly identified sources of this contamination within the scope of the bill. CTLCV supports the intent of SB 190 to ban the toxic neonics pesticides. However, we agree with many prior speakers that the bill as written does not change the existing law in a way that really achieves the stated goal. So the committee, we will hope that you will use the language contained in last year's bill, SB 963, to ensure that we're really targeting the most harmful uses of neonics, and of course, golf courses should not be exempted. And lastly, CTLCV urges the committee to reject the proposed change in Section 1 of House Bill 290. That's revising our environmental statutes.
Please.
Yes, certainly. We just urge you not to codify the confusing abbreviation of CRCV to label our 10-cent bottle deposit. So we agree with Mary Mashinsky and others that this would hinder our recycling efforts. So please reject this amendment. I thank you for being here so late, and I hope you all have a restful weekend after this marathon hearing.
Any questions for Ms. Brown? Seeing none online, thank you very much. The next person is Jonah Lipar.
Good evening. My name is Jonah Leeper, and I would like to strongly support 2 bills.
In the 3 years I've testified, I think that these two bills are the most important. First, I support SB number 198, an act establishing local representation on the Connecticut Siting Council for local projects. I support this bill because in the Simsbury and the Farmington Valley, there have been many developments that negatively impact the local environment and community, some of which take advantage of state law to gain forced approval, even when the large majority of the community is against them. Though none of these have been state facilities, as this bill addresses, the idea is the same. I believe that all towns should be able to decide what developments they approve or don't without any outside influence. Local representation on the Siting Council is one way to do this. I also support HB number 5355, an act concerning the water resources of the Upper Farmington River Valley. I'm a resident of the Farmington Valley, and I know how valuable the Farmington River is and how important it is to protect it from development, pollution, and worsening drought and flooding. Farmington River is one of Connecticut's best areas for outdoor recreation and conservation. I'm on the rowing team at Simsbury High School, and I've seen the wildlife on the river, such as bald eagles. Recently, thousands of acres were preserved around the Colebrook Reservoir. With a dedicated effort, the valley can remain as undisturbed as it has been. I would also like to briefly say that I oppose HB number 5221, which would ban outdoor fires on certain days. I think this is counterproductive as it takes attention away from real causes of pollution and climate change and reduces people's ability to get outside, participate in a harmless activity when less and less people are spending time outdoors. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonah. Any questions? Seeing none, our next speaker is Shreya Mothakuri. Going twice. Okay. Tessa Marquis. Nope. John Daniels.
Yes, I'm here.
Go
So
ahead.
I'm John Daniels. I work for Daniels Energy. We operate out of Portland and Old Saybrook, Connecticut. I'm a fourth generation family owned 98-year HVAC and home energy supplier. We provide our customers with renewable bioheat, propane, as well as the installation and service of electric heat pumps. I'm here today in opposition of HB 5004. But HB 5004 is requiring the installation of not less than 310,000 heat pumps, but ignores renewable fuels such as bioheat and renewable propane, which after a recent MIT study can be produced using recycled plastic bottles. While listening to the testimonies of others tonight, we can all agree that having a cleaner, healthier world to live in is vital to our future. If this is truly the goal of the bill, then what better way to achieve that goal than utilizing renewable fuels such as bioheat and renewable propane, which are made from recycled materials such as cooking oil, plant oils, and potentially plastic bottles. My company installs heat pumps. We've installed close to 250 heat pumps in the last 3 years. And I can tell you that a heat pump is best utilized as a supplemental heating option in conjunction with a primary heating source, whether it be fossil fuel or electric resistant heat, as a heat pump is sized based on the cooling load of the home. If you size it based on the heating load of the home, the system ends up being oversized during cooling season. Your average home runs from anywhere from 60,000 BTUs to 120,000 BTUs to heat the home. But the largest heat pump available to us right now is 60,000 BTUs. If a home is oversized, it equates to the home end up being cool, clammy, and the system being very inefficient during the cooling months. The federal government right now is rolling out new standards for refrigerants, and with those two new standards come two new refrigerants. These two new refrigerants have very low GWP as opposed to the current refrigerant 410A, which has a GWP, a global warming potential of 2088. The new government standard is 750 or below. The new refrigerants we will be utilizing, 454B, has a global warming potential of 466. But with that, the new refrigerant is going to have
gone off. If you don't mind summarizing, please.
Yeah, the new heat pumps are going to have propane in them, and as such, they are going to have a leak detection system where if it detects propane, it's going to shut the system off, resulting in homeowners not having heat. So the manufacturers are telling us to make sure that the homeowners have another source of heat if this were to happen. That's why I'm opposing HB 5004 as it's incomplete in the heat pump introduction.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Daniels? Mr. O'Day.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, sir, I'm looking for your written testimony. Did you submit it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'll find it. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
So I don't want to belabor this, but just a question. You've installed 250 heat pumps, but then you claim that they don't work very well.
No, my claim, we install heat pumps. We install them primarily as supplemental heating sources based on the fact that your average home requires anywhere from 60,000 BTUs to 120,000 BTUs. I find them to be very great for supplemental heating options. But as the temperature gets lower, we lose the BTU capacity of that heat pump. Let me see here, at 15 degrees, you're getting about 65% of the system's BTU capacity. And at 5 degrees, we're only getting about 50% of the BTU capacity. So if you have a 3-ton heat pump, which is 36,000 BTUs.
250 installations. I've done quite a few heat pump installations as well. I haven't run into that problem. They've had no problem heating in Connecticut and Rhode Island, maintaining it proper heat pretty effortlessly, even down to 5 degrees below. Heat pump solo without a backup. So I don't know. You've installed more than I have. You have not. You're saying that with the modern heat pumps, they're not heating enough in homes?
Yeah, you're going to lose your BTU capacity on them as you look at the manufacturer specifications, whether it's Mitsubishi, Bosch, Trane. As the temperature gets lower, you lose the BTU capacity.
I totally understand that, but it still maintains the proper heat. I've had no problems in the three I've done. No problems whatsoever maintaining the proper heat, whether I lose capacity or not. And the efficiency is absolutely blown away the previous heating sources that those units had.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree on that one.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot. Any further questions? Mary Muzinski's representative. Thank you.
When I went to energy training last summer, we learned that when you're below 17 degrees Fahrenheit, that you lose the efficiency of the heat pump. So got similar advice to what you're just giving out, that if the temperature in our area, our region, goes below 17 at any time in the winter, then we probably should have a supplemental as well.
And that's what we do with the conventional systems we install. They have controls on them that once it goes below the drop setting, the system will then convert from heat pump over to most cases, a fossil fuel system so that the homeowner can have proper heat.
Okay, so I got similar information that you did, and but anyway, when it's above 17, you do get good efficiency, and you and a previous speaker also talked about the other ways to prepare the home to get the best efficiency for our system, to get the weatherization done, to get any repairs done, sealing, insulation, and so on before we go ahead and put in a new heat pump. So that's all good advice, and we could tune up that section of the bill accordingly.
Yeah, and the other big concern is with the new refrigerants coming out having trace amounts of propane in them, these systems are going to be equipped with a leak detection sensor. And if the system detects a leak, it actually is going to shut the system off and be completely inoperable until at such a time a company or it can be serviced or repaired. So that's the other thing that we are going to be dealing with. And we have limited information now, but as the systems roll out towards the end of the year, we'll have more information on those systems. Our big concern and what our manufacturers are telling us is to make sure that customers have some sort of auxiliary heat source, because if the system does detect a leak, it will shut off and not be operable.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your coming in, because you're right out there in the community doing this work every day, and you know your insights are very valuable. So thanks.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, next person is Susan Eastwood.
Good evening, everybody. Nice to see you. I put in written testimony on several bills, including the neonics, which I agree with a lot of my colleagues about making it stronger, about the balloons and the 5004, of course, supporting all of those. And I put in to support spiny dogfish, which I see you already passed out of committee, so thank you. So I wanted to focus mostly on food scraps and on PFAS if I still have some time. Food scraps bill 191. I've been working on that a lot with Sierra Club at Connecticut and also the Zero Waste Coalition and a number of our allies. So you've heard a lot about it today, I know, but it is a significant portion of our waste stream, and you've heard a lot of reasons about that, about 22% right now. Diverting this wet, very bulky waste from the waste stream would reduce the tipping costs and make good use of these as organic byproducts. It also would help us to meet our greenhouse gas emissions goals and reduce the amount of waste burned in our incinerators, which should help clean up our air and help our public health. I have a photo of the EPA's wasted food scale, which has been renovated last year, in my testimony. But I think that's a really useful way of looking at food waste because it goes through the different scales of the way to deal with it, best practices, I guess you'd say. First of all, preventing it, don't waste it in the first place, buy carefully and plan carefully, and then donate it. And you've heard from perhaps, I know you've heard from some of the food rescue groups. Food Rescue US spoke on our recent webinar, and I did put a link to the YouTube recording of the webinar, which was very well attended. And so I put it into my testimony in case you wanted to watch it, because we had a number of experts, including composters as well. Blue Earth was on there. So that it was very useful. And then after you donate, composting and anaerobic digestion are the next preferred things. But sending it down the drain to the landfill or the incinerator is definitely not what we want to see happening. So I'm so really appreciate the fact that you guys are really stepping up on this bill. I really think it's a great bill, and I hope you'll pass it out of committee.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Eastwood? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next person I have is Tanya Burgoyne. Tanya going twice. Nope. Robert Demeski. Robert. Okay. Elizabeth Guerra. No Elizabeth. Okay. Diane Lauricella. I did see that name. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening. I just had my last cup of coffee. Good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Bresco, ranking members, and esteemed committee members, most of whom are in bed by now. My name is Diane Lauricella. I live in Norwalk. I am a longtime environmental advocate and a waste management professional. I'm here speaking on behalf of Norwalk Zero Waste Coalition. I'm also a member of the Connecticut Zero Waste Coalition and the Live Green Sustainable Fairfield County Group. I'm speaking on behalf of Norwalk Zero Waste Coalition, and I'm going to quickly jump to a few bills. I support House Bill 5004. While I heard that this bill is being called the Green Monster, I believe that one of my left-handed batting heroes, Carl Yastrzemski, would support this bill wholeheartedly if he were alive. We are in a climate crisis, and what the state and the legislature must reflect in all the important bills, including this one, is that sense of urgency. We can't keep kicking it down the road. I support this bill because it presents the reasonable steps in order to avoid more climate harms, but also consider changing the message to the ability to save money at every level of government and in our homes. It's not just about the greenhouse gas, and I think the messaging would elevate and accelerate the changes that you need to achieve the goals, saving money and saving health. especially a shout out on the heat pump issues. I absolutely think you should have a special session or a special meeting just to talk about heat pumps, both air and ground sourced, and have PACE come in because they would counter a lot of the baloney that you're hearing from some of the people that claim that heat pumps can't work in cold climates. That is false. It's misinformation. I wanted to jump to say that I wanted to support Senate Bill 292, also 5221, outdoor wood burning furnaces. I know Nancy Alderman probably couldn't wait. 190, neonics. It's all about polluted runoff off of things like golf courses, believe it or not. Lastly, of course, two more things. 198, please include the environmental justice community, a local on siting council. And lastly, I'll wrap up with Senate Bill 191 because of all the work I've been doing for the last several years on changing how we handle food waste. I say, number one, we need more funding mechanisms. Use the NIPS money, sheets, bonding, grants, if it cannot be in the regular budget, which is what we're hearing. Number two, I'm not in agreement.
Timer had gone off, so please.
I will wrap up. Not in agreement with DEEP's model for handling food waste, and they say they have enough staff and support. They don't. So please go back, have them go back to help guide you. Two, we need three, we need a comprehensive program. And then I'm wrapping up. I agree with Tim O'Connor. 5, we need some measure of enforcement and education with phased in. And we need a regional approach. Incentivize and change this bill to emphasize a regional approach. Applaud and help towns work together.
Diane,
yes.
Any questions for Diane? Representative D'Amico, I think.
Not a question, just a correction, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to remind Diane and everyone that her idol and my boyhood idol, Carl Yastrzemski, is very much alive and well.
I thought the same thing.
There we go.
Oh, he is alive and well. He was a left-handed batter.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next
Sure,
person,
thank you.
Daniel Moyer.
Yes, hi, Chairs Lopes, Gresco, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Dan Moyer, and I'm the Senior Manager for Environmental Policy with the Consumer Technology Association. CTA is the nation's largest tech trade association, and I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 292 on PFAS and products, at least in its current form. It's a late night for y'all, and we've submitted written comments, so I'll direct you to those, and I'll just touch on our points briefly. The product ban proposed in this bill would effectively ban the sale of electronic products or products which contain electronic components. Currently, PFAS chemicals are used in countless applications across the electronic sector, and unfortunately, often these uses do not have readily available alternatives. Also, the reporting requirements as outlined in the bill are so broad as to render implementation unworkable for many electronics manufacturers. If Connecticut establishes its own criteria for PFAS reporting, a notification system by January 2027 is not enough time for electronics manufacturers to gather the data that would be required by this bill. I think it's important to consider this bill in the context of work that is being done on PFAS around the country. Maine and Minnesota are states that have established a law similar to Senate Bill 292, and they're in the early stages of implementation. But the Maine Department of Environmental Protection has run into significant hurdles with implementation, particularly around complex products like electronics, and the state is already looking at amending its program. In addition, EPA has its own PFAS reporting rule, which goes into effect next year, and the EU is still sorting through their process of establishing PFAS regulations. So we believe that these other jurisdictions should be given time to work through the difficult details of any general broad product ban or notification scheme as they are engaging with stakeholders to work through issues around complex products like electronic devices. And our concern is that copying these still developing programs before they are resolved could generate a patchwork of conflicting requirements that'll make it both difficult for the state to implement, but also for manufacturers to comply with. So given these concerns, we respectfully oppose Senate Bill 292 as it's currently designed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in.
In electronics, what is PFAS used for?
It's used for a lot of applications because it is very durable. It's heat resistant and water resistant. So it's essential for the making of printed circuit boards, lithium ion batteries, cables, connectors. And while our industry is looking at potential alternatives, it's estimated it could take anywhere from 7 to 10 to 12 years to find, test, and establish these alternatives. So it's going to take a long time to sort of phase these out of the electronic products as we try to look across the supply chain.
Okay, and are these products that are made in the US?
In the United States and around the world. Yeah, it's a very complex supply chain. It takes our members a long time to sort of catalog the thousands upon thousands of components that are in a laptop or a television or a phone.
Are any of these manufacturers in Connecticut?
Possibly. I'd have to check though.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem. Representative O'Day.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just real quick, Mr. Moore, I'm looking for your testimony. Is it under your name or your association? Do you know?
It should be my name, Daniel Moyer at CTA. If not, I can make sure that it's uploaded after this.
Yeah, could you just do that? Because I can't find it. And maybe have somebody get it to me. That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any further questions, Rep. D'Amico?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Moyer, for testifying. Maybe it's the lateness of the hour, but I'm looking at bill number 292, looking at lines 210 through 224, and I do not see where the electronic products that you are describing would be included in this bill. I'm looking at apparel, carpets, rugs, cleaning products, ski
Sure.
wax. Did I miss?
I'm looking at line 216. By 2032, it bans any product that contains PFAS.
But it does say, unless the Commissioner of DEEP determines that the use of PFAS is a currently unavoidable use.
Sure.
So is that not an exception or an exemption that might solve your problem?
It would be, but this is the problem that we're running into in Maine, as they've taken several years to sort of implement their program, which passed in, I believe, 2021, is that they got thousands of applications for currently unavoidable use. And if, depending on how product is defined, you are looking at thousands of electronic products, each has their own hundreds or thousands of components, each is going to have to go through a formal rulemaking to get us currently unavoidable use determination. And the department just finds it unfeasible to be able to implement such a program. It takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of time, and you're going to see this across dozens of industries, not just electronics, but automobiles, airplanes, anything that has an electronic component. So setting the default as all products being banned is what causes the problem, having to do rulemakings to then opt a lot back in.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Good question. Good answer. Valid point. We will, I assume you'll make yourself available for further questions, and we'll talk to Deep and maybe we can tweak that language. Any further questions? Seeing none. Next person is Ruth Canovi.
Hi, good evening, distinguished chairpersons and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ruth Canovi, and I'm the Advocacy Director for the American Lung Association in Connecticut. Our organization works to save lives by improving lung health and preventing lung disease through research, education, and advocacy. I want to thank you for the opportunity to express our support for House Bill 5004 and House Bill 5221. As the Lung Association, we're very concerned about the quality of the air that we breathe. For over 20 years, we've been releasing our State of the Air report, which looks at two dangerous pollutants, ozone pollution and particulate matter pollution. One, to track our progress in cleaning up our air, and also to educate the public about the health risks of exposure to air pollution. The 2023 State of the Air report gave half of Connecticut's 8 counties failing grades for ozone levels and found that we have the worst ozone pollution east of the Mississippi River. And we all gained firsthand experience last summer of the impacts that wildfire smoke can have on the air that we breathe. Although we have seen great progress throughout our country since the enactment and implementation of the Clean Air Act, climate change is threatening our progress and makes the job of cleaning our air more difficult. Climate change is a health emergency. Millions of people face health threats because of climate change, from increased risk of air pollution and extreme weather events such as droughts, floods, and wildfires. These threats include shortness of breath, chest pain, wheezing, coughing, asthma attacks, and increased need for medical attention. And it may be harder to maintain disease treatment and management if people have to evacuate or repair their home after floods or storms. But while climate change is a health emergency, mitigation provides a health opportunity as well. Many of the sources of climate pollution produce pollution that directly harms health at the same time, like the particle pollution that I talked about and emissions that react to form ozone. Cleaning up sources and transitioning to both zero-emission transportation and electricity generation is a win-win for health. The Lung Association is in strong support of updating the Global Warming Solutions Act to help us hit our state's greenhouse gas reduction goals. With regard to Section 6 of this bill, burning fuel to generate electricity at power plants, including methane gas, results in the emission and formation of harmful pollutants. Switching to clean, renewable, non-combustion sources of electricity like solar, wind, geothermal, and tidal is critical for lung health. And looking at Section 7, it is critical that Connecticut's infrastructure investments align with the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and protect public health. So we simply cannot ensure clean air and a livable climate without addressing.
The timer went off. If you could summarize, please.
Always goes by so fast. The only thing I wanted to flag was House Bill 5221. In my written comments, I've got support, but a couple of questions that I think could clarify that and improve the bill. So thank you for your time and stamina and persistence with this and careful attention to so many climate issues and health issues.
No problem. You had suggestions on what bill?
5221, the outdoor wood burning furnaces. Just kind of some questions around clarification. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about something else. So it's just
No, thanks.
But
Yeah.
Representative O'Day has a question.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but you've been waiting all this time. What are the couple questions you have on the fire burning bill?
One was, it says it's talking about the national ambient air quality, it's rather are like non-attainment standard. And that's a standard that EPA designates that kind of takes a very long time. And we're talking about prohibiting the burning of these or using these outdoor wood burning furnaces like on a daily basis when we're expecting ozone to be high. So I think just basing it on non-attainment status instead of, I think we would want to look at national ambient air quality standards and what we're looking at for that. So I just have concerns about just the feasibility of doing that based on the EPA's process. I think the intent is there, but I think we just need to clean up some of that language. Yeah. So thank you.
Did you hear the testimony about how the greenhouses need it? And so there was some discussion about exempting them from the bill. Would you be okay with that?
I didn't hear that, and I'd be happy to have conversations about that. I mean, when I've heard people talking about these products, it's generally like to heat swimming pools and things like that. And so I'm happy to talk about greenhouses. But these are hot, smoggy days and could really improve people's health when we already know that, you know, there's a lot of air pollution going on. But happy to talk about that offline.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Sorry.
No problem. Representative Miko.
Mr. Chair, I'll make it quick. So Ruth, thank you. On the other end of the spectrum, since you were just having a discussion with Representative O'Day about exempting greenhouses, it was suggested to me that we should include language to include recreational burning, because the language in the bill presently doesn't say anything about recreational burning. Do you think that would be a good idea?
Yeah, I mean, we know that any kind of burning contributes to particle pollution, and I've definitely had residents of Connecticut reach out to me and talk to me about real concerns about their health when there's fire pits next door, something like that. So certainly happy to have those conversations and look at that. But you know, we say at the Lung Association, we don't want people breathing anything besides clean, healthy air. And, you know, if there's medicines prescribed to them, but happy to have that conversation, but it's really concerned about particulate matter pollution in all forms.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ruth. Next person, I have Bridget Shervell. Not seeing Bridget. Carol Platt LeBeau.
Carol can't make it. This is David Fleming from Yankee Institute. May I take her place?
Oh, well, you did name the bill the Green Monster, so we owe you for that. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Environment Committee on HB 5004. My name is David Fleming, and I'm the Policy Director for Yankee Institute in Connecticut, a nonprofit public policy organization in Hartford dedicated to empowering residents to build a vibrant, hopeful future. Last summer, the local, national, and international media reported on half of my home state going underwater in the Great Vermont Flood of 2023. The devastation angered me because a decade ago, Vermont faced Hurricane Irene in similar fashion. After Irene in 2012, many Vermont legislators responded with promises to reduce CO2 emissions, happily cashing checks for re-election from corporate America's green wealthy, giving out lucrative wind and solar contracts in return. This strategy did nothing to reinforce bridges and dams or move vulnerable Vermonters out of floodplains, left helpless to the Great Flood. I want Connecticut to avoid Vermont's fate when natural disasters inevitably come. Every dollar spent on reducing Connecticut's CO2 footprint or on costly litigation for CO2 accounting is a dollar that could have been used improving Connecticut's climate resiliency and public and private infrastructure. This is one of several reasons Yankee Institute opposes 5004. Connecticut residents and global experts agree that while climate change is a problem, it is not the crisis Section 1 makes it out to be. Climate change is projected to only cost 2 to 4% of global GDP by 2100, according to the United Nations. A 2023 Wesleyan poll showed Connecticut residents ranking climate change the sixth most important problem behind the economy, taxes, crime, housing, and poverty. Residents can clearly identify anti-democratic government overreaction to climate change. Last summer, my research showed that 75% of respondents commented against deep span on the sale of new gas-powered cars by 2035. 40 years into climate alarmism, the 1938 hurricane remains the most economically devastating and deadly natural disaster in Connecticut's history. If 5004 passes, Section 4 would invite organizations across the U.S. to sue Connecticut, wasting badly needed state and private resources. It proposes a 45% reduction of CO2 emissions by 2030, which is quite impossible at the current rate of reduction. It guarantees a lawsuit against Connecticut. In 2016, the Conservation Law Foundation successfully sued the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection for not reducing emissions quickly enough to stand up to a 2008 law, and has promised to sue Vermont if it does not meet the 2025 mandate it passed in 2020. According to EIA data, Connecticut emitted 34 tons of CO2 in 2022, the 40th most out of 50 states on a per capita and total basis. The world emitted about 38,000 tons of CO2 in each of the past 5 years, making Connecticut responsible for 0.09% of global emissions. Even if Connecticut were to achieve net zero by 2050 as 504 demands, this would do nothing to make climate change more tolerable for Connecticut residents. If there's one thing politicos of all stripes would agree on from last month's tax incidence report, it was that we shouldn't burden the poor with more aggressive taxes. And that's precisely what would happen if H504 passes. The legislature could be forced, under threat of litigation, to enact a tax on heating oil or natural gas, or a tax on gasoline, or other zany proposals thoughtful legislators in tune with their constituents would never dream of enacting. And that is the strongest reason why you should not pass
An
504.
admirable job speaking incredibly fast with the time.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. Appreciate it.
You got a lot in, very dense.
And I will be submitting written testimony as well, but I don't have it ready quite yet. So thank
You
you.
might have taken Repo Day's question, but go ahead, Repo Day.
No, you just answered it by saying that you're going to submit written testimony. Please do, because I am very concerned about the cost to particularly lower income individuals on some of these policies. So I would appreciate that written testimony. And I do appreciate the speed at which you testified. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. Could you tell me again what organization you're from?
Yankee Institute.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank
Certainly.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Problem. I never heard of them either. Any further questions for Mr. Fleming? Seeing none, thank you. Next person I have is Victor Damasi.
No, he testified.
Oh, wonderful.
He wrote this.
Teresa Eckel.
Hi there.
Hi.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Terry Eichel. I live in Preston, Connecticut. I'm the executive director of the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network, a faith-based environmental organization We work with religious communities on environmental issues such as climate change, air and water pollution, toxic chemicals, and biodiversity loss. I'm here in support of 4 different bills, and I did submit written testimony. But I'm here on SB 191, the food scrap bill, SB 190, the neonicotinoid bill, HB 5004, the climate change bill, and SB 292, the PFAS bill. IREGen works with religious communities on environmental issues, and some of our most popular programs revolve around energy efficiency, renewable energy, food justice and gardens, and biodiversity. The houses of worship and the people of faith that I work with really want to live their faith through their choices. So even if they come to me to find out more about how they can save energy at their house of worship or plant a garden to provide fresh produce to people in need, they quickly begin to examine what their faith has to say about how we treat the planet. And they come to the conclusion, after studying their own sacred texts, that those sacred texts have a lot to say about how we treat the environment, how we treat the animals, how we treat the people, and especially the poor and marginalized. And if you read the testimony I submitted, I provided theological background and scriptural references for these issues. So people of faith really care about how we live in concert with the rest of the world. So IREGen urges the passage of HB 5004. Climate change is one of the moral crises of our time, and it is linked to so many other areas of inequity. The bill supports growth of sustainable business practices, includes nature-based solutions, and makes badly needed updates to the Global Warming Solutions Act so that Connecticut can get back on track with our climate goals. We support SB 292, the PFAS bill. PFAS threat to drinking water and human health is profound, and we need to act immediately to turn off the tap. We also support SB 190. I do agree with the previous people that have asked for the language from last year's bill. And one of the things IREGen does is we fund pollinator gardens at houses of worship, and we teach the gardeners about the harm that these chemicals pose for bees and pollinators and birds, and encourage organic gardening. And finally, SB 191, the food scrap bill. Faith traditions all have ceremonies or traditions around food, plus food is also a program that they offer: soup kitchens, community gardens, food pantries. When so many people struggle with food insecurity, diverting unused but good food from the waste stream and giving it to people in need is the right thing to do. And instead of bringing that leftover, food that can't be used to landfills and incinerators, composting the food, that's also the right thing to do, because then that compost can be used for gardens. So we would respectfully request there be a way to capture generators of less than 26 tons within this legislation. Thank you so much for your time and your patience. This has been quite a marathon, and I appreciate your time.
You teased me on. I thought you were ending a couple times, so I kept holding my tongue.
Oh, sorry.
And I believe we met in West Hartford. It seems like 100 years ago. It was probably
Yeah, totally. I think it was only last year, but thank you.
Oh, really? Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for hanging on to almost the bitter end.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Likewise. Peter Myers. Not seeing Peter Myers. John Harity.
Hello. Sorry, Representative. How are you?
Yes, Peter
I'm
Myers. Oh, sorry about that.
Yes.
Go
Hi,
ahead.
Senator Lopes. How are you? I'm Pete Myers from the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, where I cover the Environment Committee as well as a few other committees for CBIA. And I'm here today to provide general comments on House Bill 5004. CBIA would first like to start by thanking the committee and the proponents of the bill for engaging the business community in the development of this bill. And CBIA has comments on the following section. First, Section 4 of this bill. Section 4 is of the most pressing concern for the business community, and we respectfully request the committee to remove this section. Our concern is that given the vagueness of this section, it's not clear who could be the target of such a suit. We are concerned that if interpreted broadly, it could collectively mean that any greenhouse gas emission source in the state of Connecticut could potentially be a target. This section is concerning for all businesses in our state, and CBIA urges the committee to remove this section, which could inadvertently lead to lawsuits in our state. Then moving on to Section 10, CBIA is very supportive of Section 10, which instructs DRS and DECD to work together to identify business fees appropriate for waiver for certified B corporations and farms. CBIA is supportive of reducing costs for businesses in our state. And we also would respectfully suggest to the committee to consider reducing business fees for all businesses that make sustainable investments into their operations as a way to incentivize such investments. And then skipping along a little bit, Section 14 of the bill, CBIA is supportive of Section 14, which would increase battery storage capacity that was established under Public Act 2153. This was actually part of CBIA's Transform Connecticut policy pledge last session, which was to increase battery storage across the state. So we are supportive of that proposal and look forward to working with the committee on that. I've submitted testimony in other bills, and I refer you to my written testimony for that. But in closing, CBIA is supportive of several proposals to incentivize businesses to invest into sustainable business practices. However, we urge the committee to take no action on Section 4 of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being so succinct. Representative O'Day.
Yes, Mr. Chair, do I understand that Mr. Myers is the last speaker?
Fortunately, no.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say I had a bet that we were going to go past midnight, so I had 22 minutes of questions for him. But since he's not the last speaker, I'll hold off. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Representative Palm.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Pete, I just want to say thank you for working with me on this bill, for expressing so clearly your concerns and your support. We are trying really hard to make this full of incentives for businesses, because we do know, and as I'm sure you've heard, so many in the business community understand that this is good for their bottom line. So thanks for working with us on it. And I'd be happy to talk to you about Section 4 to clarify or consider changing some things if it doesn't go too contrary to what we're trying to accomplish. So just wanted to thank you for staying here that long and for all of your hard work on this.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your engagement. And to Representative O'Day's point, I know I was excited to be the last guy and kind of back clean up, to use a baseball reference, but continue on, everyone.
It ain't over till it's over. John Harity, please.
Good evening or good night. Senator Lopes, Representative Cresco, members of the Environment Committee, and special greetings to my state representative, Representative Anderson. My name's John Harity. I am a resident of East Heartland. I am on the board of the Connecticut Roundtable on Climate and Jobs, and I also serve on the board of directors of the Connecticut Green Bank, although I'm not here on their behalf. I apologize for keeping you so late, but I promised my grandchildren that I would testify on climate change whenever possible. I'm here to support HB 5004 and its multitude of steps to counter the deadly progress of climate change. And I particularly encourage the provisions declaring a climate change emergency in the state and the urgency of that language. I think maybe some of you may be too young to remember this, but it used to be in an airplane. You get on the airplane, and about midway up the aisle, there'd be a little sign that they put on a seat, and it would say, "No smoking from this point forward." And the absurdity of it was that the air in the entire plane would not be tainted by the fact that somebody was smoking behind the sign. So we need to declare a climate emergency in Connecticut because there's islands in the Caribbean and in the South Pacific that are going to disappear in the next generation or so. 100 million residents of Bangladesh will be displaced by rising seas. In fact, in 2022, 1/3 of Pakistan was flooded by exorbitant climate-related rains, affecting 33 million people. Southeast Asia, in particular, is a home to a quarter of the Earth's population, and they will be racked by a variety of climate-related conditions, even though they only emit 3.6% of atmospheric carbon. Their crisis comes from our carbon. The developed world, including Connecticut, produced a carbon that's affecting some of the poorest and most vulnerable populations on the planet. And of course, without some positive steps, those same conditions will be visited upon us as well. We have time now to address climate change.
You could just wrap
with
up. The timer has gone off. Just
Oh,
finish,
okay.
please.
Well, we have time now to address climate change with rational urgency rather than panic. We can have a green future, good union jobs, we correct historic inequities with just transitions and community benefit agreements. We could start by bringing renewable energies to all of our schools to show the kids that we're addressing an issue that they're really frightened about. I'm going to leave you with an image that's lasted about 1,000 years or so. And this was an emperor in Rome named Nero. And it was said that Nero fiddled while Rome burned. You don't want to be put in the position 1,000 years from now of being remembered for such a colossal mistake. I hope that you pass HB 5004. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harity. Representative Anderson has a question.
No question, John, but we could, unless we want to help Representative O'Day win his bet and go past midnight. But thank you, John, for hanging in there. I think you're the last. I read somewhere the last shall be first. I'm looking forward to the book you mentioned, to reading that, and you have a
Right.
great evening. Take care.
And we still have time to catch Colbert, which is
Okay.
I see.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. I see a Jeff Giles, Gillies. Are you on?
And Rep. Michelle has a question.
Oh,
Yeah, I can speak French until midnight.
That'd be wonderful.
Qu'est-ce que tu dis?
Summer.
Oh, Repo Day. I didn't know. It's
Okay, so Rep. Michelle, did you have a question?
sorry, Mr. Chair. No, thank you.
Is there Jeff Giles? Second time, Jeff Giles. Seeing that, is there anyone else we missed that's still somewhere? It looks like Repo Day is losing money. All right, thank you. This concludes the hearing on the 8th of March at 11:45. Thank you.
Mr.
everybody.
Chair,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
before we leave, just a reminder that our next committee meeting is a week from today, followed by our last public hearing.
Yeah, that's going to be the really long one.
Uh-huh.
Kidding. All right. Good night, everybody.